and then tape it. Let's do it this way.
When you look into my mind,
It's good.
we can paint the sky tonight.
Go to our camera bag.
While the whole world's stuck in time. We are the lights beneath the setting sun. We are the hearts that beat. We're dancing on tonight. We are the fallen ones who've gotten up. We are the lights so bright. We're dancing on tonight.
Test. Okay, guys. All right, guys, we're going to go live, even with sound and vision, so we test all the cameras, okay? So can we follow our lead here? All right. So, guys, count me in. Okay. All right, you're watching right this now. We are about 10 minutes early, but we want to make sure that we cover all our bases, and certainly when we're doing technical stuff, you know that things can glitch, and that's okay. It's circumstantial. There's worse problems in life, but we want to give you a great experience, so we're doing our due diligence. So we're testing here. So the camera on me is fine, guys? Camera and my audio is synced. Testing 1, 2, test, 1, 2. I can go here. Yep. Camera, audio, testing. Yeah, baby boo, yo, what's up with you? Is that good? Okay, let me now go to Melissa.
Oh, no, I don't touch it, don't touch it.
Okay. Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life. Is that good? 10.
No, not yet.
We good? Okay. Okay, so I am a judge taking direction from an Australian Greek. It's really pissing me off. These people with a second passport that have a backup plan that I may never see again.
Learn how to speak.
Hello. And I have free healthcare, and I pay for private healthcare in Australia that costs me $300 a month.
Well, I got
It's
you on
cheap
that
enough
because
to do
I can
both.
do half of my paycheck and get free healthcare.
And we have the Commonwealth Games as well. Yeah.
We have hockey.
And then people say, yeah. All right, are we good in this one, guys?
Jerry, can you lean in to look at the invisible print?
Oh my goodness, look how beautiful it is. I love the power of that scratch amongst the light grey. It reminds me, it's a metaphor for the negative space and the negative feeling of emptiness that I have inside. Is that good? We're testing. Okay. Okay, so now I'm a judge. Okay, so I am here, I am judging first, second, third. Oh my goodness, it's so difficult. I've got 1 to 10 to choose. I don't know, Jerry, you have no idea how hard this is. So I'm here.
Where did you find it?
All right, we're rock solid.
Let me see. Quick question. The first place is here. You want Ali to hand it down? First place.
You just sort of put them on the side until later for the grades, yeah?
For the rest? Okay.
Yeah, for the grades. Yeah. Beautiful. Whatever Melissa said in the beginning.
Huh?
Whatever Melissa said in the beginning.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Icon Awards. I'm so happy you guys woke up early with us, both those of you that are in the room and those of you that are watching us online. Thanks for joining us. I am so thrilled to be here with you guys at the WPPI convention. It's pretty special that we can do this here. We're super grateful to the WPPI team for giving us a home here because they didn't have to do that. And I want to remind you a little bit of how we got to where we are today, because this has been a bit of a long process for those of you guys that entered the competition. This all started last summer, back in August, when you first entered the digital competition, and we took a few months for you to get all your entries in, and then the judges spent a couple months working on all of those images, scoring them, and we had almost 2,000 images this year, which is a lot of images for our judges to go through. They dedicated a lot of time to it. And if you remember, at that time, you had the option of receiving a critique with your image. Last year, that was a feature that we added, and it was really special and it was really popular because it's a new platform that we started using thanks to the guys at Critiq. They created a platform where you can receive feedback on your images via a video, so it feels really personal. And the judges there providing you feedback, and then they can also annotate the image, so they can crop and they can circle certain areas and point to other areas, and you can all see it. So it's a very interactive feedback, which is really special. So popular last year, we got even more this year. So we had over 550 critiques this year, which is absolutely amazing because that is the whole point of the Icon Awards. This is an educational process. We are all working our hardest to become better, improve our skills, and getting that feedback is such a key part of that. Those critiques are all going to be online on the Icon Awards website soon. They'll be anonymous, so there'll be no name attached to them, but we will all be able to watch those critiques and learn from them together. So if you are working on a particular genre, you want to improve in a certain area, you can go to a specific category and watch the critiques for that category. It's really amazing, and that's going to be on there really soon. Now, since everything to this point when you enter the digital competition is focused on providing feedback and giving you that information, what you're going to see today is a little bit different. Today, we're going to celebrate the finalists in each category. So the images that we'll see today represent the top 10 scoring images in each category. And the judges are going to talk about why they're here, what makes an award-winning image, why are they a finalist, and we'll have that discussion over each image. And Jerry will expand a little bit on that in a little bit. Then at the end of the category, the judges will choose who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in each category. And unlike in previous years, it is all open. We can watch the entire thing. There's nothing that happens behind closed doors, which is pretty awesome. And just from a personal perspective, after working on all of these images with you guys for so many months, I mean, it's been since August, and all of the back and forths that we did and all the conversations we've had about your images, I have to just brutally honest, feel like these are my images as well. I am so fully invested. Yesterday, I was telling Jerry that when the judges were choosing the finalists, and I can see as it's happening, my heart was pounding. They're not even my photos. So I can only imagine what you guys are feeling, and I feel for you. So it's really exciting to watch, and I'm so happy that we do it all online. There's a couple of people that we need to thank because we wouldn't be here without them. So throughout the day, as we start and end each category, you'll hear me thanking certain companies and certain people for supporting the Icon Awards. And some people say, how can we help you? Like, do you need any help? I'm gonna tell you guys the best way that you can help us. If you're enjoying this process, if you enjoyed yesterday, if you enjoyed today, when you hear the name of one of the companies that supported us and you see them later on in the week, just stop by and say, hey, thanks for supporting the Icon Awards. Because truly, we would not be able to be here live if it wasn't for them. We could do it online, and that's what most competitions do, but having it in person is an entirely different beast, and you can probably see all the moving parts, and so it makes it very difficult. And without these sponsors, we just wouldn't be able to do it. So I'm gonna thank them throughout the day, and it would help me if you also thanked them when you see them. That way they know that you value what they have also brought here, and we can keep doing it year after year. One of those companies, if you see in the back of the room, is displayed on the back wall, is Graphistudio. They're our in-room sponsor, and they are absolutely incredible at what they do. They provide fine art, wall art, they provide beautiful albums, and you have a sneak peek. They're setting up their booth on the trade show right now, but they put together a little display in the back so that you guys can take a look at that without the hustle and bustle of the trade show. Everything is handmade in Italy, and it's absolutely gorgeous. If you're going to Jerry's talk on Wednesday too, you'll see something also that they have collaborated with Jerry on, and they're really artisans. So highly recommend taking a look at what you see back there. Also want to give a really big shout out to Nikon, because they supported the Icon Awards last year, and they saw how much work you guys put into entering the competition. They saw how much you got out of it educationally. They loved that it was broadcast last year, and they said, we're in. Like, how can we bring this to even more people for free? This is incredible education. We want to help you bring it to as many people as possible. So they are our exclusive sponsor for our live broadcast. So all day yesterday, all day today, they are our exclusive sponsor of the awards night. They just went all in. They really, truly valued and saw the value in what is happening this week, and they wanted to be a part of it. So huge thank you to Nikon for letting us go all over the world. For everyone who can't be with us here in Vegas, there were 42 different countries represented in the awards this year. That's a lot of countries. And isn't that amazing? Yeah. So, and not everyone can be here, of course. So they're watching us online, thanks to Nikon. So that's pretty awesome. They've been innovating like that forever. I mean, they make incredible cameras and lenses, and they've been doing it for 100 years, and they always think outside the box, and this is just another example of where they've done that to try and help the industry, because they care about it so much. Before we kick off into our first category, I just wanted to also quickly talk about a couple of glitches that you may have noticed yesterday. I'm going to talk to the people online for just a second. I know that yesterday during the live broadcast, there were some issues with the feed, and I am so sorry about that. It was completely unacceptable, and it made it really painful for you to watch, and I wanted you to know that we feel absolutely terrible about it. I know that it was a terrible feeling when you were waiting for your image forever to come up, and it finally comes up, and then you couldn't hear the comments. So I feel terrible about that, and I want you to know first, it has been fixed. It is fixed. Today will be a much better experience for you. Also, the recording, we recorded the entire day yesterday. The recording is absolutely fine. There are no glitches, there are no hiccups, everything is in sync. So we will upload that recording very soon, and then you will be able to watch it. We will also have chapter markers, so you can just jump to the category that you would like to see, and then you'll be able to just jump straight to that category, find your image, and you can hear your critique. The recording is 100% fine, and today we're gonna do better for you. I am so sorry about how frustrating that would have been for you yesterday. Also, because it was just a technical glitch kind of day, it came to my attention that yesterday there were some images on the screen that we saw that were not the final JPEG that some people had uploaded. What happened was some people had entered the digital competition, then you got some judges' feedback, and you took advantage of that, and you took that feedback on board, may have tweaked a few things in your image, and then re-uploaded a new JPEG when you entered the print competition. For some people, not everyone, for some people, that did not show up on the screen. And for that, I am truly so sorry about that as well. I know that they were minor changes, and we didn't do a whole lot to it, but it still is not okay. I know that you would have wanted to see that image on the live feed and on the screen. I want to let you know that it did not affect the judging in any way. For those of you that are online, those of you in the room already know this, the judges have their backs to the screen. They would have never seen it. They would have never seen that final image. They only judge what's in front of them, which is the print. That being said, we have also fixed that. Today's images will all be the finals, and for anyone who was a finalist yesterday and won an award, of course, during the awards ceremony, they will be your final JPEG. Now, I went through all of them. I know that they were minor adjustments and they were tweaked. There was nothing that was radically different. That being said, I still want to apologize because I know that that is your baby and your heart and soul, and I want to apologize that that final one wasn't up on the screen for some people yesterday. So thank you for letting me say that, and thank you for your patience yesterday as we worked all of that out. We did work all of it out, and today, got it all out of the way. It's gonna be great, putting it out in the universe. So that being said, let's kick off our first category. I think we're all ready. We are going to start today with the creative division, and this is a really fun division because the photographers have much more freedom in post-production than in other categories. So this is a category where you can create an image using composites if you want to. It's the only division where you can do that. You're allowed to use a wider variety of tools and techniques and enhancements for your image that you're not allowed to in other divisions. So it's a lot of fun. We end up seeing a lot of super creative images in these categories that are coming up. The creative division is sponsored by Epson, and that's a name we all know because we use Epson products every day, all of us, between printers and inks and scanners and projectors. So huge thank you to Epson for sponsoring the creative division. In our first category in the portrait creative division is the portrait creative individual category. And if you remember last year, this category was the biggest category in the competition. It was massive, and it was very difficult to win this category because there were so many entries in it. So we decided to split it last year. So we have this year Portrait Creative Individual and Portrait Creative Group. So we're going to begin today with Portrait Creative Individual. Now, these first two categories are probably the two most popular categories as far as crowd favorites go. They produce some of the incredible work, and you just need to go through the gallery as well later on and look at these images up close. The Portrait Creative Individual category is sponsored this year by SturDaVinci Art Tools, by our very own Richard SturDaVinci, who is just here. He is an incredible artist in multiple mediums. He's an incredible photographer. He's been a longtime judge for Icon and then WPPI before that. He's a master, an absolute master. And he has incredible art tools that you can use to enhance your images in ways that you just did not think were possible. You need to find him on the trade show floor and see what he does, because you will be mesmerized. It's like, might be dating myself, but it's like, back in the day when you watched Bob Ross and you just like relax. It's like how it is watching Richard work. He just is in his zone and he creates masterpieces. And he's created art tools that you can use to do that with your own images. So thank you so much to Richard and SturDaVinci Art Tools for sponsoring this category. All right, I am now going to turn everything over to Jerry Ghionis, who is our chairperson for today. Jerry is an Icon double master, which is something that no one has achieved yet. And so although he cannot enter the competition anymore, it's still an amazing accomplishment and a testament to everything that he has accomplished over the years and how long he's been entering print competition. It has been a part of his life for so long. He understands the process and knows what you guys are feeling because he has been in your shoes so many times and knows the heart and soul that you put into every single print. He also is the visionary behind the Icon Awards. He came up with the idea, he came up with the concept, and I helped him execute it, but I did not see the vision at the beginning. And so when I look around now and I see everything and how he saw it, and it all came to be exactly how he imagined it, I am just in awe. And I'm so very grateful that you do have that vision. And we're all here because of you, Jerry, so thank you. And I'll now turn it over to you.
The running joke is with me is that people love me until they meet my wife, but I get to live with her and experience this energy all day, every day, and behind closed doors. So I love you for that. And she's underestimating what she does on a day-to-day basis. But all I know is I look around the room, I see long-time supporters that will bleed for this industry and bleed for us. And I also want to just give some more flowers to Richard, because being a sponsor, it means you basically can't enter, and we know that Richard's pretty much won anything and everything to do with this competition. So the fact is that he came in here with a strong mentor heart and said, you know what, we want to look after you. And this is no joke. As far as the Ghionis Scholarship is concerned, I deal with so many companies. Richard went out of his way just a handful of days ago and said, I want to contribute to the mentorship, giving over $3,500 of private mentoring. So it's pretty incredible that everyone's rooting for each other, rooting for the industry, and then when you start to get a bit more salt than pepper, you really want to pay it forward. So Richard, much respect to you, mate. It's absolutely breathtaking to see how you've evolved, and the way when you speak about a project, it's breathtaking. You're like that inner child has come out again, and I even talked about a project that I've tried to achieve twice. I've never failed at a project. I've failed twice, and I want to pay homage to my favorite piece of work. And we talked about it, and he says, "Hey, come over. Let's build it together." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah." I'm like, "Done. We're going to book a date in, and we're going to achieve something masterful together, and we can't wait to share that one day with you." Richard, I love you. You're awesome. Thank you, mate. Thank you. Round of applause for Richard. Okay, guys, if you are new to the broadcast, coming in for the first time and you didn't watch yesterday, or you're new to the room, welcome with open arms. I know if you're actually got images in the finals, it's a very scary moment for you right now. One thing that people don't know, when I could enter WPPI days, I remember an image came up of mine that I was really excited about. It scored a 90, and then someone challenged it to be 100. I was with Melissa. I almost broke her hand. After 20 years of entering, the butterflies were still there. I was sweating. It ended up doing really well, but I'm telling you, no matter how long you've been doing this for, this process is a little bit scary and exciting at the same time. So I know how you feel, and that's what we do, is we try to put ourselves in your shoes. How do we make the experience better? And we're always listening. But right now, we set an incredible precedent yesterday. All of you on the panel were incredible. But the idea today, guys, is if you've actually witnessed judging before, whether it's in this part of the world and other parts, traditionally, when you see a print competition, the judges will actually look at it, they would score it. It might ensue a challenge mathematically. I won't go into that. And then sometimes a challenge is not possible based upon the scores, and there might be one brief comment. And then we thought, how cool would it be not to critique the images, but to talk about why these images got there in the first place? So think about it like a parent that whatever you do, it's never good enough. They're just critiquing you, and you've achieved a lot. Or that encouraging parent that acknowledges, hey, you really did well here, and you made the finals. Like, metaphorically, you're an Olympian. You made it to the Olympics. If you're here, you made it to the Olympics. Now, of course, this determines first, second, third, and grand. And the another analogy that I'll give it to you to really understand the method behind our process here, and that is this. The Academy Awards happened recently in the Oscars, and if you're a member of the Academy, you will watch all the movies, for example, for Best Picture, then you'll choose which one you believe to be the best picture, and boom, it's done. No conversation, no nothing, and that's it. Imagine if a panel of 5 people watched the same movie silently, then had a healthy discussion about it, and then sat with it for a bit. Then they did that with another handful of movies. Then comfortably, upon reflection, stood in front of them and said, you know what, I believe this should represent this genre in 2025. We are rewarding innovation, uniqueness, a different concept, an execution, technique. That's what we're rewarding. To be here, that should be celebrated. To get an 80 plus, that should be celebrated. To literally enter should be celebrated. All I'm telling you, sometimes, I mean, if I win a trophy, if I get an 88, if I win a second, third place, fantastic, I made it, pat in the back. But you know what's more fun? Have you ever been go-kart racing? What's more fun, being in the front or chasing? I don't know about you, I like chasing. I'm like, oh, I want to get you. Like, oh. Being in front, like, oh. It's true, right? What's even harder is when you win, it's sort of staying on top. So you think, well, can I ever do this again? I want you to try to reset your brain and understand the pure joy and the process of creating is where the goosebumps should lie. The pure joy of creating. Because if these judges judge a certain way, does it mean they're right? No, on this day, with their heart, soul experience, they deemed it to be this. And that's okay. But we move on. And I'm letting you know that my so-called failures, the ones that didn't score well, drove me the most. You don't experience it when it happens, it's stings like a bitch, and it's my show, so I can say that word. It really stings. Let it sting. But that pain, that strength that it gives you, that drives you more. The problem is we go to a gym, we pump iron once, we don't see muscles or veins popping, and then we dismiss it as irrelevant. Guys, that's the journey, that's the process. And I'm telling you, if you've taken 15, 20 years to become a grandmaster, it is so much more satisfying than doing it in a year. That happened to us when the accreditation happened 20 years ago within WPPI. I literally became a master overnight. It was hollow. I thought, great, I want to become a master. I submitted 50 images. They scored enough to get the points to win it with their accreditation system back then. And I'm like, no, we can't do this. This needs to be a slow burn. You need to feel a little bit of pain. And once you get there, I'm telling you, you are stronger. You go into a shoot facing challenges. You are stronger for it. Then you start looking at images and realize that some of the most simply executed images, those concepts, they're the ones that actually shine bright. Now, today we're going to see some seriously complex ones, right? I don't want you to be intimidated by those either, because everyone started somewhere. Do you think Richard just came out of the womb like Da Vinci and probably, yes, probably, yes. But this is the thing too, right? Like I've got a presentation in a couple of days, and it's talking about, are you born creative or can you develop it? I mean, we're not just, Prince just didn't, he practiced, but there's an innate ability to play 50 instruments and understand something. A friend of mine can come up with a rap song, literally just like that, with a handful of words. Yes, there are some things like that, but don't dismiss yourself. Don't dismiss the strength of who you are and what you've done to become the person you are today. Would you agree with that? Everyone in this room today, at your experience level, should be able to say, I am the best at what I do. Can you say that right now? Put your hand up if you believe that. I am the best at what I do. Everyone, put your damn hands up right now. No, put your hands up. I'm seriously, I want you to keep your hands up. Think about this for the moment. You are the best at what you do. You're a unique combination. You might do headshots, portraits, weddings. You live in this area. Basically, what I'm saying is we're all different. We're all unique, which means you are the best at what you do. No one else does what you do. Own it. You know what? If you're failing right now, own it. If you suck right now, own it. If you have a victory, own it. Once you own good or bad, retire the feeling and then focus on the process. Focus on the repetitions, experience, and practice, and I'm telling you, you will kick ass. That's what this competition is all about. It is a slow burn. It's learning what's in front of us, seeing through the eyes of the judges, seeing through the eyes of an artist that had a personal mission statement, and being able to recycle that. So what we're doing is we are looking at everyone's superpower. We've got the Avengers judging the Avengers. Your job, you're trying to digest and be everything to everyone on your next shoot. So your next shoot will be the best or the worst of your life. Why will it be the best of your life? You implement one or two things that you noticed slowly. Why it will be the worst of your life? You're trying to do everything at once. And I'm telling you, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And you don't have to be the best. You simply have to be better than last week. You cool with that? Stay strong. Thank you, mate. Thank you. All right, guys. In that spirit, in that beautiful spirit, in that passionate feeling, we are going to look at some breathtaking images. Soak them in, inhale them in. And the process will be this. If you are new online, if you're new in this particular room, we are going to have 3 comments per image. We're going to have around about the same amount of time per image to make it all fair. We're going to start with the impact. What's the first thing we see? What's the first thing we notice? And then that second comment will go into the breadth and the depth of the execution of that image and pay specific attention to just not what is good, but why is it good? Why is it effective? Why does it give me impact? And then after we've lingered on that image, that final person will talk about that final impression. I'm very excited for today. I'm sure you guys are as well. Thank you for watching us at home. Let's have some fun. First print, please. Okay, Sarah, you went back up there again. So tell us how you're feeling. What's the first impression, the original impact here?
I was really admiring the combination between this very clear and haunting expression that is photographic, that then melds into this beautifully artistic drawing and painting on the edges. And yeah, I was just really enjoying that, and also the texture of the paper, which really helps give that artistic finish.
Thank you for your comment. Obviously, we are in a creative division. For those watching at home and in the room and don't know what that means, it means that extra freedom is being given to the entrant for post-production. It does not mean that you can use AI to create something. It's only for corrective purposes. We cannot use stock art. So if anything is being done digitally, painterly, it has to be done by the artist. And we verify every image for the authenticity and the integrity. Kelly, I saw you looking at it. And,
I was really hoping you'd pick me.
Yes. Speak to me.
Wow, let's unpack this. There's so many layers. So many layers, but I am continually drawn to the connection with the subject here. Her eye contact with the camera it's just got so much impact. And for me, the decision for the photographer to turn the head slightly away from the camera to create that little bit of mystery. You know, we're not dead square on with the camera. We're not creating that that intention, that purpose. We're just turning slightly away to create a little bit more mystery here. So I think that's been really well done. As I said, there are so many layers to this, and when you get to see this print up close in person, you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about here. The painterly effect that's been done here is just so subtle, but yet it creates a painting. This is a piece of art, and the photographer has done it so, so well. The way that the hands disappear into the frame as well just creates more mystery, but yet I'm continually drawn into the eye here. It's been lit perfectly, and there's so much detail throughout the entire image.
Great comment. Gavia, try to follow that, mate. Lasting impression.
All right. Lasting impression, I think the photographer, definitely deserves their flowers on this one. It's the final execution that's kind of the technical excellence, which I'm absolutely loving. It's when you pay a little bit more attention to the smaller details, like when we're drawing sketches of a face, we're kind of creating this little crosshairs between the eyes and the eyebrows, and that's what the artist has done, and it kind of transcends all the way through the bottom of the image, and even coming down to the paper choice, the color palette, so it looks like an artist's sketchpad, which I think is amazing.
Yeah.
Well done.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. What a great image to start the day. Thank you. Next print, please. Barren. Now, obviously, as a metaphor, barren can represent like barrenness as in physically or creatively. Michael, you gave it one little push in with your face. Tell us, what are you feeling right now about this image?
Yeah, it has a very, very cinematic feel. I could see this almost being like an opening shot to a movie that's really just going to set the tone. The color harmony immediately puts you into a certain mood, and you know the direction that the story is going to go. And especially kicking off with something such as like this powerful, almost implied motion that you're seeing, I think is very wonderful.
Excellent. Heidi, can you maybe look at the elements within the image and maybe just have a stab at trying to interpret what we're trying to say with that posing and all the other elements when the title is barren?
Yeah, it's kind of fierce. And I think that, with all of the texture that we're looking at, it sort of draws you into this pose that's sort of angling downwards. And of course, from the title, we have this barren, crunchy, crispy landscape it's it's so tangible, you almost want to reach out and touch it. And then this sweeping motion of the scythe, I guess is what that is. I think that, the word barren to me, I see this vastness, but this dry, barren texture, and it's profound. I could stare at this forever.
Awesome. Sarah, maybe take it home with us with comments about the post-production and the degree of difficulty of meshing that in within that sort of colour palette.
Yeah, it's the key concept when you're doing something like this is the suspension of disbelief and ensuring that the elements that have been used to create the image never breaks us from that belief. And I think that's been done beautifully here. Everything looks believable. It looks... I'm not distracted by technical issues that pulls me out of the dream. And it seems like it's the goddess of barren, this whirlwind of a scythe that's just pulling everything down, and that's what I believe, and that's thanks to the skill in execution and making sure that feeling stays with us.
I really love that comment. It's funny, the first thing that came to mind is that when you are, basically you're saying if you're doing something fantastical, own it, but then it has to be believable within that world. I think that's why, I remember years ago, Ed Sheeran showed up in Game of Thrones. And it wasn't that he acted poorly. I think people went nuts over it because Ed Sheeran, he's a singer, and all of a sudden he's just sitting around a campfire in Game of Thrones. I'm like, don't ruin the fantasy. He's a singer. I just saw him in concert last week. You just ruined it for me. Let me be lost in that moment. So it's very interesting that that's what we're saying here too. A great conversation, guys. Thank you. Next print, please. The artist's mind. Heidi, I'm going to ask you the first impression because you're looking at it, staring at it, and you just had a bunch of meme faces right there. I would have photographed them and I could have uploaded them as well. Tell me about that.
I mean, every year the bar is raised, right? This is just, it's sublime. First of all, to the maker, the amount of time and detail you put into this piece it's absolutely extraordinary. There's so many layers, there's so much to take in, but the initial impact is just, I'm gobsmacked and kind of speechless, which doesn't happen very often. So, yeah, well done.
Thank you. Kelly, you're giving a nice warm smile to this. So artist's mind to artist's mind, what do you, unpack this a little bit, and also the degree of difficulty of achieving this. Imagine having all these parts, which would all have been photographed separately, but we could all have those Lego pieces. Not everyone can create that. So tell me more about that and what
I
you're
love
feeling.
that you just said Lego pieces. And when we think about an artist's mind, we all feel a little tortured, right? But for the photographer to be able to create such a storytelling image with so much impact, I can almost see those segments within the brain that are separated by those frames, and the way that they've been layered in post-production to create that feeling of when we are thinking of an idea, then parts of our brain are like, no, that won't work. And then another part of our brain is like, yes, it will if we just do this. So I can see the thought process almost laid out here in front of me in a Photoshop canvas, and each layer has been purposefully positioned and placed to create this. I mean, there's so many words that I want to say, but I can't because we're live. But we'll keep it G-rated. But yeah, as you said, the bar's been raised here, and I think there's so much technical excellence that's been produced and presented to us that's really creating a mind beep.
A mind beep. There's the new Icon Awards T-shirt. Michael, take it home, mate.
You know, one of the things that comes to mind is when I first got into photography, one of my first mentors used to say, like, you know, you got to look for these colors, blue, green, red, blue, green, red. And he just kept repeating that for the week-long workshop that we were together. And he's like, the colors just sing together. It's of course like what controls what we actually record. So I can see that happening, you know, what's happening within our minds, but that's sometimes a little bit separated from what our eye sees. And so to see this come together, as soon as I saw that color palette, I adored it.
Awesome. I've got an acronym for that, RGB. Yeah. You just try, yeah, you sort of just went around the other side there.
Mine sounded more poetic.
Yeah. Oh, what a mind beep. All right. Thank you so much for that. Next print, please. My heart would want every single person in this room to sort of line up and view this, but that will be possible in the gallery, so hang out for that tomorrow. All right. Gavia, first impression there, mate.
All right.
And first, are aliens real?
Okay. First of all, my impression was like, wow, what the hell? What am I, like, I'm trying to figure out how the photographer photographed this. Is a person that he's photographed and photoshopped into an alien? Is it a cat? Like, it's, I'm slightly baffled, but I'm loving the tonal. I'm loving the color palette within the image and how all the elements are actually piecing together to create this surreal atmosphere, almost like on another planet, which I absolutely love.
I think Kelly wants to speak about this one.
Oh, look, aliens are real, right? Check it out. There is so much going on here, but yet the photographer has really handled this so brilliantly to bring all of these different aspects of another planet to us. The purposefully placed circles throughout the entire frame are just matched beautifully by the way that it's matted, and then we're brought down to the bottom of the frame. You know, we're led on this incredible storytelling journey, and there's so many little nuggets of gold, and I mean it's gold, right, in here that tell us different stories and how aliens are connected to Earth as such. But you know, I feel like I'm actually looking at a real life alien. That's how well this has been done and put together. There's so many pieces, and each element is just, you know, it's just been so intricately handled. It's sublime.
Yeah. Sarah, lasting impression. You've been staring at that for a while?
Yeah, my lasting impression is that aliens are totally real.
They are real.
Yeah, 100%, and they look like that. This is absolutely extraordinary, and I love the little Shakespearean nod with the skull. Very, just beautiful.
Maybe this is a self-portrait of me disguised into this category. I'll let you ponder over that one. Yeah, isn't it crazy just the board meeting that happens in your brain before this was done? You know what I think would be a really good idea? And then you start doing it, and then you have the guts to actually go and execute. So all of these are like that. I think it's incredible. Thank you so much for that. Next print, please. Reliance.
Sorry, what was that?
Reliance. Reliance. You're welcome. Ridiculous. So Kelly, I'm seeing a different expression from you. I want to know what you're feeling, please.
Yeah, how the hell did they do this? Oh my goodness. The impact for me is just like obviously the subject in the middle stands out, but the way that it's been framed beautifully within this cave and then matted in this beautiful portrait presentation with the black mat. It's the presentation for me is the initial impact. But there's just so much to see and love about this.
Awesome. Michael, you're nodding, mate. You're front and center.
Yeah, you know, I wish we had more time to discuss these images because there's colossal amounts to unpack.
The mic a bit closer, yeah.
Okay, closer. So first off, let me just discuss some of the technical elements that I love, which is the sort of almost spiral that leads you around right into that center bullseye composition where you've got the subject suspended and then framed beautifully by sort of like those little like rocks that are behind her, and then the birds kind of coming in, birds, bats, flying creatures. And so everything is pointing you right into the center. The other beauty of it is that the concept of something like an aerial performer being photographed alone is something that's beautiful on its own, but to take it and insert it into this level of creativity, I think is also phenomenal. And then topping that off with sort of a color palette, very, very muted, and then all of a sudden, as soon as you get into the center, like the red and the richness just really opens up. Incredibly done.
Awesome, thank you for your comment. Gavir, you've been side-eyeing this a little bit. Tell us how you feel about it, lasting impression.
Lasting impression, I want to talk about the technical excellence and the thought process. When we're looking at, Michael, like you said, the spiral of, you know, the draping, if you look closely again, it kind of echoes into the distance. There's like a little valley with a river that's kind of echoing that shape as well. So it's just like the thought process is just beyond imagination. I just want to applaud the photographer for creating this. This is epic.
Great conversation. And if you're in the audience right now, you're probably thinking, AI. That's what you're thinking right now. Every single image, whether it's a less freedom in post-production or more, we accept every raw file. Everything is looked at by Melissa. She knows everything. She's even got them on her computer. And every so often, she'll like, Jerry, come over here. Oh my God. And then she'll just break down and show me these images that built it. And it's crazy. Yes. For me, I'm not going to get on my soapbox about AI. All I know is AI is pretty incredible. I prefer JI. I prefer Jerry Intelligence. I'm more creatively satisfied to produce something that I can produce rather than typing in some words and doing that. There's a place for that, that's fine, but where we're trying to push the boundaries of what can happen in camera, as well as complementary post-production, this is the way to do it. So applaud to all the makers so far. This has been an incredible category. Thank you. Next print, please. Sarah, you're intrigued by this. Give us your first impression, please.
Yeah, I'm really, the presentation is incredible. First of all, there's the creative use of the mat, which is always interesting, but then the digitally created mat on the print is giving that depth is so well done. It's I'm just reveling in the if you have to go and see these prints, I just can't. They absolutely sing, and the choice of paper as well. There's just this sheen. I'm just wondering if it's a metallic paper, but it's just glorious, and the technical excellence when you go up and look close is out of this world. The skill it takes to get that level of detail and precision is just stunning.
Fantastic. Let me see. Michael, you're front and center there, mate. Unpack this more, even specifically, in terms of, let's take the embellishment away, break it down even further from a technical perspective.
Sure. Let me back up to pointing it out with just the basic difference of what we can see and what others can't see, and that is the fact that I'm sorry for anybody seeing it digitally, because when you see this on paper, it transcends to a completely different level. And it makes me realize even more of just how sometimes weak my monitor can be, even though it's amazing. And when I see some of my work printed, and when I see other people's work printed, it becomes phenomenal. So this, first off, kind of takes me to a place of almost seeing like a physical tarot card that's in front of me. As I look at it, the first thing that I thought was, oh, that's very interesting. They did a double matte. They did the print and then they matted it within there. But then I got really close, took a look, and it's like, no, that is actually all the single print. So it's an amazing play on the eye. There's a colossal amount of story. You just look at technical details and then you get drawn into the story. And the beauty of that is that what this maker does is that there's so much that, on the show floor, many images in this category I'm just going to go and stare at for several minutes at a time. And the makers here have given me an opportunity to simply go and make my own story in my own mind. And I love that about them.
That's brilliant. I love that. Heidi, can you take us home here? Give us a lasting impression of this.
Yeah, I think, honestly, this is a great representation of why print contests are so important, because seeing the physical print, it's a world of difference from a digital file. And I echo what everyone on the panel has said. It's got so much depth, and I love seeing someone kind of step outside of the box of traditional, matting, but also, break the rules in the image and create a matte within the image. It is extraordinary. Do not miss seeing this in person.
Wonderful comments. I'm loving your passion. I love this. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Can't Stop the Girl. Okay, we have a lot of girl power on this panel here. Kelly, grab the mic. Tell us a bit about this story, please, or what your first impression is.
Yeah, this is all about story. I Am Woman, Hear Me Roar. Like at the top of the frame here, the impact for me is this triangular shape that the photographer has presented to us, and it draws you straight to that top image where we're feeling all the feels, everything that she's struggling with, the challenges. And I'm not quite sure what the blood is representing here. However, she is obviously facing so many challenges, but yet as you're drawn down through that triangular shape, we're seeing that strength come to life, and we're seeing her at the bottom of the frame literally roar. And the way that that's been done and presented to us, that's created so much impact that it just draws you in. You want to soak in every single section of this print.
Great comment. Michael, you had a really good look at it, and I'm sure you were looking at what Kelly was referring to. Did you notice anything else while you were up there?
One of the things that we discuss is, I'll just speak to some technical aspects, but is that we talk about, breaking the rules in photography, and I think that this is an image that does it spectacularly in sort of like these washed out, kind of almost muddy, like black colors, especially that surround the image. When the image came around, the impact was initially just from like that I had to almost squint, and I was seeing the image. I'm like, is it a little bit too bright? But that was the beauty of it, is that it works so well within, especially the composition of this image, the story of it, and how that part comes together. And then the final part is that rather than just keeping it as a small print within a giant matte, the image works with the title to just go out to the max and really be an extremely large print itself.
Sarah, you've got daughters. I'm just curious to know, like, if they presented this as an art project to you, how would you feel about it, even taking it personally?
Well, if I set aside the sort of the immediate concern that I might have, I would feel incredibly proud of them because I love it when people take their creativity and use it to say something, whether it's about they're talking about themselves or talking about how they identify in other people's pain. It's a really brave choice to do, and it's an important choice. If you have something to say, I had a great realization thanks to this competition years ago where I realized, wow, instead of ranting on Facebook, I can actually use my creativity to make a point. And here, the more I look at this, the more I fall in love with this. I'm seeing not just one girl, but many, many females who feel chained and beaten and bloodied. And I just love the progress as to how she is breaking free, making space for herself, turning the blindfold into a sweatband, the handcuffs into bracelets, and she makes space for herself for the wings to fly. And I'm quite moved. So yeah, I'd be very proud if my daughters came with something like this.
Beautiful. Wonderful comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Heidi, you just saw something that made you smile. Can you give us a first impression and what did in fact make you smile? What did you just see that changed your expression?
Well, it took me a little minute to notice the butterfly, but overall, first impact is obviously wow. And you know, this is a whole new kind of child's portrait. It is just. It's dark in all the best ways. It's intriguing. The texture, if you look really closely, the texture is just exquisite. It's really, it's got so much depth, but the deliberate attempt to just sort of draw the attention away from what would possibly be kind of, you know, a little bit creepy with the red on the child is just, it's masterful.
Great comment. And Kelly, I see your eyes scanning like the Terminator. Tell us the threats.
There's so much to love about this. You know, we're immediately drawn to this baby, you know, this beautiful baby. And then there's that little butterfly. We've got hope, we've got life, we've got that, right? We see it. But the more that you look through this, I see ancestors and I see generational, you know, sort of growth, and every new life, every new generation within a family is the opportunity to, you know, reinvent yourself, break old patterns and create a new path. And I feel like whilst we're looking at so much death here in terms of the skeletons, we're seeing such an incredible celebration of new life and all of that ancestral sort of heritage that's now being poured into that beautiful baby, and you know, they get to now go and take on the world. So I think that the photographer has given us so many different elements here to take us on that journey, from the top left where we've got that skeleton and the direction of that gaze coming straight down to that baby, and then we've got the clock up on the wall which represents time, and then we've got, you know, the chair where someone once sat but there's now only bones. So we are continually led from left to right within this frame, and it's almost like that butterfly's just about to take off. So with so much death here, all I see is life and future. It's been really well put together.
Great comment. Love that unpacking that. Gavir, you've been staring at it with a thinker pose for a little bit.
I don't know how to follow that, Kelly. Wow, okay. What I'm enjoying about this image, what I kind of has me in the feelings, is this beautiful sepia tone that's running through the image, and we have that color splash on the dress. So we're having this creepy environment, but the expression of the child is very, very soft, and it's not haunting enough. But what I find that the photographer's done really well is the choice of lighting on the subject to give it that creepy atmosphere that matches the surroundings. And I think that's been really, really well handled. Thank you.
It's interesting, as I was hearing your comments and I was staring at it myself, the way I felt was, when you're a child, you really have no sense of mortality. and there's such innocence. And from just as a metaphor for us being in this room, we're all artists. I think that's the worst thing that happened to us, is that we grew up. Whereas that childlike mind is not riddled with all these issues and problems. And if you know me personally, I never grew up. It helps me be creative. So that's what I see it from it. But masterfully discussed there, guys. Thank you so much for those comments. Wonderful, very valuable. Next print, please. Maintaining balance. Gavir, grab the mic while you're there, mate.
Yeah, what's striking is the color palette in this image, and I love the beautiful rich tones that we're getting from the orange on the top left that transcends across this whole image all overall. I think the photographer's done a fantastic job to be able to control that and to keep that warm tones within the shadows as opposed to keeping them muggy and cold. It's striking, the lighting on the subject and the balance and everything else, and retouching. I think it's beautifully done.
Great comment. Mike, do you have an idea of the symbolism in this? Can you sort of try to think out loud as to what you're seeing and the elements in it?
Maybe, and so I have a very actually analytical mind, not necessarily one that goes artistic by default. So I use the title of Maintaining Balance to look at how the balance is actually being maintained. And in order to keep from tipping to camera left, then something very heavy must be on the camera right side. In fact, you can sort of see it. One arm is extended more fully, which is much easier if you're holding something light. As some things get heavier, we will bring in sort of our limbs a little bit closer. And so I'm really kind of enjoying the physical, like breaking down the physical aspect of it. I know that the maker had full creative control, but the story is really playing out pretty well in my mind. And then as the final part is I look at sort of the birds that I'm seeing there. It's like one looks like it may have like just departed from you know, the side that looks like it should be heavier. The other one flew away, so like I don't know if that's causing any chaos there as well. But yeah, a lot to unpack here.
Awesome. Thank you for your comment. Kelly, final impression from a different perspective.
Yeah, I love the birds in this. We talk about balance, and everything that Michael just said, you know, is what drew us into this subject. And I feel like a really incredible sense of strength here and focus. Like the head is down, it's not paying attention to what's going on around. And I feel like if only she just lifted her head just one, you know, she could see if that bird was about to land and where she needed to kind of, you know, pour more energy into keeping that balance. But, you know, I get a sense at the moment, and what's going to stay with me is that if one of those birds just lands on any part of this, it's all going to come crashing down. So I love the focus, I love the strength that's been presented here.
Fantastic. And again, they could identify as he, she, they, so certainly we're respecting that perspective as well. But doesn't this give you sort of Fury Road vibes? You know what I mean? Like that color palette and stuff like that. It's fantastic. That's the thing, is I find that many of us get inspired by things. The problem is that we don't action them. You know what I mean? Like if you were to watch Matrix and think, oh my God, I love that scene with Morpheus and Neo and the red, green pill, whatever, and you walked into a wedding and there were tall chairs facing each other with a spotlight, there's the best man shot with the groom. Execute. Go for it, you know? Lots of fun, guys. Great commentary. Next print, please. Yardi Reverend Mutt.
Can you repeat the title, please?
Yardi Reverend Mutt. Yeah, they're watching the right one, so. Sarah, you look intrigued by this. Give us your first impression, please.
Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued. I'm pulled in. The fabric framing, creating these layers, and then the tight crop as well, this vertical crop. It's really pulling me into those eyes and giving me all the voodoo feels, and yeah, that's it's beautiful.
Yeah. Michael, can you talk to us, break this down a bit more technically, please, if you can?
Yeah. First off, the composition and the framing, extremely well done. Just using the fabric to kind of keep your eye right in there, followed up with the vignette that goes off very dark in the corners and actually leaves probably more space than needed. But that also, I love that lingering discomfort that I get as I go to that bottom left where it's dark, but there's actually still detail to be had down there. So everything is just pointing me right back up to the subject. And then, of course, as soon as it came around, you're immediately taken by the eyes just popping right out at you, the expression. And the fact that, if you look closely at the texture of the skin, you can see it looks like, like she's been through some things. So this is almost kind of like when you're going through a movie, you see for a while that kind of nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden you encounter like the lead warrior, and it's that intimidating, striking shot right from the get-go.
Thank you so much. Very valuable. Heidi, lasting impression as you've lingered on this for a while.
Yeah, this is really beautiful. I want to commend the maker on the styling, because I think this image is styled so beautifully. Every single detail has been considered. And the symbolism, obviously, and then the way it draws you in with these trance-like sort of eyes, it's really spectacular. Well done.
Great comment. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. That's the last print of this particular category. How incredible were they? Crazy, right? It's just, how do people think like that, let alone the execution? It boggles my mind. Just a quick note, and we want to acknowledge that every so often, if you do in fact see an image on the screen and seeing it here with a slight tweak or anything like that, when you enter digitally first, that's what the judges will judge that actually got people into the finals. Some people choose to have a critique. Some people think on their own that they might want to tweak it for the finals. Fundamentally, the images have to be the same. We're just tweaking the original image that actually was awarded. Bit of a glitch in the matrix as to why sometimes the images on screen or watching at home and what we're having here is sometimes not exactly the same. So just know that we acknowledge that. For the makers sort of watching at home, just know that the judges are looking at exactly your creations as well. So we understand the slight little tweak, and we're working that out. So all is good. All right, guys. Well, we're going to be back after a couple of minutes. The guys here are going to reset and determine first, second, and third. We'll see you back in a moment. Okay.
To you, capturing the world. I'm always with you, right there in your hands. In that perfect moment of light, I come to life. Distant memories, your loved ones. Moments of joy and passion, unknown worlds, the dreams of humanity. We've been on this journey together. For all we've seen and the light still waiting for us, I'm excited to continue this journey with you. Our adventure is just beginning. Thank you. And here's to what's next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that the judges have had a discussion on all of the images in that category, they're going to take a moment and they're going to look at all of them as a group in the gallery, and they're going to decide who they would like to see win this category. There's going to be no discussion for this part, and they are going to choose which one they would like to see. Now, even though we're only going to announce first, second, and third place, we are going to ask the judges to choose placings for all 10 images. So judges, when you're ready, you can begin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. Unfortunately, I can't share with you what those are, but you will find out tomorrow night at the awards ceremony at 8 p.m. Doors open at 7, so come nice and early, grab your seats. Also, I know the conversation was like, how did this happen? I can say for sure, I can tell you for sure that a lot of these images have those videos attached to them. So when you go through the trade show, go through the gallery, download the free I Am Iconic app, and then you can scan this, and it will bring up a video that these makers created so that you can understand how they were made and the stories behind it. I was like mesmerized as I was going through all the videos, and I just used so much time just going through every single one because it was so amazing. So I highly recommend you do that in the gallery as well. But that does officially conclude the Portrait Creative Individual category. Ladies and gentlemen, just 1 second before we go to a break, guys. That does conclude this category. Thank you so much to SturDaVinci Art Tools for sponsoring this category. It is so appropriate for the Portrait Creative Individual category. We're going to take a quick break because we're going to reset a new panel of judges, and we're going to come back with the Portrait Creative Group category. So this kind of beautiful artwork in a group setting. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Attention all photography lovers. Have you heard about the Unique Photo Creators Challenge photo contest? If not, let me enlighten you. All year round, during most of our events, we run these Creators Challenges as a way to give back to all you creators who turn moments into memories and life into art. Attend our Creators Challenge classes and submit your best captures for a chance to win some amazing prizes. For example, during our bird photography bootcamp in Cape May, 3 lucky photographers won $1,000 in cash. Eligible classes will have the Creators Challenge logo on their listing, so be on the lookout for your next big opportunity. We'll also be posting winners, honorable mentions, and submissions per challenge on our new Creators Challenge gallery right on our Unique Photo website. This is your personal invitation to get out and shoot, meet like-minded individuals, and most importantly, win some awesome prizes and bragging rights. Our Creators Challenge wants your submissions. For more details, please visit us online at uniquephoto.com.
Hi, everybody. We're back. We are back for our next category in the creative division, sponsored by Epson. And if you're watching us online, welcome back. Thanks to Nikon's generous support. It's why we can broadcast to everyone all over the world today. So we're thrilled to have you guys with us, too. We are going to move into the Portrait Creative Group category. This is going to be a category that features 2 or more people and where more creative freedom was given to the artist to come up with their final image. This category is sponsored by Fine Art Dream Drops, and they have an incredible selection of backdrops that you can use for your studio. They are truly artistic and creative and just absolutely beautiful, and they range in sizes from like a 5x6 to like a 10x20, and they have so many different fabrics and materials. They're absolutely stunning and a great addition to a portrait. So thank you so much to Fine Art Dream Drops for sponsoring this category. But also, big announcement, you've been hearing us talk about the Ghionis Scholarship throughout the day. We are going to announce the recipient of that scholarship tomorrow night, and it will change someone's life for sure. There's over $18,000 in resources and products that that person will receive to help build their business or rebuild it. If they need to they're in that stage where they just need to reinvent themselves, they will have everything they need to do that. And Fine Art Dream Drops is a part of the Ghionis Scholarship this year. They are providing 12 months, a year's worth of backdrops to the recipient of the scholarship. So that's 12 backdrops that they will be receiving as a result of that. And it's worth over $3,600. So a huge thank you to Fine Art Dream Drops for being a part of the scholarship. And that one deserving recipient will definitely be able to use that. So thank you so much to them. All right, well, I'm going to turn you over now to the capable hands of Jerry and our panel of judges so we can dig right into this category.
Thank you so much. We have an exceptional panel as always. Martina Warrenfeld from Sweden, Icon Double Master, welcome back. Thank you so much for being here. And we have Michael Novo. What are you, mate? Why aren't you not here in my... 1 point from Double Master. Who screwed you over that one? Oh my goodness. I think it was Kelly. Kelly actually just could have made the... Kelly Brown's like, oh, I'm a grandmaster. I'm going to the UK just to get away from Michael. But that's okay. Nick Pacridis, my brother from another mother, thank you for being here, mate. And Heidi Margosi, my fellow Australian icon master, thank you for being here again. Ooh, I say this about everyone, but you're going to love this one. You are going to love this one. This is very, very exciting. I can't wait for you to see the images in this category. We are going to start with the Portrait Creative Group. Take a deep breath, everyone. Take a deep breath out. And first print, please. Soul Fight. Nico, can I have your first impression? You had this, your mouth over your face, sort of trying to stop some maybe swear words coming out. What are you thinking here?
Oh, wow, what a great way to symbolism the fight between the good and evil. I mean, it's like the storytelling and all the small elements that the maker adapt to this image is stunning.
Very cool. Heidi, you're nodding profusely there. Unpack this image a bit more, please.
Yeah, I think the maker has made a really smart choice in the presentation here, because the leading lines bringing you straight to the face of this fighter, and the fighter has been through it, or as we say in Australia, been through the wars. The monochrome, I think, is absolutely complementing the image, and there's this incredible light that's sort of streaming down that's just highlighting all of the little things that you want to see. It's really captivating. I could look at this forever. There's so much to see, and I'm sure everyone else has some more stuff to add.
Talking about girl power, Kelly Brown, can you take us home with this image? Give us some final thoughts and impressions.
Yeah, what's the title of this again?
Soul Fight.
Oh, this is rock bottom. This is fighting from the depths of your soul to rise that light just takes you on a beautiful journey, you know, like she's fighting her demons and she's doing it with strength, with power. I can see the determination in her face. And I just want to say to the photographer, well done on creating such a storytelling portrait here with so much depth to it, literally. Like I am in the depths of her soul and I am feeling everything that she is fighting and she is rising. Brilliant.
Thank you so much. Love the passion. Next print, please. Feeding Frenzy. I love watching the judges' faces. You have no idea. It's just this roller coaster of emotion through all of them. Heidi, your face is intriguing me. Go for it.
I don't even know where to begin with this one. It's fantastic. First of all, I commend the maker on something completely out of the box. It's unexpected. Your eyes go everywhere. First of all, no matte. I mean, it's just... It is brave, it's bold, and then if you scan the image, I'm sure we all sort of honed in, but you see a lot of lizards, but then there's this one ant, and the ant is, I mean, he's dinner tonight. It's spectacular. The initial impact is a wow factor.
Michael, I'd love to hear your thoughts too, mate. Great comment, Heidi.
Yeah, it kind of made me think of society in general, and I'll tell you why, because everybody's kind of running around in their own kind of chaotic way, and then there's this one that sees that ant and is going for it. But then as you kind of trace it back, it becomes a little bit of a puzzle, because you see there's kind of another, I'll just call them lizards, we'll go with that. But there's another one that looks like it's going for it, and then there's a third lizard behind that second one that's up top, and it's kind of starting to follow the other one, and then there's a fourth one, and then you start seeing this tiny little pattern of that maybe it's going to like become less chaotic, but I love that there's chaos, but then all of a sudden you get to some calmness over there in the bottom left. And then in terms of the matte and the change in presentation, it's almost like the background texture there starts to make that frame that we're expecting to see as judges, but does it just in a beautifully different way.
Kelly, you gave me the side eye there before.
Yeah. When you get to see this print, you will see that none of these lizards are duplicated. They are all individual. Every single one of them is completely different. The time that's and the careful placement of every single one of these little teeny tiny lizards has just been so intricately placed and presented. And whilst there's no matte, it's this beautiful square shape that's framed by that wonderful texture in the background. It's giving me real Snakes and Ladders vibes.
Yeah, great comment. Can we take the print off just for a moment? Thank you so much. Before we put the next print on. It's interesting, isn't it? It was such a simple concept, but executed with such sophistication. And I think many of us, what we do is we work hard and we try to get better really quickly. And then we say, why aren't I getting any better? And I want to tell you a quick story. I had a friend of mine it was a student at my workshop, and he said to me, Jerry, I've been shooting weddings for 3 years. I'm not getting any better. And I said, how many weddings have you shot? He said, 21. I said, dude, you've been shooting for 3 weeks. How do you master anything at 3 weeks? I said, do you practice in between? No, I only shoot on a paying gig. I'm like, once you see Djokovic only playing tennis 4 times a year at Grand Slam events, then maybe you do the same. Even professional athletes practice every day. As an artist, your brain needs to be trained to think differently. And sometimes it's just grabbing a concept and executing rather than thinking from the top down. I want to act like a genius. Well, it all starts from somewhere. Inches turn into miles. You've got to start somewhere. Trust your gut, go for it. Worst thing that can happen, you fail. That's fine. Success is built on failure. All right, next print, please. Death's Embrace. Okay, Michael, go for it, mate. What's your first impression of this?
Yeah, just the first impression, you hear the title. I heard it just a split second before the image came out. And when I think of Death's Embrace, I think that death comes for you. But here it feels like the subject was lifted up to death instead, the elongation of the fabric. And so it was interesting that it just kind of flipped like how I would perceive death stereotypically.
Yeah. Martina, I'd love to hear your thoughts and just break this down even further, please.
The first thing that grabbed me was the use of the greenish color to create that kind of like eerie feeling. And when I heard the title, it was just like, yeah, that's a perfect match for those combinations. And the amount of details in the fabric and the flowingness, it's like how death can caress you. And the story I'm getting from this is like it might have been a relief to actually end up here, and that's kind of sad. But I feel like death here is not scary; it's actually caring, and yeah, it's well executed as far as details and the texture in the backdrop. It also has a little bit of warmth, rising. I don't know if you can see it on the digital, but in the print you can see there's not all green. It's actually a little bit of warmth coming above the scene here. And for me, it's a warm, tender death scene for some reason. Good job.
Kelly, talk to us maybe the finishing of this, just the post-production to mesh this in together and make a fantastical image look even more believable, and what that did to enhance the feeling of it even further.
Yeah, I think the photographer has done a beautiful job at creating such wonderful colour harmony here from the background all the way through to the foreground. And we're not losing any detail. So the choice of paper as well has really created that beautiful kind of soft, textural kind of match to the overall image here. And yeah, the presentation is just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The composition for me is what really stands out there. We've got the placement of the subjects in the top third of the image, but in the middle, and then we're led on this bit of a journey, and then the embrace, that gentle, soft embrace of the fabric around the subject at the bottom of the frame, just what leads you on this beautiful journey, and then coming straight back up to the subject. It's everything in terms of the post-production all the way through to the print has just been so, delicately handled.
Yeah. What I love about this, imagine if everyone had all the pieces to this puzzle in post-production, and how many of us would have done it differently. At the end of the day, there's one idea, we execute it, we see what's in front of us, and that's the statement that this artist wanted to make, and perhaps how they feel about death, or perhaps someone else in their life. Great commentary, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. The Therapy Dog Fairy Tale, The Princess and Peanut. So this is a reference to the classic children's book, The Princess and the Pea. Does anyone on the panel know that story? Okay, can you tell us about that story, please? Just to tell the audience at home and in this room what that means, and perhaps give the rest of us the understanding of it.
I'm going into the archives to remember the story, but from what I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that they put a pea under the princess's mattress to see if she knows whether it's there, or if she can tell that there is something that she's sleeping on, something that's unusual. But actually, the moment that I saw the print, and before you even said the title, I immediately said The Princess and the Pea, because of the layers of the bed. I mean, well done to the maker. Even without the title, anyone that grew up with that story knew exactly what they were doing here. And it's just beautifully executed. And the styling, the tones, the initial impact it's really marvelous.
Very cool. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I've just heard the story recently. So I believe that she wasn't believed to be a princess, and the test was that if she lay on this and she felt it, only a princess would know. Right. And that's how it worked out. Okay, fantastic. See, I learn from you people too. I learn. Let's talk about the elements in the image and the gesture, and who are we seeing here, and how does it relate to that particular story? Who would like to tackle that? Kelly, you're the first one that looked at me. I thought I'd ask rather than just tell this time.
Yeah, the story here is wonderful, and the placement of the subject in the top of the frame there, with that little peanut next to her. I think that there's so much strength in her, but yet I'm drawn to Peanut. Like, I really am, because this therapy dog is doing its job. Like, it's so proud. Look at me. I'm on guard. I'm protecting my human, and this is what I'm designed to do. So I think that in terms of a capture, the photographer has done a great job at positioning the dog on the left-hand side, whilst the main subject's in the middle of the frame. The dog is on the left because we read left to right, and then they've strategically placed some cushions on the opposite side to counteract that balance, to kind of lead us through the frame. So I think that the placement of the subjects has been really well thought out, and it's created amazing impact here. And I'm not going to repeat everything that you said, because I completely agree, Heidi.
Yeah. And maybe, Michael, just a last comment. Tell me, how does it make you feel, that incredible, like the mattress upon mattress and sheet and all that kind of stuff, negative space, and what it does to that subject matter on the top?
You keep reading my mind.
We're telepathic.
It was from the previous Alien discussion. You've got it's very common in photography to use negative space, and we're very used to that, and we can always speak to that, especially as judges. But now your negative space is actually a very kind of cluttered space, and is dominating the frame, and it's so busy and so different and crumply and wrinkly, and everything you want to say that it's just incredibly distracting, and say all of these judges things that we would say, but on the contrary, it's just not distracting at all, and I can't quite explain it, but no matter what, my eye just leads straight up to the subject. So this was just a wonderful violation of the rule of busyness that normally would take the eye away from the subject.
I think it's an incredible way too, guys, that how a title can help you understand it, make you appreciate it so much more. So we appreciate the title, certainly as judges and as entrants, and obviously just fellow people watching. So masterfully done. Thank you so much, guys, as a team. Well done. Next print, please. Behind the Wand. Behind the Wand. Maybe there's automatic subtitles happening on YouTube right now, I don't know. Nico, you were smiling from ear to ear. Tell us your first impression of this, mate.
I really enjoyed the effort of make the Cinderella image with presenting the dress and the pumpkin and the small mouse on the left. So it's so many elements create the story and repeat us everything we all know from fairy tales, plus the tonal harmony give us all the mood of the fairy tale.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your comment. Martina, can you go get more specific here with the elements of the image?
Absolutely. This has a lot of elements, and my eyes just keep going to all these different little places, and it's just a fantastic way of putting the story together, just like you said. And the editing here has been so well executed. The post-processing it's so thoughtful. It keeps my attention to all these specific details just by the way it's handled, how you have lifted the highlights and deepened the shadows, and I keep going around, and it just points me in the right directions, and the tonality is beautiful. It's definitely masterfully done.
Thank you so much. And Heidi, I just see a lot of nodding and joy as you're appreciating the image.
Sarah mentioned earlier was the suspension of disbelief. And when a maker creates an image like this, you can either believe that you're there or you can kind of question it, you know. But I'm in this image. I believe it's real. I believe in the magic. And there's no part of it that sort of takes me out and sort of says, oh, this was, you know, this was a composite or this was created. I literally feel like I'm witnessing this magical scene. And so kudos to the maker because it's very believable.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting, when you guys, a year or two ago when AI was becoming prominent in the way that we know it today, how images can be created like at literally the click of a button, and every industry within our industry sort of freaked out a little bit, I believe we're safe. The wedding and portrait scene is safe, and you know why? Nothing will replace flattering and meaningful photography that's personal to the people that we're photographing. Would you agree? You could be unemotional about a Coke can coming down Niagara Falls, hitting a 1920s ship. I mean, you could just literally say anything, but let's say if this was a portrait designed to celebrate this family, that's their interest, that's their hobby, that's their vocation, it's meaningful. And the idea is that we can continue to do that. And celebrating it in physical print, my advice to you, do not offer your clients anything different other than physical prints. If they want your time, talent, and attention, you are only going to give it if they buy something physical. So if they have no choice, then that's it. More of these go out there in the world. Think of it like records and record players. More of them are being sold than cassettes and CDs these days. We don't need thousands of clients per year. We just need a handful of really good ones that believe what we believe. And if your reputation precedes you, your quality's there, your attention is there, and just having a heart and sharing it with the world, creating something meaningful, with all the shots that we've done and seen today, there'll be a market for you, and we'll still be here for another 10, 20, 30, 40 years, God willing. Thank you so much, guys. Next print, please. Isle of Tortuga. Martina, first impression.
My first impression was I really enjoyed the color palette here with the orange hitting the blue ocean and dividing it, but my eyes just went straight to that turtle. I'm going to let my fellow judges speak more about the technical stuff, but I just got that story out of it because I'm thinking about turtles being like the oldest. It's like one of those animals who gets to be oldest in the world, and it's like the world, it's like resting on top of that history of us. So that was the little story I got out of it.
Kelly, I saw you very intrigued and nodding profusely there. So unpack this image a little bit more. There are so many elements.
Right? So many elements that have been brought together beautifully. And the technical skill that's been applied to bring two completely separate images, two completely separate perspectives of, you know, our beautiful world that we live in together is, it's sublime, really is. That's the second time I've used that word today. We've got this beautiful dark depth to the ocean, you know, and whilst some of those wonderful creatures are disappearing in the dark depths, that adds more mystery to it. I don't need to see all of that, but I know that they're there because when we're on a boat on the top of the water, we're often going, I wonder what's underneath us. And now we get this perspective into that, which has been really well handled and put together beautifully. As I said, the technical skill that's been used to achieve, you know, so many different layers here and so much depth within this beautiful landscape, it's been handled very, very well.
Final impression, Nick, you were grabbing the microphone quickly. Go for it, mate.
So really appreciate and value the maker for create this. For me, it's about the storytelling of this image. exactly divided in two parts. The top part is the upper level of the earth, and the lower part is the deep sea. And we have everything in nature. We have the birds, we have the creatures of the sea, and we have also a small part of the boat, which is most likely represent the humans. So it's like the balance on universe and how it is presented through the maker's eyes.
Crazy. Can you imagine the board meeting, like in your brain, about this image? I've got this idea. I saw this island, and I feel like, you know what? Let's make underneath the water a turtle, and then let's grab some sea creatures, and let's grab some birds, maybe a bit of a sunset, and let's grab the ship, and then let's see through the water, but we see a top of the water that actually adds depth. Let's do a waterfall, and I think that'll work. Like you think you're like you think that person would be nuts, and it's a fine line between doing it exceptionally or it just not working. But again, lots of metaphors in the current state of our world, Mother Nature, what we don't see, the humanization that we're dwarfed with Mother Nature, and all these different things. So yeah, what an incredible category we're witnessing right now. Just breathtaking all round. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Sunset Tango. Okay, while you're smiling and had that little bit of a giggle there, Martina, what's your first impression, please?
I need to hook up with the author, and I want a print of this. This is absolutely adorable and great title. Thank you for that title. It is definitely tango. Do you guys see the heart? Yeah. Do you see the heart in this? I really appreciate putting this together. I have no idea if it's captured or if it's a composite. I know you can do a lot of creative stuff here, but just to see it and to create it and the color tone. Sorry, I'm rambling. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
I love the passion. It's fantastic. Perhaps, Michael, tell us about the finishing and the post-production. It's subtle, but it's very thoughtful.
Yeah, you take the subject that you've, let's say, captured, and then just making the background fit, and then giving it a little element of fantasy by introducing the tango. Almost looks like one is extending and saying, "Would you like to dance?" Although that would be difficult to dance if they actually. But yeah, it's. I love that this goes off into this sort of like ethereal feel, just off in the background, and it's also amazing that it isn't overly complex, and you've taken something what would be normally quite simple and transformed it into art.
Yeah. Kelly, I see you nodding profusely, and it looked like you were waiting for Michael to, like, please don't say what I want to say at the end. So I want to know what that was.
If you've ever heard flamingos, they're noisy, right? And the minute this sat down, that beautiful, what you said, ethereal kind of feel to this, that beautiful warm color palette, but the isolation of these two subjects, I could hear them. I could hear them because of the way that the photographers added that beautiful subtle movement in the water around the bottoms of their feet. You know, I felt like I was there watching this dance. Mm-hmm. It's been really well done. Really, really well done.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the comment. Everyone in Australia actually gets a flamingo and a crocodile. It's fantastic. So we know all about that. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Who done it? Heidi, why you got that beautiful smile on your face? Let's hear from you first. First impression.
Well, we know it wasn't the rabbit because they're vegetarian. Story, narrative, it's ticking all the boxes, isn't it? It's just, the maker has gone to every effort to really sort of start you at the start of this story and end you at the story with a smile. And I mean, my eyes are going everywhere, and I'm seeing new things as I'm speaking. The ashtray in front of the cat. I mean, this is hilarious, you guys. The little dog, little pupper in jail. I mean, it's just an exquisite representation of narrative and storytelling. I truly commend the author. This is absolutely a delight to look at.
Thank you. Michael, can you break this down a little bit? You know what's funny? I am never going to play poker with you because everyone's smiling ear to ear, and I know that when you're happy and smiling about something, but you've just got this intense poker face, and I'm never going to play any kind of mind game with you.
As I said, you never know what's going to
You just, yeah. So I just want to know what's in your brain right now.
Yeah, that look was just like, please don't call on me, please. No, you know, as soon as this came around, it's taken me to films that I've seen where you see like one shot and then it's emphasized by like a drum beat. So like done, done. Then you go to the row of the suspects, then the interrogation, then it's like da da da, and it like kind of all like culminates. So it's kind of like this movie plays out. But in the end, you know which movie actually came to mind was The Usual Suspects.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of what I was looking at. I was like, which one's Benicio del Toro, which I think is
Kaiser Sose.
the cat in the middle. Yeah, Kaiser Sose is just like the puppy there with the coffee. But yeah, no, it's. I think that it really kind of took me like on just like it's like a journey of imagination. And you know, I briefly mentioned this to you while we were on break, Jerry, but. You know, what's amazing is that like when we're here at WPPI and after hours, we're all sitting and looking at each other's images and saying like, oh, here's what I see in it. And we're all like, oh my God, yeah, now I see it and I didn't see it. And sometimes the maker will be like, oh my God, that's a great point. We basically have that here and we're just missing the cocktails and snacks in terms of the discussion. So it's amazing to just be able to discuss it and see the differences of what we're all getting from these images.
Wonderful. Nico, you've been sort of smiling and shaking your head in disbelief of this image, so tell us about that.
We talk about the people who make this kind of images. Is always amazed me. I mean, like, how is it possible to think about this and create a story like this in front of us and make us talk about this so much, the degree of difficulty, the imagination, the creativity, it's everything in this image. So it's amazed me. All these people, and now kudos to all of them because they create these memorable images.
Yeah. It also proves to you too, wouldn't you agree, that the individual images also, although very solid, they're quite attainable. Like you would say that most of us in this room could achieve those individual images. Putting it together in a story that is harmonious and fun and compelling, that's the other thing. If you've never tried something like this might be a great way to start compositing because it's an easier way to do it. Does that make sense? But still as effective. Well,
Just say something.
Yeah, briefly.
Just briefly.
Yeah.
Just look at the puppy in the jail when the hair is all messy. You know, all the other puppies have straight up good hair, and then he's screwed up. You know, he's messed up.
That's awesome. Fantastic. Love the passion, guys. Beautiful. Next print, please. SOS. And by the way, the bugs spell out SOS in Morse code. Kelly, I feel like you want to start this one off. First impression.
I'm speechless. There's such a beautiful, refined simplicity to this. The impact, the composition is what really stands out for me here. I love the storytelling nature of it in such a simple, effective way. It's been really, really well executed.
Michael, I'd love to hear from you because, again, this is I think right up your alley. Bit of this quirkiness here, and you've been looking left and right, forward and back. What are you looking for?
And there's actually like a little bit of like texture. You've got some shadow that's on the paper, and so I was trying to figure out if that was in or not. But either way, it's kind of working for me. And so, that was the first thing that kind of caught my eye, because I was like, wow, that's kind of neat, even if it was a happy accident. But the overall, the fact that the bulk of the image is this negative space, and you're just led right around the outside, and well, normally that's a bad thing, but here it's great that you're staying around the edge. The story then kind of completes in my mind. It's like, in terms of the SOS, it's like, well, you know, if it's rescued, then they lose the beautiful pattern. So I guess it should stay. It should kind of stay this way. Kind of don't want them to be rescued down there.
Stay there.
Heidi, lasting impression of this?
Yeah, at first glance, it's, you know, all of this negative space, and it's so minimalist, and then you kind of lean in, which you have to, and figure out how on earth they photograph these tiny little creatures, because this is, you know, this isn't even a pet. This is a tiny little creature. So that's some pretty amazing macro work. But just the story, I immediately, when you said the title, I thought of the Morse code. I grew up with a stepfather who was deep into all of that, and ham radio. So it just, from start to finish, this is a story, and it's a conversation piece. I think that a lot of people could gather around this and have different theories and different sort of, you know, different opinions. And I really want to rescue the little guy down there.
How many of us have seen these bugs and done this with it? Like, think about that for a moment. Someone just said, oh, you become a minion. Oh. Like, what I love about this category is that we've seen these fantastical creations, and then we've seen quite a few that are so simply done. So when many of us, like, we look at this, you would say we could all achieve this, right? Even at a basic level of post-production. But sometimes the most simple things can be achievable. So it's wonderful to just acknowledge that out loud, that we give ourselves permission to start with simple concepts that can be equally as effective. Great conversation. All right, that is the end of that incredible... No, is there one more? Oh, we got one more. Okay, wonderful. Let's get one more. Thank you so much. No title. Nico, you've got the Peter Hurley brow pressure going on there. So tell us what that means.
I really enjoy the maker create this beautiful, warm tone, graceful image about religion, about Christianity, about how the prayer can help you to elevate and getting closer to the God. So he represents grateful his thoughts and ideas, the maker.
Yeah. Kelly, can we talk about the colour palette and the composition, the hierarchy of what's in front of us here and how it's effective?
Yeah, the colours are so rich. You know, when we think of heaven, you know, these are sort of the colours that we sort of imagine what it would be walking through those beautiful gates. The symmetry here throughout the image is just creating such wonderful impact in terms of the composition. You know, we're led down the centre of the frame to these beautiful angels. The placement of them is really purposeful. And then they've been framed within a frame with those beautiful circles. So yeah, the wonderful warm colour harmony throughout this entire image is really well balanced too by some of those brighter highlights that lead you to those subjects. You know, these angels have been so delicately handled in post-production. The detail that's everywhere throughout this print and the print quality, it's just all been put together really, really well. It's exceptional.
That's wonderful. Michael, what did you appreciate about this image as a final thought?
Yeah. Let me start off actually where Kelly left with the part of the symmetry, where it is symmetrical, but also not 100%. That one wing on camera right at the bottom goes just to the top and starts touching the arc. So I think that that's kind of neat, is that you look at it and then as you get in the details, it starts getting a little bit more, even though it's overall, it is very symmetrical. But the final point, what I think that the maker's done amazingly is that just a defined look. It's not like realistic, it's not cartoon-like, or it's just, they have a very distinct look and feel of the image, and I would love to see more of the portfolio, because I think that there would be many other things captured this way. And so it's one of those images where I see it, I then say, like, would love to run into you, and I kind of like, and then show me more of what you got.
Thank you for the comment. Thank you. Wonderful conversation there, guys. That is the last print of this particular category. Round of applause, everybody. Some of you want to quit photography right now. Some of you are on fire waiting for your next shoot. Just try to, like, we all start somewhere. We don't come out of the womb doing that. Just hang in there, guys. For those watching at home in the audience right now, we're going to reset the room and we are going to determine first, second, and third place. Back in a few moments.
I'm Sarah Edmonds, and I'm so proud to be ambassador for Canson Infinity, a brand with a heritage spanning over 500 years. Taking the leap from digital photographer to printed artist is quite a scary one, but when you print, that's what you are. I've spent 10 years dedicated to learning how to produce the very best print of my work, and let me tell you, not all papers are created equal. For this piece, I chose Arche 88. It's a fine art paper with a very smooth finish, deep rich tones, and naturally white whites. And it's from the same mill that produced paper for Henri Matisse, Pablo Picasso, and Salvador Dali. Canson produces a huge range of papers, so the real question is, what will you choose for your next masterpiece?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our judges are ready to begin to make their selections. So you can see them standing at the gallery. They will look at all of the images together as a group. And judges, even though we're only going to be announcing first, second, and third place, we are going to ask you to choose placings for all of the images. And when there'll be no discussion for this part, you can choose them all on your own. And when you're ready, you can begin. speak. So I need to acknowledge a little error that I made. If you're looking at these images, you'll see that there's 2 less here than are in the gallery. Obviously, the judges never look at the screen. They're not looking at here. They have no idea what's up here. They're looking at what is in front of them in the gallery. That's my mistake. So I'm just going to own that. So you are seeing 2 less images, but the judges are seeing all of them. I just wanted to acknowledge that in case there's any questions up here. We always said that we would do everything completely transparently at the Icon Awards, and we are fully committed to that. That's why I'm owning the errors that we had yesterday and acknowledging that. And so I always want to tell you what's going on. We're not doing like top secret government work here. We're doing a photo competition, so there's no need to have secrecy behind anything. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. So that officially concludes the Portrait Creative Group category, sponsored by Fine Art Dream Drops. I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. Again, there's a lot of these that have videos attached. I'm going to keep telling you because I've seen all of them and I know how good those videos are. So don't forget to go through the gallery and check out those videos. It's super cool. Okay, by the way, also, as we're going through images today, I just want to remind you that we have the Profoto Luminance Award that we still need to announce. So basically, this is an award that we gave out last year, and we're doing it again this year. And there was a panel of judges that already sat down together, and they went through the entries, and they picked their selection for the image that made the best use of light. And that could be any light source, could be an image taken with natural light, it could be off-camera flash, whatever. They chose one image. We will announce that tomorrow night at the award ceremony. So as you're going through the images, take a peek and see, maybe that would be my pick to win, and see if your pick is the same as what the judges did. And it could be yours if you have an entry here. So keep that in mind, and then tomorrow night we'll announce that. Okay, we're going to reset, and we're going to get our new panel of judges up there, and then we're going to go right into the open creative category, which is coming up in just a couple of minutes.
We're at the Graphistudio factory. We're an hour north of Venice. We service over 20,000 photographers around the world in 164 countries, and this facility is known as a state-of-the-art facility. We have gone through some renovation the last 2 years to be able to create a very efficient workflow to help our customers receive our fine art products very efficiently in a very short amount of time. Most of our fine art products take 10 business days in production, which is phenomenal when you consider the fact that most of these products are handcrafted by artisans. They have worked in the factory for generations. They take so much pride in what they do and the product that they are providing our customers around the world. We're preserving memories for you to be able to cherish for many generations, and that makes us extremely proud and privileged to be able to provide that to the industry. Graphistudio is always evolving and innovating product that will change lives. The fact of the matter is that we're never still. We're moving forward. We have 80 new products that we're going to be launching by the end of the year. From wall art to albums, we are innovators for this industry.
Welcome back, everyone, to all of you that are here, and welcome back to everyone that is watching us live online, thanks to the Nikon's generous sponsorship. We're thrilled to have all of you here, and it's so good to see so many people in here. It was funny, I saw somebody in the back, and I was like, are you waiting for your image to come up? I'm like, nope, just enjoying judging, and I love that because that's what I do all the time too before I had to run around a bit, but it's the best. So we are currently in, just as a reminder, the creative division, which is being sponsored by Epson, and we are now going to jump into the open creative category. A good way to think about this category is it's images without a heartbeat. So if there is a human that is in the image, it's not a featured part of the image. It's a subordinate element or something. These are all, so you'll find a whole wide range of images in this category. It could be indoor architecture, outdoor landscapes. It could be cars and trains. It could be decor images. You'll even find wedding decor images in here. So a little bit of everything that don't feature people. The open creative category is sponsored by Capture One, and that they have an incredible editing software, and especially for working with your RAW files. So if you are a RAW file shooter, you are most likely very familiar with Capture One, and they have a great program to work with so you can manage your RAW files. So now I'm going to turn us over to Jerry and our new panel of judges, where he'll introduce us to them, and we'll get right into the discussion.
All right, welcome. Alison Carlino, thank you so much for coming back today. We appreciate it. And Gavir Jahal, Triple Master, thank you. Kelly Brown, Grand Master. I was about to give you the other acronym that only we know about, but that's all good. Michael Novo, Icon Master, and Tatiana Lumiere. I just love that name. You know, people who know me personally and I ring them, I announce their name when they ring. So if we get onto the phone basis and you were to ring me, I go, Tatiana Lumiere. I would just announce you like you were coming into a palace. It's just, you've got that name about you. All right, can't wait to hear and see what you guys are going to share with us. Let's get right into it. First print, please. Slow Death. Alison, you had a bit of a giggle there. I want to hear what you're thinking.
First impact. Now this one, good. First impact, fire and ice. I'm seeing cool tones. I'm seeing technology choking the way that we used to read.
Absolutely, love that. You were brief, you were brilliant, and you were gone. All right, Michael, do you want to tackle this one? Unpack this a little bit. Go a bit deeper with the thought and the feeling and the execution.
Yeah, the former data analyst in me loves this, you know, in terms of technology taking over. You've got the ones and zeros that are your binary, and they're sort of starting to choke out all of the creativity and the human and emotion. And it's so easy to just become that binary and become reliant on it. So the story here is incredibly impactful.
Your tone of voice perfectly matched the guy on the left. That's all I'm saying. Now, we'll hear from the brighter disposition of Kelly to finish off with. You're a mate of mine, that's why I can say that.
Right brain. And that's exactly what we're looking at right here. You know, that left brain's joking the living life out of that right brain, but yet we've got that wonderful glow, that beautiful bright spark that can never, ever be dulled. You were talking about it before, and I don't think we need to worry about how technology is potentially going to take over, because it can't replace our stories, it can't replace our creativity or the way that we share what it is that we have in our brains.
I could be a robot right now and you would have no idea. Sorry. I was trying to keep that straight face there for a little bit. Thank you. Great commentary, guys. Wonderful. Thank you. Next print, please. Yes, these are photographic elements. Tatiana, you're intrigued by this. Think out loud for me, please.
I'm very intrigued by that. I wanted to touch it because it looks like it's actually cut out and it has dimension. It's very impactful image. There is chaos, there is order, the play of colors. Fantastic.
Very good. Gavir, can you tackle this one?
When it first came up, I was trying to analyze the image and what it reminds me of, and there's almost like a jellyfish vibe to this, but then when you come in closer and inspect it and you see the green, it looks like it's germs trying to attack like a nucleus or a cell. I think it's very cleverly been done, so it's just like a visual story that I'm having in my head, and you know, the retouch and the colors and the paper choice, it suits the image overall. Well done.
Kelly, you have a wry smile there? Want to see how you finish this one off?
Yeah, I just want to say well done for giving us a different perspective. I feel like I'm literally looking through what do you call it? A microscope, yeah. Like the photographer has actually given us a bird's eye view of what it would look like to look through a microscope, and that wonderful bullseye presentation with the main sort of element there, smack bang in the middle, is just creating, you know, a really graphical piece. Like I feel like this could be really big on a wall.
Yeah. Great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Games of Power. Michael, I think you'd be a good checkers player. What elements are we seeing here? Try to describe the story of what's happening here.
Yeah, checkers, chess. Actually, I play them quite often. Yeah, a lot of strategy. If you think about those games, it requires a colossal amount of not just knowing how the pieces move, but it's strategy, and you're thinking well ahead in advance. So this, to me, now breaks out into the rest of the story about kind of how that applies also within society, and I'll let others kind of dissect that.
Alison, you look intrigued. Break this down even further, please.
Yeah, I'm looking how the maker made sure that there was details in all the shadows, even around to the edges, and even the dollar bills are crumpled up to give further interest to the story. They're not perfect. It's quite intriguing. I want to sit with it a little bit more, figure out the story more.
Well, now Gavir's sat with this for a little bit further. Mate, how do you feel about it? What's the lasting impression of it?
I love the perspective from above, to tie in all the little pieces of the image just to create a beautiful narrative. Paper choice is excellent, and so is the mount. It complements the image overall. Well done.
Thank you for your comments, guys. Wonderful. Next print, please. Mont Blanc Majesty, or Mont Blanc Majesty. Uh-huh. Oui, oui. Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc. Tatiana, first impression.
Oh, it's a portrait of a nature, portrait of a mountain. I love the choice of a vertical versus horizontal for landscape because it makes it almost, yeah. You have relationship with that. Amazing composition, amazing diagonal line, and I'll let someone else unpack it.
Michael, tell us about the finishing of this and the compositional elements within the scape.
Yeah, the thing about mountains, and I ride a bike through them, I try to as often as possible, is that, you know, everything looks close and it's much further than it is. And you can see one side quite clearly, right? So as you're approaching and you're like, finally, I'm going to make it there. And then what's actually on the other side, even though we can see it, you really can't. It's completely covered up. So the fact that you can see what's closer sort of towards the camera, very easy to go through. And then you've got a lot of mystery that, you know, what am I going to be facing as soon as I get over that ridge? And then there's going to be more mountain. And then that journey just really continues. So it kind of lets your mind kind of, I want to keep just going off into that top left corner because you never know what you're going to find there.
Alison, last comment, last impression.
Yeah, Michael talked about the top left corner. The top right corner, I think, is really important in timing when you shoot landscape to make sure that you've got some windows, some kind of color, some kind of opening up there to open your eyes. Otherwise, it would have just been clouds all the way. So timing, waiting for that cloud is really important to open where you can see the sky.
Thank you for those valuable comments. Thank you. Next print, please. Tatiana, you've been lingering on that for a while. What are you looking for? What do you see? What do you appreciate?
I appreciate the precision, the symmetry, the order, and the presentation. It's a artwork, image within image. Beautiful.
Yeah. You're nodding, Kelly. Tell us what you appreciate and enjoy about this image.
Yeah, you mentioned artwork, and that's exactly what I'm seeing here. You know, we all love the Eiffel Tower, and, you know, we look at it from a distance, but when you get underneath it and you look up, you can really appreciate the work that's gone into creating such an architectural masterpiece. So I think this perspective is a really wonderful display of the graphical nature of this iconic place. And I love the black and white. It's creating a lot of depth. It's giving us a completely different viewpoint, and it kind of leads you into this sort of tunnel effect. And it's not until you kind of turn your head one way, turn your head the other way, that you can appreciate this actual location. So yeah, the choice to mount this in this diamond shape is giving us a really different perspective, which creates a lot of impact.
Yeah. And Kavir, final impression?
I was actually going to talk about the shape of the diamond, but you beat me to it, Kelly.
You ruined it, Kelly.
Ruined it. It's one of those images that it kind of works this way, that way, and it just keeps rotating. So that we could, dare I say, rotate it so it's a landscape image, and it'll still have the same impact. And that's what's visually compelling about this image. So it's just leading all the way in, and then it pulls you straight back out. And I want to commend the author for just thinking outside of the box and presenting a square image on its side, so it creates a diamond piece. Well done.
Yeah. If you want to see the Eiffel Tower, it's actually about an hour walk down the road. You can actually see New York as well, Egypt, Italy. People ask why we live here. I'm like, everyone just stole things from us. So when Paris just built this, I'm like, why would you rip us off like that and make it taller? But it's all good. Okay, there you go. There's a dad joke for the day. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Gin Splash. Alison, grab the mic while you're there.
Impact on this is, for me, the color tones and the harmony with the blues and the wheats and the reds of the ingredients that went in to make this, along with the care of the reflection. Great impact.
Thank you. Michael, can you talk to us about the degree of difficulty of achieving this, whether that was extra post-production, whether it was a composite, we don't know, but how do we begin to look at achieving something like this?
Yeah, you know, what's interesting is that recently I've watched numerous videos on like how they do the commercials with like the action like this, and the machines that exist. Like there are people that will build machines that do this for video in stills. It could be either or. That's part of the mystery. It's like, how was it done? How many different shots were layered? Or then we'll meet the maker. It's like, yeah, it's just easy. I did it in one. It was just all these things just exploded perfectly together. What I love about this is that it takes this commercial shot. It would be easy just to get a great product shot with beautiful light, but to add the elements that clearly indicate the motion and movement and the degree of difficulty just takes it to a whole new level.
Thank you for the comment. Tatiana, final impression.
I wanted to add about details. Notice how all those splashes create leading lines to the center. Such a smart choice.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Great comments, guys. It's interesting, isn't it, how a lot of us will specialize in different genres, but we can certainly appreciate ones that we don't do on a day-to-day basis. And sometimes it's even better because you get a very different perspective, no different than an outsider who doesn't specialize in either weddings or newborns, and just gives you a fresh perspective. So really enjoying this. Next print, please. Just to remind the audience at home and the judges that every element that you are looking at is photographic. Kavir, while you're there, grab the microphone. What are you looking at, mate?
When it first came up, it just reminded me of Super Mario and Donkey Kong, like the whole shape of everything. And it's just, I let it sit there for a while and then came in closer. And then I saw every single element that makes up the image and just creates a beautiful pattern. It's almost a representation of like a Persian rug, which I think is fantastic. And yeah, I want to listen to somebody else unpacking.
Yeah. Kelly, talk to us about the appreciation and respect that you have as a fellow artist to conceptualize this, to grab those pieces and put them together in what seems to be a single capture.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're inspired by so much every day. Everywhere we look, we're inspired by different shapes. You know, we only have to look above your head and we see diamond shapes. We see patterns in rugs and carpets everywhere. And sometimes we're not always fully aware of what it is that we're looking at here. So the fact that the photographer has been inspired by patterns and details in a rug and then photographed every single little detail individually or, you know, together, but parts of this has been put together to create this rug effect. And I feel like, you know, this is something that they've been subtly inspired by and then they've just brought it to life. And the time, I want to say, the appreciation in terms of how long it would take to put all of these little details together to create something like this, it's amazing. So well done.
Yeah, go for it. Alison, finally.
I appreciate that the maker understands our compositional element of line, shape, and form and balance. And that is really seen here well.
Yeah, that's difficult to do, right? Yeah, all these elements and then make it work harmoniously with color as well and balance and design. Very nicely done. Next print, please. Line theory. Tatiana, just while you're there, grab the microphone. What did you look up close? What were you looking for and what did you appreciate?
The sharpness, all of the elements, and that three-dimensionality of them, that's another piece. And it looks like music to me, the rhythm of it, the repetition. Lovely.
Yeah. Thank you for that comment. Michael, yeah, unpack this technically as well. I mean, yeah, it's simple in execution, but there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, my first thought was it's not complicated, but it's complex. The first thing that popped out at me is the texture. You know, the kid in me wants to run over to like the rods on the right and kind of run my fingers on them, and then you've got like the little grater kind of thing. So everything is just this beautiful texture that you kind of want to touch. Additionally, from like the technical aspect, just to get everything to line up so that the lines are going correctly, because really this image, when it was scored, I'll bet anything that judges like, looked so closely at those lines to make sure everything was straight. So then I popped back out into the maker's mind and then looking down and up and then through their camera, taking a little bit of a step forward. It's like, no, now these lines have shifted, and trying to find that point. I don't know how busy it is from the location of where the maker's standing as well, and like what their limitations are. So I have to commend them on just their pre-thought, knowing that they would have to edit something that would achieve this level of perfection.
Wonderful comment. Gavir, are you looking at this and saying, where's the bride at? Or what are you feeling?
Nearly, actually. There was a few tiny little speckles at the bottom here. And I came in close to thinking, are they people? But it seems like it's some foliage, maybe? No, you were thinking the same? Yeah, but I just want to comment on the print quality. It's exceptional. I mean, to be able to maintain that relationship between the shadows and the highlights and not have anything blown out, it's brilliant. It's a fantastic piece of artwork.
Great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Those who dare to break free can change the world. Imagine how expensive it was to create this photograph now. These damn eggs, so expensive. All right, let me see. Okay, Kelly, first impression.
Yeah, the composition, the placement of that large egg smack bang in the middle of the frame, it really commands your attention, and then the positioning of the other eggs leading you into that main sort of element that's the storytelling part of this image, and just the dark background. There's so much impact here, and you can't but help be drawn into what that story is and kind of feel the tension where the egg is broken with that fist. I'm loving it.
Yeah, Alison, tell us. You talk first, and I'll ask the other question after if I need to.
Well, thank you, Jerry.
Yes.
When it came around, before you said the title, I just heard in my mind, freedom, that song. Then the title matched that, and that was perfect. So color impact here, the maker has great skill in making sure that the tonals are all within the same range there as far as they harmonize. I want to comment on the lighting. I really like that the shadows all match the same direction where the highlight and the shadow fall. And it's just enjoying the piece.
Fantastic. Let me see here. Gavir, lasting impression. What do you feel?
There's a little a visual story that I'm kind of seeing in my head as well. If you look at the background, it almost looks like it's the Milky Way, the sky. And then when you look at the eggs individually, it almost looks like it's like a row of planets in circulation. And then going back to the middle egg, it's like the birth of life. And I just love that narrative of the story as well.
Yeah. If you ever want to waste a few hours of your life, I want you to go on TikTok, and you'll see these guys that grab an egg and they try to peel off the egg while it's uncooked without breaking the yolk. And it took me like 3-4 hours to watch this, and the guy popped it at the end. It was so dissatisfying. And I wasted 4 hours of my life. Do not do that. A lot of fun things will come up onto your feed. But anyway, all good. Thank you for that conversation. Nicely done. Did we have 3? I think we have 3.
I spoke. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I've only made that mistake twice in 2 days. You could have given me a break here.
I got excited about it.
Thank you. Next print, please. Italian Stallions. So this is a nickname for the Italian Air Force fighter pilots, apparently. And Rocky Balboa. Kelly, you have a nice warmth and smile about the appreciation of this image. Tell us why.
Yeah, I'm loving the placement of the aircraft in the bottom third of this image, and then you kind of led directly up into that top aircraft. The colours work so well together and work obviously really well with the theme. It's just a really well seen and well captured photograph. It's been beautifully printed.
Beautiful. You see here. Tatiana, can I get you to break it down even further, please?
Well, I'm thinking that when we make an image with symmetry, the challenge is like how much symmetry would you introduce so it's still believable. So you really need to think about that, detail, and it was executed perfectly.
Thank you. And Michael, what impression do you have in this after seeing it for a little bit?
Yeah, this is a time of day that I would argue is one that many of us avoid, and for various reasons, at least with human subjects. The beauty of the subjects here is that the planes are on the darker side, so the sun is not blowing them out, but instead, the light as it hits, it just causes the color explosion of the gases and clouds behind them, and that inverse is kind of very beautiful here.
Thank you so much for that comment. So this is the last image of this particular category. Yep, so we're good. Thank you so much. Well done, guys. Just a quick thought. As you'd appreciate, our DNA has come from WPPI, and certainly we're wedding and portrait focused, but we do realize that many of us photographers like to be involved in genres that don't usually include a heartbeat, like of the likes of what we've basically just seen. And just know, the same way that children and teenager categories like last year became so big, we split them, and the same way that portrait creative got split into portrait creative individual and portrait creative group, when we see enough different types of images and enough quantity, we don't even get asked to actually split it. We do the right thing by you and we split it. Does that make sense? In other words, if we got a huge amount of landscapes and the rest were over here, we would start a landscape category. Obviously, we're wedding and portrait focused, but you drive the train. If you want to see more of it, enter more of those images in and you'll understand what we're saying. For those of you watching at home, we're going to reset right now. We are determining first, second, third of this category. Back with you in a few moments to do that. See you soon.
Capture One is a powerful photo editing software made for all kinds of photographers. With the fastest tethered shooting in the industry, a fully customizable interface, and flexible file management options, Capture One lets you stay on top of your photos and create a personalized workflow. But the true power of Capture One is hidden beneath the interface. Thanks to its tailored camera and lens profiles applied automatically to your photos when importing, you don't need to tweak your photos for hours to get them right. Just import your RAWs into Capture One and rediscover the true colors of your photos. Complete with powerful editing tools, you get the best colors out of the box, seamless editing experience, and creative control. Capture One Pro offers support for over 500 cameras, including all main brands.
How amazing would it be to get image critiques on demand? What about the chance of learning from industry leaders in a genre that you're most interested in? And learning from someone, say, like Kelly Brown, Susan Stripling, Roberto Valenzuela, Peter Hurley, or maybe even your favorite Australian. Hi, my name is Jerry Ghionis, Nikon Ambassador, Portrait, Fashion and Wedding Photographer, and co-founder of the Icon International Photography Awards. When I look back at my career so far, I can clearly see that the most valuable education I've received has come from feedback on my images. Well, now there's an even easier way for you to receive such priceless video feedback from industry experts reviewing and critiquing your work. Now, check this out. Here's how it works. When you submit your photo for a critique, your mentor will record a video where you can watch as they zoom into your photo using annotation tools, pointers, cropping tools to provide detailed insights. All the while, you can see their face and listen to their passion and feedback in their own words. You can get your own image critique on demand at Critiq.com. That's critique without the U and the E. Or when you enter the Icon Awards, make sure to add a critique for the best learning experience you've ever had.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the judging room. We're going to ask everyone just to quiet down just for a minute. Our judges are about to make a very important decision. Jerry Ghionis, may I please ask? Thank you. So we're just going to ask to keep the volume down just while the judges are making a very important decision. They are deciding who will win this category. So judges, although we were only announcing first, second, and third, as a reminder, we're going to ask you to choose placings for all 10 images. So whenever you're ready, you can begin. Okay, good. Oh, right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. So we have a winner for this category, which we'll find out tomorrow night at the awards ceremony. Doors open at 7. We encourage you to eat before you arrive. There will be a bar there. You can have some drinks, find your seat wherever you want to sit, the best table, and then enjoy the night. You don't want to be late. When doors open at 7, the show starts promptly at 8, but we have an incredible opening act that I can tell you don't want to miss. They've been doing live rehearsals at my house for the last week, so I can tell you it's really good. And we have a great after party as well. That's all thanks to Nikon. They sponsored the entire awards night, so thank you to them for that. Also, if you guys are loving these images, which I know you are, don't forget that any image that scored an 80 or above in the competition is going to be published in the Icon Awards book. So if you scored an 80 or above, you are also published in the Icon Awards book. So don't forget to grab your copy. It's an absolute beautiful hardcover book printed by Graphistudio. It's a true legacy piece. It's absolutely stunning. If you got last year's book, it is even bigger than last year's book. So it's pretty special. Same price, but bigger book. So that's really awesome that Graphi was able to do that for us. And if you didn't get last year's book and you're feeling some FOMO about that, Graphi has about 8 books available still from last year that you can pick up. So you got to go to their booth. But once that's done, it's done. So you won't be able to get more. If you want to get this year's book, make sure you, or even last year's, go to iconphotographers.com. You can purchase it there. You bring your receipt to Graphistudio. There's an option to pick up at the trade show, so you're not charged for shipping, and then you can pick up your book there. Also, I just want to say, because I see him in the room, this is what made me talk about this. Dario Righetto actually designed the entire layout of the book. He did it last year. Dario, could you just stand up for those of us that are in the room here? The amount of hours that this man spent designing every single page of this book is mind-blowing, and like the back and forth and like the nitpicky changes, and you just are so patient with me, Dario. I love you so much. He does such incredible work. He's also an incredible artist, and I'm gonna say this every time because I love your art, as in he draws and is absolutely amazing in addition to being an incredible photographer. And he included last year some original artwork, and he did it again this year, so you've got to get the book just to be able to see his beautiful artwork as well. So thank you so much to Dario for that. All right, that officially, I know that was, that's now the end of the category. So we are all done with the open creative category, sponsored by Capture One. So thank you to Capture One for supporting that category. We're gonna get our new panel set up. Won't take us long, just a minute. And then we will begin the wedding creative category. So that's coming up right next. If you guys really enjoyed that commercial, I just got to tell you a little quick story. I know we're going to get right into it, but that was, with everything that was going on, not like we had a lot going on, that is, by the way, the brand new Ice Light 3 that just got released. So that is a commercial that Jerry did Wednesday, like as in days ago. And he's like, I have an idea, and I'm gonna do it. And it doesn't matter that it's the Wednesday before WPPI. He's like, I've got to get it out of my head. And we had Joe and Bob, who are part of our team, went with Jerry, and they filmed this, and they put it all together, and they found all the people, and they edited it. It was just absolutely amazing. So very excited. What I couldn't tell you guys yesterday is that first place winners were going to receive a soon-to-be released RGB LED light. I couldn't tell you what it was yesterday, but I can today. Thanks to Westcott, every first place winner in every category is going to receive a brand new Ice Light 3 RGB. So it's really exciting. Our judges are today using the brand new Ice Light 3, which is much brighter than the Ice Light 2. So we have that set up. It got released today, and so that's why we couldn't say anything yesterday, but that's pretty exciting. So we're really excited for our first place winners, and thank you to Westcott for that. And welcome to everyone who's back from watching us on our live broadcast. Thanks to Nikon. We can bring this to you all over the world. I'm very appreciative of that. We are going to now go into, we're currently in the creative division, still in the creative division, where the photographers are allowed much more freedom in their post-production, should they take that. And this category is sponsored by Epson. And our next category is the Wedding Creative category. This is all images. Everything you're gonna see here are images that were taken on a couple's wedding day. That's the rule for this category, but they're given more freedom in post-production on what to do with those images. This category is sponsored by Aftershoot, who provide AI-based culling and editing software so that you can free up your time. It's awesome to just gain so many more hours to your week. If you use Aftershoot into your workflow, you can shoot more and edit less because it takes care of so much culling and editing for you. It's pretty awesome. So thank you to Aftershoot for sponsoring this category. And now we'll turn it over to Jerry and our panel of judges and see the images in the Wedding Creative category.
All right, speaking of the Ice Light 3, for those of you in the audience, look under your seats. I'm kidding, I'm nice, but I'm not stupid. What's wrong with you people? What's wrong with you people? Okay, guys, so as Melissa mentioned, these are all on the wedding day. It doesn't mean that they're all composites. It means there's extra freedom given. At the end of the day, we're still judging and looking at it and celebrating what's in front of us. And if you want to unpack in your comments, maybe how it was achieved, perhaps just a bit of insight, that would be wonderful as well. So, who we have in front of us right now, we have Gavir Jahar from the UK, Icon Triple Master. We have Alison Carlino. We have Nikos Pekridis. I love saying it in the Greek accent because I just think it's so much better. In fact, little known fact, my birth name is Kyriakos Ghionis. How did Jerry come about? My mum and my teacher in grade 1 sort of, he's Kyriako. And I said, well, Kyriako, what's the English version of that? And somehow between them it became Jerry. And it's wrong because Jerry in Greek is Gerasimo. So there you know. If that's ever in a Trivial Pursuit game, or that's the last question, who wants to be a millionaire? You're welcome. You just won $1 million for that. Sarah Edmonds from Italy, Icon Double Master. And we have Danny Dong, Icon Triple Master. All right, heavyweights on this particular area. We are going to judge the Wedding Creative right now. First print, please. Danny, I'm intrigued by your intrigue. Grab the microphone. How do you feel about this?
Wow, when this image coming out, I was like, wow, it's really dark and moody. And then, but when I look at close, it was a print. I'm impressed by the details of the shadow area, of the dark area, and also impressed by the framing, the composition, the framing, the triangles, the inner triangle, and the positioning of the couple. It's amazing.
Beautiful, thank you. Yep, Alison, can you unpack this a bit further, please?
I sure can. I'm going to look at it from a lighting perspective, and I want to make sure that the maker knows that you mimic the light of the moonlight on the couple and probably used a gridded softbox of some kind so that it didn't spill all the way down to the ground. There's 2 legs on the guy. You can definitely see the posing there and making sure that we don't have just one straight stick. A little bend in her back, that gives it more of a romantic feel. So I commend the maker on the lighting and the posing.
Wonderful. Gavia, let's celebrate this one final time in a comment.
Yeah, I really like the slight negative space on the left where, we're getting a little bit of the sea in the background, which is then kind of filled up a little bit above by adding the additional elements of the birds. Overall, exceptional quality of printing, and I think the muted blacks actually complement the black muted matting as well.
Yeah.
Exceptionally well done.
Wonderful comments, guys. Great value. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Final destination. It either means they just landed or they're about to die like in the movies. Sarah, your first impression of this, please.
Yeah, my first impression is that how much I enjoy and appreciate some action going on within the couple. They're connected, but they're not just, it's something different. It's not the couple looking at each other or kissing. They're going somewhere, and I just really appreciate that, along with the very cool letterbox crop.
Yeah. Nico, can you expand on this, please?
Yeah, I really appreciate the maker with print quality and tonal range, and also at the same time creating the point of interest directly for the viewer attention. He's the maker darkening everything all around, but he keeps the lighting quality and the highlights and all the details on the main subject, which is our couple. And at the same time, you can see the perfect tonal range starting from the purely black to the purely white of the wedding dress with all the details. So it's an amazing job.
Wonderful. Thank you. Alison, I saw you were a conductor. You were doing this. What were you doing?
I was looking at it from a pose standpoint with the angle of the plane and how the nose comes out right there, how they mimic that with the angular arm pose and the connection of the hands. Just thought that was really well thought out.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? The environment will often tell you what to do. Would you agree with that? Like sometimes people think we have to walk into a wedding situation portrait and have an idea and execute before you walk in. But it's almost like creating a song without knowing the story. But when you walk into a situation, a location, whether it's a hangar, whether it's a light a certain way, all these elements are like a slot machine, and bing, 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 and an idea comes up, and then you execute. So, but great execution here as well. Wonderful. Next print, please. So Danny, grab the microphone. You did a double take there. What were you looking for, and what did you find the next time you went back up?
Beautiful composition. I love the positioning of the small boat, and also their posing there is just very romantic and very fits really well with the boat lying over there.
Wonderful. Sarah, can you unpack this a little bit further in terms of the color harmony and what they're doing and how it was placed and perhaps how it was achieved?
You read my mind. I was going to go straight for the color harmonies. Beautiful complementary colors with the greens and the warm reds, which are then reflected with the boat. And what I love about this is that they actually look really cozy in there. They don't look forced or posed or stiff. They just I really believe it, and I love that in a wedding image. And the light, now, very often we're told you don't want to have anything too bright that's going to detract away, but this light reflecting on the water is really evocative, and it really makes us believe that they're on water, and it really adds to the picture instead of taking away. So just overall, a superb job.
Wonderful. Alison, you were nodding profusely there. Is there any final thoughts or anything you wanted to add to give us more value here?
Color harmony is yummy. Very much loving the color harmony. And the believable addition of the pose, just the way that they're curled in there together. It could have been created in a studio. It may not have been, echoing what she said.
And just a little bit of a pro tip here, guys. I remember I would pose someone from far away and I would be yelling at them. And now I just say, hey, put your phone in your top pocket and put me on speakerphone. And then they can be on a mountain for all I care, or whatever it may be, and then I just give them the direction. Like, if you can see my silhouette, then copy my pose. And if I want a slight tilt of a head or do whatever, again, top pocket, speakerphone, and then you can go for your life. All right, thank you so much. Next print, please. Flavellum. This is the scientific name for this type of dragonfly. Nico, do you want to have a comment here? Do you carry dragonflies around with your wedding rings?
Creativity. This is what came to my mind. I mean, like, how many other ways we can capture the detailed shot of a wedding day by using insects? I mean, it's amazed me every time I'm facing these kind of pictures in front of me. So great achievement from the maker to present again the simple things of the totally different way.
Yeah. And Danny, would you try something like this? Like, how do you feel this was executed?
A great concept, but more important is this image exits really well for balancing, for making the frame very symmetric, and also breaking the balance. We see that two wings of the two dragonflies are actually different, so it won't make the image feel just bored, just a mirror image. No, it's balanced. They also break the balance by posing these two dragonfly a little bit differently, slightly different.
Beautiful. Alison, talk to us about the color harmony here of the warm tones and the teal tones.
Yeah, the greens and the blues playing off the insects to the background of the foliage with the gray in the front. That's all that cool color palette that looks really nice. And, you know, on a wedding day, this is so stressful to create, so I commend the maker on the timing here.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It's good timing too, because I'm actually selling remote control dragonflies. So on your way out, you can work that out. Yeah, actually, or free with the Ice Light 3. Thank you so much, guys. Next print, please. Sarah, grab the microphone while you're there. What are you admiring? What's your first impression of this?
Well, the first thing, color. Wow. It makes it so impactful, along with the geometry created by the reflection. But most of all, once again, I went in to look because I love to see the connection between the couple, and it's there in spades. Even though they're really small in the frame, it was a good choice to print quite large because we can see everything, and they're really enjoying being with each other. So I love that.
Awesome. Kavir, tell us, let's say there's an inexperienced photographer watching in the room or online, how do you achieve something like this? How is that achieved?
Several ways, to be honest. Generally, when we're lighting up our subjects, a lot of photographers will have the light outside of the frame. Personally, I prefer soft light and fall off, so my light or the softbox is close to the couple. So if that's what was done here, it's a scenario of a composite where you're taking two images where the second image doesn't have the lighting, and then you can kind of mask it through. But the photographer's done a very clever job with the symmetry. Is this a church or is this like a wedding venue? It's a wedding venue?
Probably non-denominational church or something like that.
Yeah, I can see the pews in the house. So unless the church has a very reflective floor surface, you can create a similar effect with the reflection, either by using your phone as a reflective surface, by keeping your camera lens directly to the phone. But I've also done it in scenarios. I mean, I've spilt water on the floor and used the camera right against that to create the same surface. But yeah, amazing.
Alison, would you waste water like that?
100%, yeah. So 16 by 20 sheet of black acrylic, carry it around with me to every wedding, because if I don't have reflective floors, I want something underneath my lens to be able to create reflections, at least one stellar shot like this at night.
Yeah.
So yeah, go to Lowe's, Home Depot. There's space between their noses too. I just want to say that they didn't block up the heads. Somebody knows what they're doing with posing.
Yeah. Love it. The tickle of lights on the end of the pews. How much depth does that give it? Like, because we could have easily ignored that. So that's very, very clever too. But we'll actually sell some 16 by 20 black acrylic along with the remote control dragonflies. I think we have a business concept here. I think Black Dragon, we'll call it. Oh my goodness. We're like a beautiful mind. It's amazing. All right, next print, please. I love these guys. All right, Jerry, just hurry the hell up. We got stuff to do. All right. Framed Love. Alison, I see a beautiful appreciation with your eyes and your hands. Tell us what you're feeling right now.
Oh, the soft, romantic feel of the colors and how her nose is on the outside and it's tilted toward the camera, which is so much more feminine. It just drives home this romantic feeling of this with the floral.
And Danny, unpack this image a bit more, like the elements within the image and how it supports the main subject.
Yeah, I like how the maker choose to incorporate the bouquet also into the frame, and also because the color palette just consistent with the background color creates a color harmony. Also, the color temperature of lighting just also match with the ambient light. So normally we're shooting with a flash and then it will be too cool. And now I can see the maker actually warm toning the color, the lighting, so the main subject is in a very consistent color temperature, so make all the lighting believable.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sarah, talk a bit more about what Danny referred to in terms of existing light, because often we see a sconce on the wall and we say, well, the brightest part of the image should be the person's face, but if the result of that light's in the frame, tell me a bit more about how that was handled and how we still pay attention to the couple.
Yeah, absolutely. The lights here are a really fundamental part of the composition, creating that triangle. And without those lights, we'd be missing so much. They're like anchors holding down the edges of the negative space on each side. But the author's done a great job in just bringing down the highlights so that it's believable. We believe that the lights are on, that there's a glow, but it's not overpowering. So there's been some really nice control of that in post-production.
Wonderful. Wonderful comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. It's like the puppy bowl, you know, like when they just, you know, like they're trying to get to the end. So everyone went to the finish line in a bit of a different way. Gavir, what's your first impression of this, mate?
I love the composition, the central composition of the image. And I think the author's done a very brilliant job. But it's very easy for, you know, the camera angles and the compositions to lose our subjects' heads within the framing of the trees in the background. And the photographer's done a brilliant job by just, you know, lowering their camera angle to elevate their head position within that sky. And I think the composition just for that area is exceptionally well done.
Yeah. Nikon, I know you do a lot of off-camera flash and backlit and stuff like that. Tell us a bit more about the complexity and what that's done and how we've lifted those elements within the in the environment.
Yeah, really appreciate the maker who found an ordinary place and create an extraordinary image. I mean, by visionary the final result in his mind, creating a memorable image by using an off-camera flash. The maker calculate the background light exposure and add an off-camera flash, mimic sunlight or light coming from that direction, who makes totally believable and looks like it's not camera, not flash off camera actually. And this is, you need to try a couple of times to achieve the aspect you expect for the final result. But yeah, it's a beautiful result at the end.
Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Alison, you want to talk about just that final presentation, the way it's presented to us and the finishing?
It's very modern, clean, classic. The lines, there's even lines in the mat, which just gives me that modern, contemporary feel. Complimenting the maker on making sure that they angled that flash up toward the trees as well to give us some depth and dimension in the trees. It's not just right at the couple.
Wonderful comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Danny, what did you enjoy about this image, mate?
Well, beautiful color. A very strong visual impact created by the color background. And also the positioning of the main subject, how to position them. I think that the maker did a great job. Those lines not cutting through the people's face and then creating a very emotional, believable, a joyful moment created in this colorful background. Yeah. Very amazing.
Nico? Tell us a bit more about the deliberate nature of, because you could have put that couple anywhere in front of that colourful wall. Why did we choose there, and perhaps some more thoughts on what you were already thinking?
Rule of thirds, it's about the way that you can see through your camera, through your editing software, by adding the 9 square on the frame, and deliberately if you place your subject on any of the 4 corners where the edges of the square created, actually that attract the viewer's attention. But I would like also to mention that their expression is totally matching with the color harmony we have on the background, and actually this is their soul. This is what I expect from them. The celebration of the wedding day and how they feel is matching totally with the color saturation on the background.
Yeah, absolutely. Sarah?
This is a masterclass in visual weight. So darker colors tend to give more weight, so it feels heavier, and our eyes are drawn to that part of the image. If we'd placed the couple over on the darker side, everything would have felt off balance. So the couple in that lower right corner where it's lighter just perfectly offsets the weight on the other side that kind of is going up like that. So I'm just really appreciating that.
Yeah. It's interesting too, like the fact that there's so much negative space of that color. This is where the kind of image that will live in a living room or something like that. Independent of the couple, it's a beautiful work of art. And then you're rewarded by going through those deep colors and to that happy moment that obviously reflects back on yellow, symbolizing all that joyfulness and stuff as well. So well done to the maker. Next print, please. Gavir, first impression, mate?
First impressions is that impact that our eyes always go towards the brightest part of the image, and that's exactly where the makers got us looking directly at the couple. The choice of composition by choosing a portrait crop as opposed to landscape, it ties in really well with this image. Well done.
And Sarah, I'd like you to discuss the degree of difficulty. Now, we do understand that this is a category that has a bit more room in post-production and or could be a composite. We don't know. But nonetheless, all the elements in there are photographic. So look at the environment, look at what they're wearing. Tell us about the potential degree of difficulty of what we assume to be the case here.
Yeah, it's my first, when you were talking about degree of difficulty, is my eyes immediately went to the technical aspect of the paper and the printing, and a gradient like that is really difficult to print well. It's been handled absolutely beautifully. So compliments to the author on that.
Wonderful. Danny, let's do a final comment from you, mate. How do you achieve this?
This is a backlight. I assume there is a backlight added behind the couple, hiding behind the couple far away. And I'm amazed by the maker, how high they set up the lights and the heights of the actual lights behind the couple, so can make this light creating such a gradient effect and not overpowered, not too subtle, but make it very believable, look like a lighting source behind that. And also the color harmony of the lighting, and also the gradient to the Milky Way, the sky, is very well handled, because these are two different color tones, and the maker used a very muted way to give a very subtle graduation change from the warm tone to a little bit cold tone of the sky. So well done.
And interesting too how, I mean, most likely they're hikers, and using something that's practical to look at where they're walking and using that as a light source for each other is very, very clever. That's actually new. That's going to be the Ice Light headgear that's coming out very soon. Yes, everything is icy. Thank you so much for that image. All right, I believe that is the last one of the category. Let's celebrate those beautiful images, guys. All right, guys, we're going to determine first, second, and third place after these short messages. See you soon.
All right, our judges have had an excellent discussion on these images. So now they are going to look at them in the gallery and decide who they would like to see win this category. Judges, just as a reminder, although we're only announcing first, second, and third place, we are going to ask you to choose placings for all 9 images. There's going to be no discussion for this portion of the judging, and so whenever you're ready, you can begin. It's really cool to see how the judges go right up to the print and look at it from different angles. You can see how they're looking at the paper from different perspectives and looking at the printing and the matting, because it's all part of the added difficulty in the print competition is how it's presented and printed. And it's kind of cool to be able to watch that process now when the judges do that. All right, so the judges have made their selection. We will announce the winners of this category tomorrow night at the awards ceremony. Doors open at 7. It starts promptly at 8. We are going to jump right into our next category, which is the pre-wedding creative category. And so we're just going to reset our panel, get the judges logged in, and we will come right back.
I'm Lindsay Adler.
My name is Johnson Wee.
My name is Luna Ham.
I'm Malva Soler.
My name is Joseph.
My name is Sean Rock.
My name is Trish. I am Kelly Deezer, and I'm a kid.
Hello, I'm Loris Romano. And as you may hear from my terrible accent, I'm French.
I used to run away from Flash. It was confusing, it was just extra stuff to carry around, and I never really got the results that I wanted.
Off-camera Flash can seem intimidating, but with Profoto, there's just 3 buttons on the back.
Time is precious, especially on a wedding day. Profoto's intuitive design and user-friendly interface allow me to focus more on creativity and less on my equipment.
I have never had an easier system for controlling my flash than this beautiful dial.
And whether I'm using 8 lights on set or 2, I can change all of the settings right from my camera.
When I decided to turn professional, I wanted to get some gear which would follow me for long.
On set, I need to be able to rely on lights that are going to fire at the exact same color, temperature, and power every single time.
And this is where reliability is so important. This is where Profoto doesn't let me down.
So they're lights that work when you need them to work, that trigger when you need them to work.
It's just so fast, so accurate. I just can totally rely on it.
I shoot quickly, I shoot often, I shoot high frame rates, and Profoto always keeps up.
As a light shaper myself, I love having gear available to shape light exactly how I want.
I also work on a lot of commercial sets, so it's really important that the lights that I use have lots of different options when it comes to modifiers.
And even the system as a whole is so well thought out. There's no like weird adapters and clunky things. Like, no, everything fits.
Whether you're on an A series light or a B series light, all the controls are going to be all the same, and they're really easy to use. There's virtually no learning curve whatsoever.
Also, I like the extras to the A10. You have gels, diffuser, and the click softbox. It's magnetic, simple, and awesome.
To be able to work with the speed at which I move, the only light I trust is Profoto.
And it's an equipment that we cannot leave home without.
And they're the only brand that I trust.
I know our clients expect a lot out of us, and in turn, we expect a lot out of the companies that make our jobs possible. That's why we use Profoto.
Welcome back, everyone. One thing I realized, I've been talking about the Profoto Luminance Award, and a little side game that you guys can play as we're watching the competition is trying to figure out which image won the Profoto Luminance Award this year. As a reminder, a panel of judges selected an image that they felt made the best use of light, and we're going to announce that winner tomorrow. I keep forgetting to tell you what they're going to win, because it could be you guys too. It could be somebody in this room. Whoever wins the Profoto Luminance Award is going to win $10,000 in Profoto gear. So you're going to outfit your whole studio with Profoto gear, which is amazing. So that's really amazing that what Profoto is doing that, and we can't wait to see who wins it. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to everyone who's watching us online. Thanks to Nikon's generous support, we get to hang out with you guys as well. We are now in the creative division, and guys, this is our last one. This is our last category in the creative division, sponsored by Epson. This is the pre-wedding creative category. So these are all images that were taken before a couple's wedding day or within a month afterwards. The reason why we do the 1 month afterwards is because it can include post-wedding sessions or an engagement session that happened right after the wedding kind of thing. So that can be all in there. More latitude, of course, is given to the photographers in this category because it's in the creative division. Composites could be allowed, it's the only time it is, but many of the images that you see, or all of them, could not be composited as well. The pre-wedding creative category is sponsored by 17 Hats, which is a incredible CRM, client relationship manager software. They have the ability, they give you the ability to keep track of all your clients, all of their information, their invoicing, how much they paid you, how much you've billed them. Basically, all of your administrative workflow, you can run it right through 17 Hats and make it your business so much more profitable and way more efficient. They have automations that you can set up. It's just absolutely incredible. Love them to death. So thank you to 17 Hats for sponsoring the pre-wedding creative division. Also, we've been talking about the Ghionis Scholarship, and there's going to be a recipient that we announce tomorrow. 17 Hats has agreed to be part of the Ghionis Scholarship this year, so they're going to give that recipient, remember I told you this is everything that they need to rebuild or build their studio. This is exactly one of those things. 17 Hats is giving them a pro starter kit and a one-year yearly plan to get themselves all set up. And that's an $800 value, so that's huge, and it will go a long way. That could also change someone's life to make them much more organized. So thank you to 17 Hats for that. We're going to now turn it over to Jerry and our new panel of judges as we look at the images in the pre-wedding creative category.
All right, we clearly have a rose between the thorns. The first couple of thorns here, Gavir, Nick, and the beautiful rose in the middle, Sarah Edmonds, thank you so much. And Andrew, you're a beautiful man with those dimples, but not quite shining as bright as Sarah next to you. And Danny Dong, I want you on my sleep stories. Whenever you talk, I'm emotionally drawn to what you say and how you say it and your smile. Not to diminish the other smiles, but I don't know, I'm playing favorites right now. This is all I'm saying. So just live with it. All right, guys, let's get into it. First print, please. Okay, Andrew, first impression, mate. What do you think?
It's so out of this world. It's got such an impact to it that just draws you in all around, and that's just that's all I can say. It's so worldly.
Beautiful, Sarah. Tell us the degree of difficulty of this, because you've got these strong highlights, full sun, then you've got full shade. And maybe just a bit of a nugget on the little foliage there and what that's doing for the image, because that could have easily been removed either on the day or in post.
Yeah, no, I'm intrigued by that. Degree of difficulty, exactly. This looks like full sunlight or something that's been made to look like full sunlight, but yet we've still got all of that light and detail on the bride who's lying there, and we're just drawn in there. The nugget, I feel like once again we're talking about about balance and about weight, and I just feel like it's just there to offset the overall visual weight of the image, and it's a little bit of interest. It's like we're being taken around on this journey, and then we just stop for a second, and then we continue on to the prize in the middle.
Yeah, Nico, what's your final impression of this?
I really kudos to the maker. It's like everything plays for a reason in this image. We have the graceful pose of the bride, and then we have the red color tone next to her, the bluish on top, the brownish all over the print. So everything was placed for a reason. Even the bush or the foliage, like Sarah mentioned before, it's like for a reason to balance the two sides of the image, one to the other. So
yeah, absolutely. And that negative space that was left on either side of the curve, left and right, bottom and top, very purposeful. Nicely done. Thank you so much. Next print, please. By the Seaside. Danny, while you're there, grab the microphone. What's your first impression?
Wow. beautiful pose and beautiful connections there. And also, I like the composition, how simple, and then using the rocks forming a diagonal to create this color harmony with a little bit brownish rock and with this beautiful blue sea color, and then the white dress and the waves color just complementary to each other. A beautiful balance, beautiful composition.
Thank you so much. Kavir, go more specific. Give me some more elements within there, within that pose, within the degree of difficulty of achieving that, bird's eye, all that kind of stuff.
Whether the photographers used a drone or just, maybe a higher angle of composition to shoot down is I've photographed on rocks, and it's a nightmare, especially when you have all your camera equipment as well, and then you're trying to pose your clients while they're sitting on these sharp, jagged rocks, and then at the same time making them look comfortable. That's a degree of difficulty that the photographers pulled off exceptionally well. Placing the veil and the dress, and turning the legs and giving that beautiful S shape, so that little curve on her leg. Photographer's done tremendously well, even the exceptional print quality as well. Well done.
Great comments. Sarah, what did you enjoy about this?
Yeah, I talk about making the most of your environment and the place that you have. I can see the couple having this absolutely huge on a wall. The water looks almost painted on. It looks like such an art piece. Really beautiful.
Great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Illuminated Souls in the City. Sarah, while you're there, what's your first impression of this?
Just so impactful. This is, I'm assuming a double exposure, but taken onto the next level. Really, really stunning. But once again, what I love so much is that contact between them. I really believe it. It's kind of spicy.
Yeah. Andrew, tell us about the movie poster vibe and the complementary colors we're working with here.
There's definitely a lot of thought in the cinematic feel to this with the oranges and the blues. The technicality of pulling this off and executing this is very difficult to pull off to this degree. What really kind of inspires me here is how they've created this light in her chest, and then the story that kind of percolates around that, that love is that's the brightest part. And that's really interesting, and to have the foliage going through, leading us through the different parts of their bodies, and then just the separation of that connection. This is technically so well thought out. Congratulations to the maker for pulling this off.
Yeah. Nick, it looks like you wanted to make a comment. Sorry, I was deciding between you both, so I love you both.
It's so interesting. Overall, the storytelling behind the picture is like a feeling like the palm trees or whatever it is it looks like a ribs to her, but at the same time looks like he's hanging of her. And at the same time, if you see on the male face, there is there is another face, which is like the emotion of her on his mind, which is crazy how he used all these elements, the maker, to create the stunning, like a fine art piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Wonderful comments, everybody. Thank you. Next print, please. Tell me, mirror. Danny, grab the mic there, mate. First impression of this image?
Oh, beautiful composition and beautiful symmetric, including this symmetric environment into the frame, and using beautiful lighting to control the main subjects, making the main subject stand out from this background. Very controlled.
Nice. Kavir, can you perhaps unpack like constructing this image and how to achieve it and the symmetry involved?
A lot of work, to be honest. Dare I say, having a tripod's probably going to work in your favor, just so you can use the virtual horizon and spirit level on your camera, just to make sure everything lines up. You literally do need to take the central composition of the room, just to make sure everything lines up vertically and horizontally, and then lighting up our subjects individually. I know there's a huge degree of difficulty, especially when you're photographing in a mirror, to how do I photograph somebody in a mirror without photographing myself? So the photographer's done an exceptional job there, whether it's a composite or not. And then to have them facing each other by at the same time having opposing lighting. So the lighting's coming from the right on the bride and it's coming from the left for the groom. Photographer's done a fantastic job balancing that out, especially with the highlights around the area, on the edges, just to tie everything in right into the middle.
Wonderful. And Sarah, what's your lasting impression of this?
I'm diving in and looking at the story and enjoying what look like little Easter eggs. There's the portrait on the right-hand side of an ancestor, and then possibly, I'm wondering if it's a family tree on the left. So the mirrors showing the modern day, and then if you look at it on another angle, you could also be looking through into another room. The light has been used cleverly to make us understand that it is a mirror, but you could also be looking through as well. So yeah, there's a whole lot going on here, and I'm glad you asked me to speak last, because I was able to look at it and fully appreciate it.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much. Next print, please. This looks exactly like our backyard. Andrew, first impressions here, mate. What are you admiring about it?
It's just super cool, this presentation and the perspective that they've chosen to show us, and how well handled that they've got the subject right into the framing of this circle, and using that reflection as an additional source of interest.
Yeah. That wasn't music, by the way, to get you to stop. Yeah. Let me see here. Sarah, can you talk a bit about the color harmony here and the degree of difficulty of capturing the ambience as well as clean light on the subject?
Yeah, there's been some very good use of off-camera lighting in order to light the subject, so we have a nice clean color tone, and then we're able to let that ambient light come through underneath, and including the sky, and the color balance of the complementary colors is always going to win. It's just beautiful here. It's used a lot in cinema, and it's just gorgeous. And just her pose, the subject looks so elegant. She's so beautifully lit. It's like a stunning studio shot, but set in this space age setting. It really looks like a movie poster. It's fantastic.
Isn't it interesting? Sarah could deliver bad news to you in that accent and it'd be okay. It's so funny. Dario, is that true, or does she offer a bit of an extra tang, like behind closed doors there? Is that what's happening? This is where you shut up, right? All good. Nicole, last impression you made?
Post-production. Post-production, this image is stunning. It's exquisite. I mean, like, you can see the purely black and the white details everywhere. The sharpening is amazing. So the print quality also at the same time is present all this achievement that the maker made in post-production. Kudos.
Yeah. Wonderful. My advice to you two guys is if you're looking for great locations, obviously we're admiring these incredible places and we think we'll never be able to photograph that. I think you'd be surprised on what's around you. Whenever you drive past a particular area and you think, oh, that's good, put a pin on your phone so you know where it is, and never assume that it's not possible to photograph there. And then all of a sudden, ask permission, and if you ask for 10 locations, you get one. That's one that you didn't get in the first place. Now all of a sudden, you're the king or the queen of that location in that area. So don't be shy, just go for it and have some fun. But I don't care how great the location is, it still takes someone to bring out the best in it, which is what we see here. Thank you for that. Next print, please. Sarah, what's your first impression of this image?
My first impression is simply how beautifully handled this. This looks like a period drama, or the building has been beautifully handled, because it's very difficult to take something that's so busy, but yet still bring our eye to the center of interest, and that's done with composition, with framing in the door. The subject is right on the line of those doors, and then the archway is framing. And it's just been, everything's been toned down a little bit, but not too much. Just beautiful.
Very cool. Gavi, I had the pleasure of photographing Sarah's wedding with you. I know how good you are. Let's talk about posing here. The posing is been done exceptionally. Bring attention to the elements within that pose and according to the light and how effective it is.
Photographer's done a fantastic job short lighting our subject, and short lighting, it's it's very flattering for brides, because it makes it look a little bit slimmer, especially in the dress. But what the photographer's done really, really well is having the bride's right leg come over just a little bit, just to create that beautiful shadow and to create that little pinch right in the middle by the knees, and it gives us that hourglass shape. Couple that with breathing elements between the arms and the hands and between the body. It's very easy for a photographer just to keep the arms right against the body, and it actually gives us the illusion that the bride or the subject is a little bit wider in that area, but giving us a little bit of breathing space, especially that beautiful triangle shape with the elbow and the hands across the body, and then the other hand kind of leading across to separate the veil. The photographer's done a fantastic job just to be able to control that area. What I also like is, compositionally, is our leading lines. We have lines everywhere that are just drawn directly to our subject, and I really, really appreciate that.
Wonderful. Danny, just a final thought there once you've been lingering on that image for a while. Great comment, mate.
Yeah, I think a lot of good things has been said about this image. One thing I really appreciate is, looking at this image, I can feel that the maker has really great patience and are able to pay a lot of attention to the details of the positioning, the details of the hand pose, the details of how strong the lights, the details of how to composite the image. Just really a lot of patience, a lot of details that the maker has given to make this image happen.
I love that you mentioned that. Patience is so important. I've been teaching for a long time, and when I've got students in front of me and I say, look, do a scene. I want to see how you shoot, and everyone just rushes and goes quick. And sometimes circumstantially, weddings just force you to feel like you have to rush. Just remember, a bride just took 2 hours to get hair and makeup done, and all of a sudden she can't be adjusted for like 2 minutes to bring out the best in her with a pose. So your energy when you walk into a room or an environment, and I say this is yesterday, there's an army, the US Army has a saying, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. When you walk into that energy, with that energy, everyone just calms down. It's comforting, it feels good. And there'll be times where you're going to photograph 50 Macedonian families in 10 minutes, that's fine. But there's going to be times where they're going to mirror your energy because they're looking for it. So take your time and trust me, you'll get these shots. Thank you. Next print, please. So apparently the new Apple operating system, you can just do like Command B and balloons just show up randomly. It's fantastic. That's not true. Sarah, you looked at this very closely. What were you looking for? What did you appreciate?
I was really appreciating the subtlety in the posing of this couple. Everything, it looks like they've been posed so well, yet they're so far away. And I'm just thinking, I'm just imagining in my head that I would have run up to them, because I didn't have your tip about the phone in the jacket pocket, which I do now, thank you. But I would have run up to them, instructed it, and then run back, and then they would have stiffened up and it would have gone. This just looks beautifully done, looks so natural and gorgeous. So yeah, aside from all of the lovely balloons, I'm just really enjoying the couple.
Yeah. Gavir, tell me about the deliberate nature of separating the body parts in a silhouette and why that's important.
Especially when we're creating a silhouette. Creating breathing space between the arms, legs, feet, elbows, hips. It creates that separation so we're not blocking or bulking that area. So we're actually seeing different body parts. The photographer's done a fantastic job on this occasion. Just imagine the groom's, well, our right, so the groom's left arm. If that hand in the pocket was just a little bit closer, or the elbow was just a little bit closer to the body, we're just creating this big blockage in this area by just creating a little bit of breathing space. We're slimming the subject. And the photographer's done the exact same situation with the groom's feet as well, creating that beautiful little triangle pocket as well. But the photographer's, to pose somebody, a couple, and make it look natural so they look like they're working, it is a work of art itself.
Wonderful. Andrew, tell us about the compositional elements and how they use the elements around them and the placement of the subject in a pretty taboo setting, in the sense of having the sun visible and being brightest part. So tell us about that and breaking that rule and why and how it worked.
I think to look at the scene and give us such a surreal presentation, obviously placing the couple in this negative space, using that backlight, it was probably a very technical choice, or intentional choice, I mean to say. But I really appreciate how they're using the set of the balloons to kind of draw us in, and because our eye is going around this image, but we're drawn to the brightest part of the image and then placing them technically right there. What's cool about this is that, as it would normally be a faux pas to have such a bright element in the image, it almost makes you want to squint. It almost makes you want to just close your eyes a little bit, and that kind of brings a little bit more realness to the scene. Mm-hmm. And I think when they break those traditional rules, I think that's when you start getting something that's more elevated.
Mm. Fantastic commentary. It's important to know in the audience as well, if you're focusing on weddings or shooting weddings, when you're shooting a silhouette, as in no detail in your subject matter, what you're not getting in faces, you must get in expression. So separating those body parts or having them very, very far away, like a big landscape, little people, that has to be more animation to get the emotion that you're not getting in the faces. That's why when you're at a concert and you're on the nosebleed seats, you're going to get the performers in sequence or something that they can shine a bit brighter and give you some presence that way. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Danny, grab the mic, mate. You got a nice, warm appreciation for this image. Tell me about it.
Yeah, very interesting image. I mean, it's unique. When we commonly see people, we want to see people, right? It's a couple, it's a bride, or it's a main subject. But this one, the focus is on the shoes. I was wondering why the shoes are there. Why the focus on the shoes? But after the second thought, you may feel, wow, this is an interesting image. Right, the implying the story, I guess, is, wow, it's so tired wedding day. Take a break. You just relax in the background, and the wedding shoes. It's beautiful, but it's not a comfortable shoes for you to wear for the entire day. It's a very clever thoughts to creating a story by shooting a very constructed image like this.
Beautiful. Your enthusiasm rubbed off on Sarah. Let's continue the joy here.
No, I'm just laughing because, that why the shoes? Ladies, why the shoes, right? Oh, my God.
They're Louboutins.
So I just adore this image. The spotlights are on the shoes, and they probably cost $1 gazillion. But the bride is also looking $1 million, but just slightly out of focus there. So all of the focus is on the shoes and the wide angle to create this dramatic tunnel. I'm just absolutely loving this.
Yes, Gavir, lasting impression. Thank you for the comment. Love the passion.
Now I'm thinking about the image a little bit more. I was just kind of confused at first. Is why are we focusing on the shoes as opposed to our bride, even though the bride's in the image? But now it all makes sense, and then now it all makes sense in terms of composition and what the photographer's actually done very cleverly.
Tell us, Obi-Wan.
The archway and the whole building and the lines, for me, it imitates the archway and the heel. And that's bringing us our attention directly to the shoe, and that's what I kind of think it overall represents, which I think is really well thought out, to be honest.
You're good, you. Yeah. Great comments. Thank you so much. All right. I believe that's the last of the category. Wonderful commentary. Thank you so much. How about appreciating all that you just saw just now? I love that category. I mean, I love them all, but certainly that's a part of my history as well, and my present. Thank you so much for that, guys. We'll be back in a few moments as we decide who will be first, second, and third place in that category. We'll see you back.
My business would not have the reputation that it does without 17 Hats. I photograph very high-end luxury weddings. They don't typically love being condensed into a package. I am sending them a quote with various options, but giving them the good, better, best almost every single time they choose a top package. Setting up workflows so you get to fully plan your client experience from start to finish. I use questionnaires to help trigger certain thoughts out of my clients so I know how to photograph them the way they want to be photographed. There isn't anywhere else I need to go to manage my business. Everything's in 17 Hats. It just has everything you need to run your business like a real business. If you think you can run a business without having the tools to run a business, you're going to be one of those businesses that start and stop within 1 to 5 years.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. And the judges are just ready to pick their winners for this category. As a reminder, we are in the pre-wedding creative category. The judges are now looking at all the images in the gallery. And there will be no discussion for this portion of the judging. Although we're going to announce first, second, and third place tomorrow, judges, we're asking you to choose placings for all 8 images that you're looking at now. And you can begin. I had a really good question while they're doing that, not to distract them. A good question that came up that someone asked, why are we sometimes seeing not 10 images in a category? Sometimes there's 8. So I'll tell you while they're doing that. Sometimes, so when we let people know that they're a finalist in a category, we give them deadlines of when they need to enter and then when they need to have the print by. Some photographers chose not to enter the print competition. Some photographers were not able to get us their print in time, so we couldn't include them, so we had to take them out at the very last minute. Sometimes it could happen that someone is disqualified after we find some information out, and that didn't happen this year, but it could happen, and that could also be a reason why. But those are the 3 scenarios of why you may not see full 10 images in each category. If we find out early enough that someone is not intending to enter a category, then we can go down the line and ask the next person. But sometimes we just don't have enough time to give a person to prepare a print for the competition. All right, the judges have chosen their winner for this category. Huge congratulations to all the finalists. We will find out who those winners are tomorrow night. In the meantime, we're going to now transition because that was the last category in the creative division. So huge thank you to Epson for sponsoring this division. Those were some amazing images that we were inspired by this morning. And thank you to Epson at 17 Hats for sponsoring this category. We're now going to move on to a different division. We're going to be going into the wedding division, and our first category is the Wedding Photojournalism category. So we're going to reset and come right back in just a minute.
I'm Sarah Edmonds, and I'm so proud to be ambassador for Canson Infinity, a brand with a heritage spanning over 500 years. Taking the leap from digital photographer to printed artist is quite a scary one, but when you print, that's what you are. I've spent 10 years dedicated to learning how to produce the very best print of my work, and let me tell you, not all papers are created equal. For this piece, I chose Arch 88. It's a fine art paper with a very smooth finish, deep rich tones, and naturally white whites. And it's from the same mill that produced paper for Henri Matisse, Pablo Picasso, and Salvador Dali. Canson produces a huge range of papers, so the real question is, what will you choose for your next masterpiece?
Attention all photography lovers. Have you heard about the Unique Photo Creators Challenge photo contest? If not, let me enlighten you. All year round, during most of our events, we run these Creators Challenges as a way to give back to all you creatives who turn moments into memories and life into art. Attend our Creators Challenge classes and submit your best captures for a chance to win some amazing prizes. For example, during our bird photography bootcamp in Cape May, 3 lucky photographers won $1,000 in cash. Eligible classes will have the Creators Challenge logo on their listing, so be on the lookout for your next big opportunity. We'll also be posting winners, honorable mentions, and submissions per challenge on our new Creators Challenge gallery right on our Unique Photo website. This is your personal invitation to get out and shoot, meet like-minded individuals, and most importantly, win some awesome prizes and bragging rights. Our Creators Challenge wants your submissions. For more details, please visit us online at uniquephoto.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we're ready for our next category. We're also jumping into a brand new division. We are just about to start the wedding division. And so our next few categories will be all wedding images. That category is sponsored by Canson. Canson has an incredibly rich history in creating fine art papers, and they've been doing it for over 500 years. And today you can get all kinds of different types of papers that are suited specifically to the image that you're printing. They have an infinite number of papers, and you can be very specific about what you're trying to achieve, what look you're trying to achieve, thanks to their huge variety of beautiful papers that you can print on. As we can hear in some of the comments that the judges are making, the paper matters when you're looking at certain images. Also, a great feature to tell you guys about, in our print gallery, when it opens on the trade show floor, every print in the print gallery will have a gallery card on it. And something new that we've added this year is we've asked the finalists to tell us what paper they've printed their image on. And if they gave us that information, we included that onto that gallery card. So now you can walk through the gallery and take a look and see all the different types of papers and get a nice close look at them. You will definitely see a lot of Canson Infinity papers in there. So definitely encourage you to guys go take a look at that and see the different textures and the different effects that the paper has on the image. Now, our first category in this division is the Wedding Photojournalism category. All of these images were taken on a wedding day. They are all completely candid in nature. They could not have been, the rules are very specific in that the photographer could not direct or pose or have an influence on the moment as it was happening. They had to capture the moment as it was happening organically. There's also more limited post-production in this category than even in the other categories in the wedding division. There are certain techniques that are not allowed, like cloning and all kinds of specific things that are allowed in other categories. Can't liquefy, all that. So you can do very basic things. You can crop, we try to keep it true to an original darkroom techniques that you can do, and that's what we keep true in the wedding photojournalism category. This category is sponsored by Spider Holster. I don't know how many of you guys use Spider Holster, but I can tell you for a fact I love my Spider Holster. It's a great belt system to hold your gear, your cameras. It keeps all of the weight right on your center point of gravity, and it takes it all off of your neck and your shoulders. It's absolutely brilliant. I love my Spider Holster so much. So they are sponsoring this category. They are also, if you were here yesterday, you heard that they are also part of the prize pack for all first place winners. All first place winners across every category will be receiving a brand new Ice Light 3 thanks to Westcott, and they'll also be receiving a Spider X holster that will include a pin that holds the Ice Light exactly. So that's pretty cool. So thank you to Spider Holster for sponsoring this category. And now I will leave you in the capable hands of Jerry and our new panel of judges. We have some new faces up there, and we'll get started in this wedding photojournalism category.
Right, thank you. The Ice Light, I wish I thought of that. Alison Carlino, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Again, Gavia Jahal, Triple Master Icon. Sorry, I screwed up your name there. Sarah Edmonds from Italy with the English accent. Double Master, thank you so much for being here. Danny Dong, Icon Triple Master. And Mara can tell me Australian. Thank you for the accent, mate. It's these people. It just doesn't work. Go to if you want to get a flavour of Australia, go to Outback Steakhouse. It feels like you're in Australia, but it's like the embassy. You cross that line, you're protected. Yeah, it's amazing. You are an Icon Grandmaster. We're about to change the entire awards to the Icon International Mara Can Tell Me Awards, but we thought we'd keep it. The same way. So thank you for your expertise and your energy coming all the way from Australia to be here. So thank you. We are going to look at the wedding PJ category. I wanted to tell Melissa that it should be called the wedding pajama category, but she said no. So let's stick to wedding photojournalism, and let's have our first print, please. Thank you. So Danny, first impression, looks like you're admiring a lot of these expressions. Tell us what you're feeling.
Wow, camera position. Where is the shooter? Where is the photographer? When I see this, I was like, oh, the photographer really has the guts. Mm-hmm. Is Fission taking this picture? No, we don't see this angle. The first kiss moments captured in this right angle. But the photographer, if you have the chance to do this, you did a great job.
Certainly he or she. But Maro, tell me more about this. Would you do this? Would you get the guts to do that?
Definitely,
yeah.
Definitely. Us Australians, we've always got the guts, Gary. You know how it works. Going back to the print, though, I must say I'm absolutely impressed with the execution. I think whenever we're all on a wedding and photographing, we're always waiting for that split moment when the bride and groom are going to kiss for the first time. Yeah. So it's a perfect angle, and the way the photographer's depth of field, where he's able to concentrate not only on the bride and groom kissing and they're completely sharp, but the expression on the people, that's very hard to do. Especially in that split second where they're about to kiss, sometimes your depth of field is a bit soft, or the bride and groom are moving. So this is all completely sharp. It actually, Jerry, it even brings me back to the time of being in the darkroom and printing, remember, on fibre-based paper?
Right.
It sort of brings me back to that moment too. So I definitely love the rendition of the tones as well, with the blacks and the whites.
Wonderful, absolutely. And remember that it could be a he or she or a they who photographed this. So I know just naturally it comes out in conversation, so please forgive us, it just naturally comes out. Usually you're sort of biased to your own gender and it comes out, but we apologise that it's all good. We're just celebrating imagery in front of us. Sarah, you got that beautiful smile there, sort of really appreciating this. What are you appreciating? What are you enjoying?
Yeah, I'm just appreciating this is photojournalism done as it should be, as in you hear people complain about there might be one person picking their nose or looking at the wrong way, and the fact is that skilled photographers can capture a moment like this where there's just every face is telling a different story, and from grandma in the corner with just her hands clasped together and the big smile, everybody's emotions. I'm just really enjoying that.
It's interesting, isn't it? With a photojournalism category, we often, like, how do you be unique? How do you be outstanding? And sometimes it's not something that really you do. Yes, that it took timing, it took positioning. It's a combination of elements that's in front of you, but capturing those expressions actually lift up that image. So fantastic. Thank you for sharing. Next print, please. Alison, you have a nice warm smile appreciating that. Tell us what you're thinking and feeling right now.
Oh my goodness, it could be the groom dancing with both of his daughters and that little girl just picking the rocks down there, not caring what's going on. It's just a quiet moment with the man and the two little girls when all the busyness is going on inside, and just so well seen and captured.
And Gavir, tell me a bit more about this kind of a moment where a lot of us could just be lost in the action that's happening in the reception, but the benefit of just walking around and observing and continuing to try to find these moments.
I think overall, the photographers kind of sometimes get a little bit fixated on the bride and groom and not having, and just kind of having tunnel vision. But it pays off dividends, especially in this occasion, just to see what's around you and just be spatially aware, just to see the stories within the story and make up the whole story. And the photographer's done a fantastic job on this occasion, and not just concentrating on, the dad and his daughter, or, the groom and the daughter, but just to see that the additional element, okay, there's another girl playing on the right-hand side, collecting rocks, and taking a step back just to photograph the whole element, just to create this bit of, the image just in the middle on its entirety, on its own, as a square crop, will be beautiful, but it's just the added additional element of the other girl that just elevates this image to another level.
Yeah. Mara, talk to us about the serendipitous location of the lights and what that's done for the subject matter.
Well, as I'm looking at the image, I've sort of engulfed myself as if I was in there at the time. And when you're sort of looking at this shot, I bet you it was really dark out there and it was quite silhouetted. You can see the lights are coming from the back. So, the execution is amazing. And for me, as a photographer, I wouldn't maybe even attempted to do this because it was probably too low light. So I'm really liking the overall lighting, execution, tops.
Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your comments, guys. Next print, please. A steamy preparation. Gavir, you look intrigued. What's your first impression of this, mate? We normally see this from a bride or a bridesmaid, but yeah, let's unpack this.
Yeah, that's a new, unique perspective that I see, that the photographers, once again, being spatially aware just to see what's around them, just to photograph something different. The photographers made brilliant use of the lighting that's on the groom, and then to be able to capture the little elements of steam. This image was going to look fantastic in the wedding album as a part of the story of the overall wedding day.
Danny, some further thoughts there, mate?
Yeah, wedding photojournalism is about storytelling. I really admire the maker to very patiently observe this moment and this is a good use of lighting that looks like the light source from the ceiling lights. It just light up the face of the groom here, and then his expression is well captured. It really looks very has a lot of expectations for the day, and also the delivery, including the background dress into the frame. It's also adding a lot of stories to the environment, to the wedding day elements.
Yeah, absolutely. Final thoughts, Sarah?
Yeah, this looks like a movie set. It's outstanding, and I'm just really enjoying the sort of the ghosts of the ladies who are probably getting their makeup done and leaving him all on his own to steam his own shirts, and it's just humorous, beautifully lit and captured, composed, and as I said, just like a movie still.
Next week, Mara will be doing this. You have no idea. Thank you, guys. Next print, please. Mara, first impression. I think this is right up your alley here.
I've seen Candid, but this blows it out of the water. Seriously, looking at the way the light's coming through the back, it's just super intriguing. You know, when we talk about photojournalism, a lot of us photographers always consider, for example, photographing people's faces because it shows expression. But this is the total opposite. It's super unique. I'm bringing this home, you know, the way this looks. The shoes, the colour of the shoes.
The mannequin?
The mannequin as well. I love the way the mannequin's a bit roughed up and scratched as well, because obviously she's sort of scratching her thigh as well. So it actually, although they're contrasting, they actually marry in together really well.
Yeah. Alison, you're intrigued here?
Yeah, it brought a reaction of humor when it turned around. The way the mannequin's looking at that leg is just priceless. And as a woman, maybe trying to put Spanx on, and just the feeling of, you know, we don't need to see the actual female's head because the mannequin's saying it all. Like, this is stupid. Why are we doing this?
You can imagine the photographer going through this and then like, oh, might be good for an award, but I'm not going to put it in the gallery, you know? Sarah, final thoughts?
Yeah, the humour, but most of all, I'm just so in awe of the photographer's eye here. God, just paying attention and watching what's going on instead of focusing on maybe a prettier shot or the face. He or she, they have looked down and they've seen composition and light and humour, and they've captured it, and it's just wonderful to see.
It's interesting. I often say that you photograph the way you are as a person. So if you, let's say, walk in cynically, one person can just see mess, another person can see opportunity. And this is what we got here. Cool shot. And I love the way her right hand is covering up her crotch. I think it's very, very clever. Well done. Thank you. Next print, please. I'm over it. I'm not over the competition. That was the title for this particular image. I just... Just clarify. Danny, you've got the biggest smile on your face right now. First impression?
A great moment captured on the dance floor. Normally, we're always focusing on the people on the dance floor, but this photographer, step away and try to look around to finding something further away from the dance floor, make a very interesting story captured.
Yeah. Gavir, tell us about that negative space and how all the dancers are compartmentalized on that dance floor and what it's doing for that image.
I think it's almost like we have two different images within the one image. And that solid line that breaks up the carpet and the dance floor, that's the adult area. That's where the adults are all drinking, partying and dancing. And it's like the little boy's been told off, he's not allowed to be on the dance floor, so he's taking a lie down. And all of a sudden, the boy's making eye contact directly with the wedding photographer. And then what adds even a little bit more, not mystery, but cheekiness to it, is that the addition of the second boy taking a little step closer, like he's about to do something. Like he's about to do something, and whether it'll be, you know, giving him a little kick in the back or whatever. I mean, that's what my son will do, but it seems like my son's got the same expression this one has. He's about to do something really, really cheeky, but it's just that separation.
Yeah.
So we're getting two different stories, which I'm really enjoying.
Yeah. Alison, your last impression?
Y'all, that boy's shoes are off, his shirt's untucked, and he's had his hand behind his head for a while. He's been relaxing, so that's a great moment to capture, and yeah, just enjoying it.
Thank you so much for the comments. Wonderful. Next print, please. Caught in the wedding sandwich. Maro, what do you see here, mate? What's your first impression?
First impression is, oh my God, I'm going to get squashed here. So, but I guess I can sort of see what's happening here where, you know, it's just after the speeches and you can see the person's going for the big hug. And obviously I'm picking that's the bride getting squashed there. So, you know, with weddings, you can get humour, but then you can get this type of humour. And especially during, and we all know during the speeches, for me, I find it probably the most boring part to photograph. So, you know, I guess this photographer has really, really captured something very unique in the sense of the happiness and everything that goes with that.
Yeah. Alison, I see a little wry smile from you.
Yeah, the photographer was in the right place at the right time. I think what they did well here, seeing the triangular composition, leading our eyes all around it, and then keeping the crop close too. Don't think that we need to see whoever's sitting on the left or the right. So good composition, good timing and crop.
Yeah. And Sarah, final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just really admiring here the photographer's eye in seeing the light background with the dark jacket and then the lighter figure against the dark background as well. It just works. It all comes together beautifully. Amazingly spotted.
Yeah, very cool. Very fun to get these shots. Wonderful. Next print, please. Kavir, you looked really intrigued. First impression. How do you feel about this?
Such a fun image. It's the additional, you know, stating the obvious with a wedding party around, throwing party poppers, and then, you know, I assume this is the groom coming with what looks like a big cannon thrower. It's just like, let me do. Is that? It seems like that. It's like, let me give you one up, and then just blow. The photographer could have easily taken the obvious central composition and shoot straight down. By doing that, you know, the confetti of the streamers would have been going directly towards the camera. But what the photographer's done, which is very, very clever, and I like this, is sidestep to the right to photograph it from the side angle to get the expression of everybody else, meaning that you're able to photograph the groom more clean without having the confetti just bothering him. And I just think that's very, very well thought out of.
Can we talk about the compositional elements that have pretty much given this a vignette to draw your eye into a chaotic scene?
Yes, very true, Jerry. What I love the most, and like you mentioned about the composition, is the way the execution in the sense of the angle of where the photographer is, because we all know how hard it is to photograph over the top of people's heads. And, you know, every now and then, and quite often when you're trying to execute a photograph like this, someone's hand gets in the way and it looks like he's picking the groom's nose, or, you know, this has been executed perfectly. Then the fact of the groom is in the middle of the doorway, that draws your attention straight to the groom as well. And the light behind the groom highlights him even more. So although the groom is maybe 6% of the overall image, my eye goes immediately there. So kudos to the this composed photograph.
Fantastic. And Danny, please, final thoughts?
Yeah, just want to add one thing. When we shoot a photojournalistic moment, we're making choices. We're making choices where we should stand, where we should be. And I really admire this photographer. Sometimes we will get used to, let's get close to the main subjects. And this maker deliberately stepped further back to be able to incorporate all the hands, all the expressions, all those reactions of the audience to make this more storytelling. Really admiring the camera position choice.
Wonderful. And I just saw Maro mouth the words "I love you" to his wife. That was very beautiful. I just caught that. If I was a photojournalist right now, I would have captured that and I would have sold it to you for a lot of money. All right. We can do it again, and but we can't enter it because it wouldn't be true photojournalism. But all good, guys. Next print, please. God hates me. Danny, I see the biggest smile from you, mate. What's your first impression?
A great, funny, humorous moment captured. I really admire the maker. Look around during the ceremony time and be able to see other stories happen during the ceremony instead of just purely focusing on what's going on in to the main subjects.
Yeah, absolutely. Alison?
I want to compliment the maker on the fact that they kept the highlights in check along with the darks, because that's a tough situation right there in the moment. So nice job. It looked that guy's the only one with the white shirt on. Everybody else has got a jacket, and he's in the light, and you kept the exposure right. I'm excited for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Gavir, last impression, mate?
Yeah, I think he had his jacket on and he's taking it off because he's getting too hot, to be honest. That's what I'm taking out of it. There is a jacket on the back of the chair. Exceptional print quality. I love the details in the shadows just about. The highlights have been controlled really well. I like the paper choice and the warm tones, and it echoes along with the matting as well. Excellent.
He probably walked into the church an atheist and then walked out believing in God. That's so much fun. All right, next print, please. In the air. Sarah, grab the mic. You're right there.
Yeah, I was
First
just
impression.
admiring, like the groom is making eye contact with the camera. Fantastic. And looking around at everybody's faces, there's something in every part of this image, but most of all that eye contact. Wow, that I've never seen that before. That's beautifully done.
Yeah. Maro, I'd love you to talk about this image, mate.
I absolutely really enjoy everyone's expressions. Everyone from the crowd and the ladies on the right side to even hired help with the, what sort of instrument is that he's holding? What is that, guys? Saxophone. Even he's laughing. And it sort of draws your attention to the middle, although you don't need much drawing because obviously, that moment, that caption where he's just straight up in the air is just absolutely perfect. I just hope that didn't drop him, Jerry. That's all.
We can't show you the results of the notice. Alison.
I want to compliment the maker on, you've done so many of these, possibly you know about where they're about to throw him, and maybe you positioned your body right between those two lines of Christmas lights, and you knew exactly how to capture so you could get the guy between the lights. And that's hard because you're watching the below, you're watching the above, and you're shooting quickly and moving your body, and it's sharp. Y'all get a chance to see this one. That guy is sharp. So nice capture.
Wonderful. Thank you for your comments. This is the last print. Thank you so much. We're all good. It's so wonderful to have a fellow Australian on the panel because when I say mate, it's just normal for you. When I say mate to a non-Australian, they think that I want to mate with them. And it's like saying buddy. So yeah, watch Bluey, you'll get it. Okay, we are going to be back after a couple of minutes and we'll decide first, second and third of this category. See you soon.
you ever get the opportunity to go to the Graphistudio Castle for a workshop, I highly recommend it. That video was very accurate description of what you'll experience while you're there. But we are now back in the room, and our judges are just about ready to choose their selections for who will win this category. Judges, you have all the images in front of you. There'll be no discussion for this portion of the judging. And although we will be announcing first, second, and third place, we will ask you to choose placings for all 9 images when you're ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their choice for who will win this category. The rest of us will find out tomorrow night at the awards ceremony, so please don't forget to join us. It's in the Amazon A ballroom, which is just a couple doors down that way. And if you're watching us online, we will be streaming live, so join us tomorrow night. The doors open at 7 p.m., and the show will start immediately at 8 p.m., so we hope to see you there. This concludes the Wedding Photojournalism category. Thank you so much to Spider Holster for sponsoring this category. I know we've been talking a lot about the Ghionis Scholarship. Spider Holster is also part of the Ghionis Scholarship, so the recipient of the scholarship will receive their own Spider Holster belt as well, which is amazing. I love mine, so I'm so proud that they're part of that. And a big thank you, of course, to Canson, who is sponsoring the entire wedding division. Now, we are going to take a break. We're going to feed our team and our judges. So we will be back. It is now 12:26. We will be back at 1:25 for the next category. The next category will also be in the wedding division. It'll be the couple together wedding day category. So we'll see you right back here in exactly an hour. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to the Icon Awards and our afternoon session, our last day in the afternoon session. These are our last categories for the year, you guys, but they're really good. So we're going to make them really, really good for you. We are back, and for everyone who's here for the first time, I want to just fill you in a little bit on what has happened to this point, because this is sort of the culmination of the awards. It all started about 6-8 months ago, back in August of last year, when we opened the competition for digital entries. We got almost 2,000 entries, which was amazing, and our judges spent a lot of time going through all of them. We had panels of 5 judges looking at every single image. They scored the images, and then you guys received those scores. You also had the option of obtaining a critique to get some of that feedback from the judges, which was amazing. They went through and recorded over 550 critiques this year. So huge thank you to our judges for putting in all that time to help all of the entrants and improve their work, which is pretty amazing. What we're going to do now, because everything to this point has been how to improve an image, giving you feedback on how you've done, we're going to be focusing today on what makes these images finalists. So what we're going to see for the rest of the day are the top 10 scoring images in each category. And the judges are going to talk about why they're award-winning, why they made the finals, what elements to them made the judges score them the way they did. That being said, the scores are now irrelevant. You've received your Honors of Excellence points. They're already in your account. The judges will not know what any of these images scored. They are now looking at them on their own merit. We've added the extra difficulty of printing them and displaying them and matting them. So the judges are encouraged to look at them all with fresh eyes and on their own merit. And then after they have a discussion about all 10 images, then we hang them up in a gallery, and they will decide who they'd like to see win first, second, and third place in each category. And then we tell you the results of that tomorrow night. So tomorrow night is our award ceremony. Please make sure you come. It's so much fun. It's so exciting, especially after seeing all the images. You want to know what the results are. The doors will open at 7. We will begin promptly at 8 o'clock. Make sure that you grab a bite to eat before you join us and dress to impress. It's going to be a fun night. We have a great opening performance for you and a great after party as well, so it should be a lot of fun. Now, we have, it's a big job to be able to come live to you at WPPI. It takes a lot of work and a lot of resources that we would not be able to do on our own. So you're going to hear me talking about a lot of companies and people that helped us to be here today at WPPI. Otherwise, this would be only an online digital competition, which is how many competitions work, and we totally understand why. But we're here and we're able to do the print aspect of this competition only with the support of so many companies who also believe in the importance of print and the importance of education via these awards and these competitions. When you guys walked in, you walked past so many beautiful wall arts and albums that are on display in the back. That's from Graphistudio. They're our in-room sponsor. And they produce incredibly beautiful pieces, all handmade in Italy. And they are here to support the Icon Awards, so you can take a look at some of those pieces without the hubbub of the trade show, before the trade show even opens. So we're super grateful that they set that up for us while they're busy over there already. They also, Graphistudio is the company that printed the Icon Awards book. So if you entered the digital competition and you scored an 80 or above, you are published in this book. So really exciting. You can go online at iconphotographers.com. You can purchase the book, and you can actually pick it up at the trade show. So if you select the option to pick it up at a trade show, you can go to Graphistudio's booth. It's booth 301. They're right when you walk in, and you can pick it up there. And it's really amazing. Even if you're not in the book, it's such an incredibly inspiring piece. We have it as a coffee table in our house, and it's just so beautiful to be able to look through the work and just be inspired by it. And so yeah, we're very excited about seeing it. We haven't even seen it in person yet, so you guys can join us for that. I want to also thank Dario Righetto, he's from Love Edits, and he also designed the entire book. It's not a small feat. There was a lot of images. This year's book is bigger than last year's, and it took a lot of time, and he does it out of the kindness of his heart and because he loves competition so much. So if you see him, give him a big hug, because he put a lot of his heart and soul into designing that book for all of us. All right. Well, now, without further ado, I know we want to see some images. We're going to be beginning today with the wedding division. The wedding division is sponsored by Canson. Canson's a company that produces incredible, beautiful fine art papers that we can print our images on. Many of the images that you'll see today are in fact printed on Canson Infinity paper. They've been doing it for over 500 years, and they have an infinite number of different papers. And you'll see a lot of photographers become very particular because they'll print on several different types of paper, and then the colors show up differently depending on the type of paper that you use. So just as a heads up, when you walk through the gallery on the trade show floor, we've now included the information of what paper that image was printed on, so you can get a nice up close look at the different types of papers and the different textures, and you'll see a lot of Canson Infinity papers there too, so it's pretty cool. Our first category for this afternoon is the Couple Together Wedding Day category. So as you can imagine, this is all going to be couples that were photographed on their wedding day. Now, this is in the wedding division, which means that no composites are allowed in creating the final image. These were all single capture images that could be finessed and they can beautify the image, but none of the entrants were allowed to create a composite for their final entrance. This category is being sponsored by Imagen, which is an incredibly intuitive editing tool. They use AI-based technology to help you with culling and editing. It speeds up your workflow incredibly, so much more than you can imagine. So if you haven't tried it, definitely give Imagen a try. It will buy you back hours and hours of your time every week. So worth it. So now I'm going to kick us over to Jerry. Jerry is an Icon Double Master, although he cannot, Icon Double Grandmaster. Sorry, baby, I knocked a couple of things off of you. He can no longer enter the competition, but he is the only person to ever achieve that title for now. So it just shows you how many years he was dedicated to entering himself the print competition and the impact that he's had on this industry. And if you guys have been in the room or watching us live online, it has been really awesome to listen to Jerry leading the discussions. It's been really good. I just want to thank you, Jerry, as well, for all those great conversations that we've been having today. So I will turn it over to you to introduce our panel, and we'll enjoy these images in the Couple Together Wedding Day category.
Thank you so much. Charmy Pena, welcome, Nikon Ambassador, and it is Nikon, by the way. It's we say Nikon, but it is Nikon. Go to Japan, look it up, you'll know what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for being here. Nikon Ambassador from Greece, Nico Pikiris. We've got some of our patriots over there as well, and we're going to, I might say a few Greek words just to inspire our audience at home. Do you guys ever know that Greek cheese that they fry, the saganaki? You see that? That's made out of cheese called kefalogaviera. Say that 3 times. So kefalogaviera. Even Melissa knows how to say it. Baby, can you say kefalogaviera? No? Okay. Baby, it's our show. We can do this. I don't want to do it. All right, no worries. So Icon Double Master for Nick Bikridis and Susan Stripling, Icon Grandmaster. Yeah, what's this sign? I like that. We should come up with a sign.
I control my body. Okay?
I know.
I'm so sorry.
Danny Dong, Icon Triple Master, welcome back. Heart of gold, just always smiling. I love that. And Nikon Ambassador Chloe Ramirez, we welcome you to this panel here as well. But we have such a wealth and breadth and depth of talent right here. So I'm excited about to hear what you guys have to say. So without further ado, what we're going to do, we're going to look at all the imagery. We are going to focus on these strengths. We are not going to critique these images. There's another place for that. Very, very soon, there's going to be almost 1,000 critiques, evergreen, and every year this will grow. This will be part of all of our legacies that we can continue to learn and part of this website. Critiq.com, Critiq without the U and the E is a platform that we basically use. And I believe it's the platform second to none. It's wonderful. You can search by expert, you can search by genre, and it's wonderful. All right, so we are going to be like the good parent that's encouraging. We're not going to be like the bad parent that says, okay, you came second, but you should have come first. There's no critiquing right now. The critiques are, we're going to highlight what was done well and why, and celebrate these images and give educational value and content. With all that being said, let's start with the first print. Thank you. First print, please. Jane loves Kayla. Susan, first impression, what's the impact for you?
Jane does love Kayla. Like, it is, honestly, that is, in an image in this category, the first place my eyes always go are to the faces of the couple. And when you get right in there, there is so much joy in their faces, so much joy in the way their hands are touching each other, touching the faces. It's just, I mean, it radiates, and to me, everything else is secondary to just being able to capture that extraordinary love.
Thank you. Nico, can you talk about the placement of the image and the negative space and how that was used in the color palette?
I really appreciate the maker for the placement of the subject on the lower left corner and using the rule of thirds. And also I want to mention about the using of light, using such a soft light and matching so good with the emotion and the expression of the couple at the same time. Bring all the stress out from the environmental portrait directly to them. So it's so clever the way that he used the placement and the light direction and the posing all over in an ordinary place to create such a stunning image.
Certainly. And of course, the photographer could be a he or she, so I understand that it sometimes just rolls out of our tongue, no problem at all. Charmy, lasting impression of this image, once you've lingered on it for a while, how do you feel?
I'm actually short of words, because when it first came out, the print is just so beautifully printed that, like, the contrast in the couple versus like a little bit of the neutrality in the background, you can't help but just be mesmerized by the couple.
Yeah.
And then you get close and the emotions and the connection are all there. It's incredible.
Yeah. Charmy and short of words, I don't think go together.
No, probably not.
All good. Thank you for your comments, guys. Well done. Next print, please. Chloe, your first impression here, how are you feeling about this image?
My first impression is that the color really stands out to me. It's so warm, and for a wedding day, you know, your feelings of love, the warmth just really shines through for me here.
Absolutely. Thank you for that comment. Danny, this could have been pitch black. This could have had a little bit of ambience. We don't know. Tell us maybe technically how this would have been achieved.
Yeah. This is a very difficulty the difficulty level to be able to including all the environment, the details, but also positioning the couple. It's really high. I really admire the maker are able to put a backlight, and also this backlight has a long distance away from the subject. So it not only just light up the main subject, it also light up the environment as well. And also, I like how the maker choose a light source a little bit color different from the ambient light. So it creates something different to, instead of completely blending the subject into the environment, it also creates a little bit separation from this environment as well.
Wonderful, great comment. Susan, after you've lingered on that for a while, you're front and center. Any lasting impressions of this image?
Well, like, I'm mad, right? Because I didn't take it. And that's, honestly, that's one of my barometers, is do I look at an image and go, oh man, I wish that was mine. I really want to talk about the posing, like, along with what everybody has said. If you look at all of the leading lines in the rocks and everything in the crevices and the formations and even the lines on the ground, they just come right up into the dress, go up through the hand on the hip, go all the way up and through the hair, and it just mirrors the background so well. So you can tell that while this looks like, oh, it's just a lovely image with some nice backlighting, there's been so much thought into leveling it up to so much more than that. Yeah. It's really well done.
And if you want to learn more, Susan, there's a wedding school that got really good tips and stuff like that. You could learn a lot from
I heard someone did, in fact, make such a thing, and it is almost as helpful as Jerry Ghionis Education. You're welcome.
Touche. All right.
Sorry, I'm punchy and I have
No, we go for it. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Next print, please. Title is In-Camera Double Exposure. Charmy, first impression. You've been admiring that a little bit.
I love where she is, and then I'm confused by it, but in a good way. like I wish I did this, which is rude because she just said that. But I've been trying to like analyze it. I'm like, well, how far back is he? But then it's in camera artistry, so it's a double exposure. It's incredibly well executed because I wouldn't have immediately guessed that.
Mm. Susan, can I cut to you? I know you're a fan of multiple exposures. Tell us, how would you achieve something like this?
Well, I'm mad again, right? Like, this is so good because both images are technically not easy to do. You have the image of the subject in the back with that beautiful rim light around them, absolutely perfectly posed. You've got the chin up, like that line goes all the way around it. And then you have a completely different light source on the other subject, which is much harsher, coming from a different location. So you have to basically take two excellent photos and layer them together in camera. So you didn't just have to nail one, you had to nail both. And they're both so drastically different. I think that the skill level of the maker is extraordinarily high to be able to achieve it.
Amazing. Absolutely. Nico, any final thoughts there on this image?
I really enjoy the tonality and the color harmony of the image. It starts from the top left corner with the warm tones and going all the way down through the dress and the skin tone. So I think it's very, very good quality.
Very cool. And if you're ever stuck and you don't, let's say you wanted to warm up existing warm skin or any Caucasian skin or anything like that, sometimes you just flick your white balance to shade even during the day, which sounds a bit counterintuitive, but it's an easy way to do it if you don't have a warm gel. Certainly in post-production, but it's fun to work out how to do it in camera. Great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Wedding couple in their kayaks. While you're there, Susan, grab your mic. First impression, you got a bit of a giggle there?
It's clever. And, you know, we see so many drone shots that are like top down. And I am assuming it is a drone. It could have been from a bridge or, you know, obviously any other vantage point. But the thought of the composition to have snapped it when they did, the maker, the geometric shapes going up and down of the kayaks, the way that their paddles are completely in a straight line, even so much as like there's the sharpness in the paddles in the kayaks, but you have the lines like trailing out in the wake behind them, and then they each have a circle behind them. There's a level of technical difficulty to create something so simple that should very much be celebrated here.
Wonderful. Danny, do you see anything else that you would like to address there, mate?
Yeah, I'm amazed by the post-production of this image as well. Because normally when we shoot an image, we have highlight, we have mid-tone, we have the dark tone, right? But this one, the maker is really good on emphasizing just the highlights and also the dark, make a high contrast approach to post-production. So symbolize the mid-tone area and make it very simple and very visual impact with the white color and the black color. So leave it only the flowers and the petal has the color, which is really make it more simple and more artistic. I really admire the post-production as well.
Wonderful. Great comment. Chloe, looking at their expressions, so look at the bride looking at the groom looking sort of away. Is the maker trying to say something, or if they caught it at that time, is it giving it extra flavor and what?
Yeah, I love that her chin is up so that we can see that beautiful expression, which we would lose. As you can see in the groom, we can't see his face as well. I think it's cute. I think she's looking at him like, oh my gosh, we just got married and we're having this little adventure. Yeah, it's the paddles, like chef kiss. It's so, so perfect. I am such a fan of thoughtful images, and this is extremely thoughtful.
Beautiful. Fantastic. What you guys can't see is there's just beaming, smiling faces right now because we're all in this genre. We all enjoy it, and there's just this beautiful energy going back and forth, celebrating beautiful photography. How uplifting is it that we just pause for a moment and just celebrate rather than critiquing all the time? Because trust me, if you're looking for a mistake, you will find one. If you're looking for joy, you'll also find it. Same with a wedding. There's going to be challenges on a wedding. You're going to find the problems. But if you work your butt off and trying to celebrate what's there and you capture magic that exists, create magic of your own, now we're getting somewhere. Thank you so much, guys. Next print, please. Okay, Nico, what did you go close in to look at? What were you observing?
Such beautiful editing. I mean, the black and white, it's stunning. You can actually feel like you want to touch the wedding dress. It's so beautiful, crafted. The editing is stunning.
Thank you. Chloe, can you address like the degree of difficulty here? Because we've got this sort of light source from above. We've got little to no detail sort of surrounding them in some kind of an abyss, but yet the lighting on them is quite even and still gives us depth and dimension. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, I love how they exposed for the highlight. It really makes this image really pop. It's super high contrast. And the way she's just flinging that dress, I love when people or photographers, or maybe it was her, they use the fabric in a way that makes the image interesting. If they had just been standing there, this might not be as impactful. And I love a groom checking out his lady. Like, this is just so, so sweet.
Yeah. Danny, you had a cute little smile there, mate. Take us home with another comment.
Yeah, connection. A lot of times we're emphasizing on connection between the couple, right? But connection doesn't. It's not just you holding hands or kissing each other, staying together. Sometimes even you're separating the main subjects. I really admire this maker. Even the subjects are separated from each other, but there is interaction between them. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Make it very storytelling.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Also, it just helps fill in the negative space too, doesn't it? So again, the environment will often tell you what to do. You look at the environment, diagnose it, and all of a sudden, boom, the ideas form. Wonderful. Next print, please. Living shapes. Shami, what was that expression? get the mic.
What's your face doing, Charmy?
What is that meme? The M-E-M-E. What is the meme face going on? What's happening with that?
It's so perfectly framed, and the texture is so perfect that I had to look at it from different angles to make sure it wasn't a different weird way of matting or something that I was missing. It's that balanced and perfect, and the texture just comes together so well.
Susan, I'd love you to break this down even further, please.
Man, I could do that all day.
We've been doing it all day.
That's true.
And yesterday.
I was working, Jerry. I got here when I could. It really is, like Charmy said, I had to get up and almost touch it because it looked like it was matted 3 times, and it's not. And I can't figure out how it was printed like that, which for some of us who've been up here judging for, well over a decade, to make us second guess something, it's so hard, but the print is so clean and so sharp, even in its softness. But what I really love is everything takes you down to that couple. The leading lines all the way around, the pillars bring you down, the lines on the ground, even the sofa. Everything tells you where to go, but then you get to the couple and they're so soft. Like everything is so precise and clean and almost pop art in its precision, but the couple is soft and gentle and having a real moment. So laying those two things side by side, it's almost like your brain doesn't know where to go, but it goes exactly where it's supposed to. It's fiendishly difficult to be this simple.
It's interesting. I've got three of you wanting to do in the final comment. I am going to gravitate towards Chloe. Let's do that. Sorry, all three of you. Yeah.
I love the it's kind of circular composition, but I don't know if anyone noticed, we all went in several times to look, and what you might not be able to see from the live stream is that they both are making a circle with their hands, and it is just so lovely, like so thoughtful and wonderful.
It's very interesting. It's if you've tried a particular pose from above, where you can unravel is when you unravel the legs and the guy's legs are dangling and doing nothing. The crossing over tends to give him a narrowing point, so it gives a bit of a masculine feel to a softer feminine perspective, and then rolling her hip adds that elegance and that little gap between the arm there as well. So nicely done. Nice conversation. I love the fact that everyone wanted to comment. That's amazing. Next print, please. Step by step, hand in hand. Danny, I'd like to hear your thoughts. You've been staring at it and admiring it.
Yeah, beautiful composition. Smart use of the leading line of the stairs, and then also amazing post-production to kind of like darken the total background and make the main subject stand out from the busy background. Very well finished.
Nice. Susan, you were sort of looking at it. You give it a little puppy tilt of the head there as well, and then you went forward a little bit. What are you diagnosing? Think out loud.
The post-production is really trippy, and I mean that in like a very complimentary way. It almost looks like a real-life couple is walking into a pencil sketch, and I just think that's really a very clever choice. There's so much contrast and bright and dark on the subjects themselves, and the maker has made such a conscious decision to treat the subject and the background with very different post-production that it almost feels less like a photograph and more like I'm looking at a Dario charcoal sketch, right? Like that someone has drawn this. It took a lot of thought in creating the image and then carrying it through into post-production, and I think they were all the right choices. It just makes it more powerful.
Yeah, love that comment. Chami, tell us about, develop that risk further. This was a risk to do. Like we've almost got a tintype kind of vibe and then a cleaner sort of look on the bride and the groom, but tell us about the risk of doing it and why, if you in fact believe that it paid off here.
I think the maker must have been thinking strongly about how if you come in close and if you had left it, if the post-production had been all the same, it's a very busy scene. There's a lot of detail. There's a lot going on in the background, and treating the different areas differently allows the busyness of the area to just not matter anymore. Yeah. It disappears. It's there.
Yeah.
And it's complementary, but it is not the focus, and it doesn't pull attention.
Yeah. So it's meshing it in together. Yeah. Isn't it awesome, guys, that if something's a problem in an image, let's say you just have one of those average days that we all have, you just make something black and white and you add some grain, you put a vignette, and it's art.
It should also be on focus.
And out of focus, yes. A bit of blur. It was deliberate. Dragging the shadow, exactly right. Or we just AI it. No, JI. We said JI, Jerry Intelligence. All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you so much, guys. Wonderful comments. Next print, please. Just for the benefit of the audience and at home and in person, when we created the rules for the competition, a shadow or part of a dress we have deemed to constitute a person. Does that make sense? So if we're seeing two shadows, that is basically coupled together wedding day. If we see the shoes of a groom and the veil of a bride, that's coupled together wedding day. So we had to define that. It took a while to sort of work out how we do that, but just so you know, that's why it's not in an inanimate object, particular competition and so on. Okay, who would like to be the first one? That I haven't been looking at your faces enough. Okay, Nico. O Nico Pekriz from Alada, Daxi.
Such a creative way to present two of the details on the wedding day. I mean, it's amazed me the way that the maker, he or she, create an image with a shadow and present at the same time the bouquet and the veil. Well done, well done.
Thank you so much. Let me see here. Chloe, how are you feeling about this image? It's got a certain flavor, I think, that you'd like in response to.
Yeah, it has. What's standing out for me, I'll go there, is I really like that the veil at the top is making connection with the veil in the shadow. That is such a nice touch. And I wasn't sure about the bouquet at first, but the more I see it, the more I'm like, it absolutely should be there. It's grounding the shadow at the bottom, which I think is really nice, and it's really bringing home, if you didn't know already, that this is a wedding shot, which is really nice, yeah.
Very cool. And Danny, your lasting impression of this image?
It's complex and it's also simple. So many elements in this image: the veil, the bouquet, the couple, the pose, the architecture, the window. So many elements incorporated in this image, but the maker was able to simplify it and making people immediately direct attention just go to the veil and the bouquet, and it's well balanced. Very impressive.
Wonderful. I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again today. You know, when I speak to my, you know, when you want to be that uncle that gives advice. So I speak to my uncles and my niece, and I've always told them, do what you have to do what you want to do. So when you're actually shooting a wedding, we all like to think that we're very creative and everything is awe-inspiringly, groundbreakingly different. But let's face it, a lot of it is routine with different people. Yes, there's different moments, but then you go for more meaning, more depth, and you just keep on going deeper. And this is the kind of shot, if you've done what you've had to do, then now you can play even further. And some people will appreciate this. And then some, you're going to get a Greek grandmother. He's like, τι είναι αυτό εδώ πέρα, δεν μπορώ να δω τίποτα, δεν ξέρω τι γίνεται. Only a handful of people will know what I just said. I did nothing rude. I just... Yes. We got the tone. Thank you. Ευχαριστώ παρακαλώ. Yeah, but their faces. Yeah. What is this veil? The wind, where did it come from? It's indoors. Where's the wind come from? Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Next print, please.
That's almost weird, Jerry.
Together forever. If you could see their faces right now. Chloe, I want to start with you. What's your first impression of this image?
I'm completely obsessed, almost at a loss for words. It's perfectly composed. It's so simplistic. It's almost a little surreal, which is really interesting. And it's a wedding photo. You can see without, if she had been wearing a shorter sleeved dress, this would not land. Absolutely not at all. But because the creator was very thoughtful about what they were wearing and how they could take this photo, no words, just amazing.
Yeah. Susan, when you first saw this, you were like, oh my God. So unpack that a little bit for me, please.
The degree to which the maker had to think through this image, it's my favorite type of image because it is so simple, but it's not easy. They had to find the location. I can't even tell what it is. It looks like you're looking through a door towards other doors that are kind of open, and we know that like partially open doors like just make me really happy. But then they had to think about how are the hands posed? It's not just enough to say like reach towards each other. We've got the beautiful palm, and then we have the beautiful top down, and then the way the light hits the top of the dress arm, and everything has just been so mindfully considered. And then they had the thought to post-produce it in a way with those velvety blues, and yet you still have the skin tones, and then they printed it perfectly. It's also just creative. They saw something new, they saw something I've never seen before, and we all know it's hard to reinvent the wheel, and I think that the maker did.
Charmy, tell me, if a million wedding photographers were in this environment, do you think that anyone would come up with something like this?
No. I don't think I would have taken it, and that makes me really sad. Yeah, the colors just keep calling to me, and between the hands for the connection and the colors, it's so striking, it's breathtaking.
Yeah.
And no, I wouldn't have taken it, which makes me really angry.
Now we'll all take it, and then we'll say to our clients, I am so original,
I'm so
look
smart.
at this. Yeah. And then Michelangelo in his grave said, I did it friggin' centuries ago. Yeah, it's a great celebration. I feel like it's important for the audience right now, guys, is that we often see these fantastical images in different categories, thinking that we have to add embellishment. But as I said this yesterday, just as important as what you leave in is what you take out, and how a simple gesture, a so-called simple gesture, done with clean light and negative space and with nice toning, how that can be just as emotional, because after the eyes, the hands are the most expressive. So well done. We all appreciated that image, as we've done all of them. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Susan, why don't you look at that and shake your head?
I know where this is. Charmy and I both looked at each other because I think we've both shot at this venue before, and I've never seen anyone do it this way. The matting on this is infuriatingly smart. For anyone who's never been here, it's just a big old pool in a big old room, and there's really only one place you can stand, and it's right there. So it is so hard. Everybody who goes there tries to put their own spin on it. And it's, you have in your area venues that everybody shoots at and the spots that everyone wants to go to. But I've never seen anyone do it like this. I've never seen anyone mat it like this. And then once you go in and you look at it close, the moment is so sweet. There is not a single thing of this that has been left to chance. It's very well done.
Thank you for that comment. Danny, please tell us a bit, also technically maybe how this was achieved, as well as what you were also going to say too, please.
Yeah, lighting, amazing lighting. This image is achieved all because of the amazing lighting. First, there was one light set behind the window to light up the whole environment. Not only just the backlight, it's a backlight to give the whole frame the color and the light, the ambient light. And then there is another light source to focusing on the main subjects. And also it's very soft. It looks like a little bit above the, from top above with softbox. I mean, the quality of the light is just beautiful. And also the color temperature of two lights is a little bit different, slightly different. Separates the main subjects and the background ambient lights. Yeah. Very impressive. And also talk about the composition, the symmetric framing, and the amazing framing of the print. It's just very smart.
Yeah. Charmy, anything to add? No, he said it all. Can you want to rebut yourself? Go for it. Anyone?
I won't repeat myself.
Nick, do you have any further comment?
I would like to mention about the color harmony of the overall image. I mean, it's so soft and simple. At the pose is altogether links. I mean, but for me, the striking point, the symmetry and the placement of the main subject is very, very important.
Absolutely. Extraordinary effort, extraordinary results. We could all be in that location and say, wouldn't it be cool if we had a flash from behind to do this, and wouldn't it be cool to do this, and that's just one flash and be done. Just go that extra mile, And you get an extraordinary effort, so.
One click.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a long walk to get outside.
That's a long walk,
it's
yeah.
Nowhere near. It's not like you just step outside. This was hard.
I love the passion of this panel. It's awesome.
It's so salty because we're like, I've been there and I've never made anything like that. Oh.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
next time I go there, you're going to be like, okay.
Yeah, someone's going to get a DM. Can I assist you on your next wedding? All right, guys, thank you so much. Next print, please. Or is that it? Oh, that is it. There we go. Great. Beautiful images, guys. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to leave the audience at home for a few moments, and our judge is going to reset. We are going to decide who's going to be first, second, and third. We'll see you shortly.
So I think the Z6 III is a perfect camera for event photographers, wedding photographers, and, just even as a personal camera. So the inspiration for my shoot today, it's set up to mirror the kind of work that I do on a daily basis. The portrait sessions, the couple sessions, the engagement sessions, the portrait aspect of the wedding day. Ideally, I want people to see what this camera does when put through the paces. So in a space, I generally start with looking for light. And then I see the kind of shadows that light casts in the space. And I see how I can work with that to create shapes or just something dynamic and interesting. I think there are a combination of things that I consider to be powerful. The new EVF, for one, has a higher frame rate, so things move a lot faster and more true to life. The autofocus with the wide area autofocus is amazing. And also, the flip-out screen on the back has also been very instrumental for me on the way I like to make photos. Being able to work with the Z6 III and Z lenses is kind of eye-opening. The lenses focus really fast. They're really quiet. The weight is nice. Even the build quality is pretty good. They feel really nice in the hand, nice to hold. The focus ring is really smooth. So they're pretty amazing. Having the Z6 III with the clear, bright EVF has been a game changer for me. Because the way I work, I love to look at light. I love to see color, and being able to see in real time those shadows and highlights and know exactly what my photo is going to look like at the end of the day is just amazing. I really do think that Nikon makes cameras for the creatives of the future.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we're going to ask everyone to just keep it quiet in the room to let the judges concentrate on their task right now. They are choosing who they would like to see who the winner is. Judges, although we are only announcing first, second, and third place, we're going to ask you to find placings for all 10 images. When you're ready, you can begin. Just as a reminder, there is no discussion during this portion of the judging. Guys can make your selections, and when you're done, you can step away just so that we know you're all set. You guys might be wondering what they're looking at on their phones. We have created an app where they're looking at the images to make their decisions, but they're making their selections on an app on their phone, and then we can receive that immediately. We can verify it, and that's how we know who the winners are right away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. We have a winner for this category. Unfortunately, I can't share that with you right now. We will share it with you tomorrow night at the award ceremony. Can I just say something really quickly from a personal perspective? You guys, I have been through this with you guys for months and months and months. And I know every single person that is in this category. I know you guys very well. We have had many conversations about your prints. And when I tell you my heart was pounding, when it would come, I'm getting emotional talking about this. When it comes in front of the judges and hearing those comments about your images, I swear to you, I am equally as excited as you are. And I'm watching to see what the results are going to be, and my heart is pounding because I have no idea. And I see you in this room, and I know these are your images, and I am feeling this with you. It is such an honor. I want you to know we do not take this for granted. I know the heart and soul because we've talked about it, that you've put into this and how much you've bled for these images. And I'm so very excited for you guys to be finalists and to be in this room and watching it. And for those of you that aren't here in Las Vegas and you're watching us online, that's thanks to Nikon's generous support because we couldn't do that. It's really difficult to be able to do this kind of live broadcast and bring it to you around the world. But I know there are several of you that are watching this because these are your images and that you're online with us now watching this. So a huge thank you tonight. We had 42 different countries represented in the competition this year. So there are people from all over the world that are joining us. Anyways, just to say, I love that you guys are here and that you're joining us and that you're seeing this, and I appreciate how nerve-wracking this is, because if I feel this way, I can only imagine what you guys are feeling. That does conclude this category, the Couple Together Wedding Day category, sponsored by Imagen. We are still in the wedding division, and we're going to stay in the wedding division, sponsored by Canson for a little bit. Just as a reminder, if you guys are joining us for the first time after lunch, let me tell you a little bit about the Profoto Luminance Award. We did it last year. We're doing it again this year. A separate panel of judges has chosen their pick for an image in the competition this year that made the best use of light. That can be a natural light image, it can be using off-camera flash, it doesn't matter, but a panel of judges have already chosen it. So as you're going through these images, take a look and see what you might pick to be the winner of the Profoto Luminance Award, and we'll see if you're right. We're going to announce that winner tomorrow night. They win $10,000 in Profoto gear. So if your image was up here, then you could potentially be winning $10,000 in Profoto gear, which is pretty exciting. All right, we are going to get our next panel of judges set up, and we will be back in just a minute, so sit tight, and we'll begin the Bride or Groom Alone Wedding Day category.
Hi. I know this is the time to chat with your neighbors, but give me 2 seconds here. I promise it's important. We are all here at this print competition award ceremony to celebrate the print. Printing makes us better photographers. Prints bring us together. Prints create a community. We are all here tonight because of the print. I know that printing can be hard. which printer do I get, color management. You send your file off to a lab and get back this dark, disappointing print. I know it's frustrating, but don't give up. And I will tell you a secret. Ultimately, it all comes down to this. It's the paper. It's all about the paper. The paper is the single most transformative part of the printing process. It's the paper that will change the look and feel of your image. So what is the best paper? I'm sorry, I can't decide that for you. That is up to you as the artist. For me, I put so much time and effort into my underwater photography, and I know you work hard too. I've chosen to use the very best paper. I earned that, and you deserve that too. This paper company has been in the paper making business for over 400 years. This paper mill, the Arch Mill, has been crafting and producing paper for over 500 years. This has been perfected. This paper is 100% cotton, museum quality, archival. There are no optical brighteners. I've got luster paper, smooth, textured, heavily textured, matte papers. I mean, the weight feels amazing in my hand, and they all look beautiful. This paper has a history and legacy in the fine art world. It is historically significant, and that gives a layer of legitimacy and value, monetary value and emotional value to my work. On a screen, I like my work, but on this paper, I love this print. I am so proud of it. It makes me happy, and that is the point of all of this. So thank you for hearing me out. Please have a wonderful time tonight. Enjoy each other's company and enjoy being celebrated for being a photographer. What you do is important. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our judging room. We are ready to begin the next category. If you're joining us live online from somewhere around the world, that's thanks to Nikon, so we're thrilled to have you with us. We have 5 different cameras around the room, so you've probably been enjoying all of the different perspectives as if you were right here with us, which is pretty awesome. We are about to begin our next category, still in the wedding division, sponsored by Canson Infinity. And this next category is the Bride or Groom Alone Wedding Day category. As the name suggests, we are going to be looking at people that are photographed individually on their own on their wedding day. The photographers were allowed to finesse and beautify and just correct the original capture, but they were not allowed to use any composites when creating the final image. These were all done in one capture. This category is sponsored by Cheetah Stand, Cheetah Stands are a cult favorite among pro photographers, I feel like, especially for their auto-collapsing light stands. I already see people in the audience like totally nodding. Everyone loves Cheetah Stand, and there's a good reason for that. Their auto-collapsing light stands are just lifesavers when you're working on location, you need to move something and you only have so many hands. They are definitely a lifesaver. I have a cool announcement because all of our third place winners in every single category is going to receive a C10 auto stand and a Max 20 softbox from Cheetah Stand. So that is across all categories. All third place winners are going to take that home, which is pretty exciting. Also, we've talked a little bit about our Ghionis Scholarship and how the recipient that we're going to announce tomorrow is going to receive over $18,000 in resources and products to help them start their journey or reinvent their journey as a professional photographer. Cheetah Stand wanted to be a part of that, so they are also going to be giving that recipient a Cheetah Stand Super Boom, which is valued at $750. So that is going to be a massive award for somebody who is going to be receiving the scholarship tomorrow night. So thank you to Cheetah Stand for supporting not only the competition, but also this category. Now I'm going to turn it over to Jerry, who is going to introduce our panel of judges, and they'll start their discussion on the Bride or Groom Alone Wedding Day category.
In fact, after that particular category, all our photographers are going to quit.
Yeah,
they're starting a band called the Susan and the Striplings. The albino weasels or the Susan and the Striplings?
That's it.
No. Okay. Gary's Hugheses? Okay. This is important. Let's reset. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay. Charmy Pena, thank you for being here again. Gary Hughes, welcome back. I missed you, my brother. Susan Stripling, Grandmaster. Danny Dong, Triple Master. Chloe Ramirez, awesome fashion photographer, Nikon Ambassador. We're going to have some fun right now. Well, you're close. We're there. We love you. You're awesome. I'm into it. I'm telling you, you represent. You represent. Say it, it'll come. Okay. Thank you so much for being here, guys. All seriousness, let's get into this category. Different sensibility photographing individuals on a wedding day. So we're celebrating both forms. Let's have some fun with the first print right now. Chloe, I saw you put your hand up there. I'd love to get your first impression of this.
I thought this was in the wrong category at first because I didn't see a person, and then I saw the legs. This is really, really interesting and kind of quirky, which I think is so fun. Yeah, that's my first impression, is like just look deeper.
Awesome. Susan, you were giggling with this one?
Yeah, I mean, yes, we can all agree it is incredibly funny. It's also not easy to shoot because they're going straight into a window that has so much light coming through it, and there's so much light spilling like everywhere. But the way it's just been controlled, not only with the exposure, but also with the print, you have detail all the way through the dress, down on the highlight on the leg, all the way into the veil, into the flowers. And you even have managed to pull some out of the background. So technical in capture and in completion is very high here. And it's funny.
Thank you. Gary, final impression?
Yeah, I was just sitting here trying to think about what's different about this that I like so much, and you could talk about the perfect paper choice or the dynamic range and a million other things, but what I love about this is it's timeless. Is that it's a really interesting art piece, and that anybody, even if you don't want big pictures of yourself on your wall, you'd put this up in your own home, strangers would put this up in their home, and it's got that timeless, universally appealing quality to it that makes it kind of iconic.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sure the bride's beautiful, and, you know, we're not... Thank you for people who understood that. Thank you so much. Compelling image. Next print, please. Gary, you did a bit of a minion. Oh, what was that all about?
I love the perspective of this a lot. I think what hits me initially, if you've been in this situation before, when you're new, you run screaming from light like this. And when you really get experienced and you really learn your craft, you run to light like this. And so right away, based on that choice, I knew this person knew what they were doing. And you would... just taking this particular angle, we've all seen the bride in a bunch of columns before. That's well-trodden ground, and this is a very unique way to do it. So both of those things give it a lot of impact for me.
Awesome, thank you. And speaking to running to images like this, Susan.
Yeah. I knew it. So what I think is so fiendishly clever about this one is that they've used both the light and the shadow as leading lines. You've got the dark shadows coming down from the columns. You've got basically a frame around them of darkness. You have literal arches of darkness. But then by including every single one of those soft curves of light going across the columns, it almost scoops you right back in the other direction and keeps planting you right on top of the subject.
Yeah.
Arches of Darkness is a good band name.
Arches of Darkness. So if albino weasels doesn't work out.
There we go. Charmy, any final thoughts here?
I know it's a portrait, but what I like most about it is that it feels like that quiet moment that brides have right before they walk down the aisle. and her adjusting herself and the movement in it. Aside from all the other beautiful things about it, I love that little bit of movement and that little bit of anticipation that you get from it.
Yeah, great comments, fantastic. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Chloe, what do you appreciate about this image and the impact?
For me, like the dress shot is always the least interesting shot for me to take because I feel utterly uninspired by it after doing it for so many years. And this is such a fresh take on it. It has a little boudoir vibe, which is maybe a nice image to gift her partner after. And it almost feels like it was just shot entirely with natural light and just very thoughtful.
Thank you. Danny, talk about the, although it looks simple, talk about the sophistication of achieving that.
Yeah, this is very interesting image. A lot of difficulty in achieving these effects. First, placing the dress under lights. So the dress became the one we are focusing on. And then adding another, shooting the reflection of the bride and positioning the bride in a brighter spot and shooting her body as a silhouette, which adding a lot of imagination to, instead of showing the face, instead of just directly showing off the beautiful body, this just gives the viewer a lot of imagination. And it feels like she's looking at the dress. So that creates a connection between the bride and the dress. A lot of times we are thinking, oh, this is a two different frame. But this one, the two different frame, the dress frame and the bride frame, is well connected by the pose and the direction of the face. Very smart, very direct use.
Very cool. Susan, you were doing a little crop. So what were you doing?
Well, there are boxes and boxes and boxes, and I think it's really clever. And everyone could stand alone. You could crop out the entire 2/3 to the left side and just have the woman's body in the mirror, and you've got a frame in a frame on the wall. You could have just the dress, which is framed in by the lines around it. So it is so geometric, but what you see in the middle of the frames is so soft. It's, again, I keep coming back to, it's simple, but it's so hard to do.
Yeah. It's almost could have been that, you know, the bride wanted a sophisticated boudoir shot, but not showing too much. Maybe she was a bit shy. Maybe there was just a suggestion. But this is the kind of shot that you could put in an album and, you know, not offend someone that might be offended with something more overt. So just subtle, it's clean and it's sexy. Beautiful, very nice. Next print, please. Gary, first impression. How do you feel about that image?
I'm struck immediately by how well handled the tones are. I kind of gear towards like the commercial side of my brain sometimes when you see this, but then this creator has intentionally warped the keystoning and shot from this angle, which I think adds to the scale of it. It plays with scale really well. And it creates a sense of sort of grandeur to the image, and it just feels very big and important and grand because of that use of scale.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for your comment. Charmy, talk a bit about the lighting on this.
I think we're looking at some creatively placed off-camera flash, because outside looks like a fairly neutral day and you can see light coming in, but I think it's so delicately placed because it's not spilling into a whole lot of everywhere. It's very delicately placed so that it's mostly giving us bride.
Mm. And Danny, last impression, mate?
Post-production. I want to mention the post-production of this image is also well handled. Such a complex environment has foreground layer, has a middle ground layer, has a background layer, and the maker was able to emphasize the bride and make she stand out from such different layers. It's beautifully handled, post-production.
Great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. The light of the world. Gary, I feel like you look the most intrigued here. Tell us what you're feeling.
Yeah, I think this is a strong portrait on its own, but I think the mark of a really great sort of person who shoots wedding photojournalism style or narrative portraits like this, I think it's knowing when to zoom in and knowing when to zoom out. And I think, you think of photojournalism, you often think of like getting in close and getting the emotion, but like this whole scene is laid out so beautifully, it creates an incredible amount of impact because they chose this perspective.
Great comment. Danny, you were nodding profusely. Add some more thoughts there for me, please.
Wow. Shooting groom is not easy. To me, I feel shooting groom is more challenging than shooting bride, and because it's hard to get groom's expression. But this maker really good on, no matter this is directed or it's captured undirected, but it feels a moment. It's not just a portrait of the groom. It feels it's a moment captured. I think that ability is really, really well. And also, this lighting is tough to handle. This strong window lights, what the distance between the camera and the light determines the image quality. If you get too close, you might get lens flare. You might get lens flare into the frame. If you get too far, that distance feeling doesn't that close enough. So where good choice of the distance and good choice of the pose.
Very cool. Chloe, what do you believe that moment captured with his expression, with that beam of light behind him? What are we saying about that moment? What is this moment?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked me that, because the one thing that really sticks out is his expression. His eyebrows are raised. He's like almost looking up to the heavens as if he was just feeling very grateful. That's how I interpret it. But I think what's really great is a lot of people could interpret it different ways, that expression.
Yeah. Alley-oop. We were like Scottie Pippen and Jordan right there. I love that. That's very nice. All right. If you don't know those people, that's us too old. Okay, thank you. Wait a second. Did you not know any reference, Susan? Oh, my God.
I knew that it was sports ball, but that's about as far as I got.
Sports ball. Oh, my God. All right. Next print, please. Sports ball. He hates having his photo taken. Susan, you got a little wry smile with a little eyebrow raise at the end of that expression. Tell us what you were feeling.
It's because it's creepy. I am very impressed with the maker for not only seeing like the darkened out eyes and the moment and yes, all of the things that make it great, but they've included those lights in the background. And you can interpret that in so many different directions. Is he being watched by someone in the background? Or are those his eyes? Like, I could get real weird with it, but it just looks like his eyes have slid off of his face and into space. And I've never seen anyone do that. I think that's incredibly clever.
Absolutely. Charmy, let's say this guy didn't want to have his photo taken. Tell us about this choice to do it, and would you think he would like it?
I think he probably would like this. I think that people who are self-conscious of themselves need to see themselves in a different way. And I think he's probably never seen himself like this. It's very strong, and I imagine he likes to feel like he's very strong, and it definitely gives strength.
Yeah. Sort of Batman vibes, don't you think? You know, you make it anonymous, and all of a sudden and he's got a great jawline too, so very cool. Danny, last impression of this, mate, as you've been lingering on it for a little bit?
It's a common thing, repeated 1,000 times, like getting ready for the groom, but did it in such a clever way and such a smarter way to make it so different and so interesting. I really just admire the creativity.
Yeah. Amazing. I often, at a wedding, guys, is when I'm posing someone and I have what I believe to be a good shot, I'll say, can you lazy Susan this way? Which means keep your pose and just move. Lazy Susan this way. Or I'm just going to shuffle you along, press the pause button, and then just move them in and out of light. And then these kind of things will appear. So just remember, your one-dimensional approach will get you a one-dimensional finish. But press the pause button, play around with your environment, and you'll start getting some stuff like this. Well seen, well captured, well delivered. Next print, please. Follow the path. Follow the path. Charmy, you got the tilt, the little head tilt there.
It looks like we took a painting from the Met and put it in Alaska, and I really love it. Like I understand she's a modern bride, but they managed to make her seem like this timeless, perfect, forever. Yeah, I don't have a lot of words for you.
Yeah, that's all good. Susan, you were nodding profusely as Charmy was saying it with all agreement, and obviously some more thoughts in your brain there. Go for it.
This is so hard to do. Like, this is just so hard to do. You have this incredible landscape, which is so sharp and so crisp, and you have this dock that's so sharp and so crisp, and contained flawlessly in the dock, spilling nowhere else, is this soft ghost of a being. And the whole scene is just so peaceful and gentle. It takes incredible thought to make both images and combine them together and it not be a composite. There's just a high level of artistry and technical skill being seen here.
Absolutely. Danny, some final thoughts there, mate?
Yeah, this is my second time seeing this image. We saw the camera raw artist art category. This image appeared yesterday, and today when I review it again, what a smart choice of focus. Where should we focus? Should we focus on the bride or should we focus on the landscape? The maker choose to focus on the landscape, which is just create art piece to make it more artistic, more full of imagination. Such a smart choice.
Yeah.
And also, you know, eye focus direction, right? So camera just easily focusing on the eye automatically. So you need an extra step to make it unfocus on the eye.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Danny mentioned that this was actually seen before. You might, well, how can an image be represented in two categories? The in-camera artistry is the only time you can actually enter an image that you've entered in another category. In other words, let's say this was the first one. This is the more finessed one. Here's the actual image that we're entering into the competition. You may enter that same image a second time in-camera artistry. Even images from previous years, if you're allowed to enter again, only read the rules. Read the rules, or just ring me, Susan. Yes, you can enter it as long as, yes, you can't enter it another time again, but that's the only time you can split those images in different categories. But the beautiful thing about this is, and as basically Denny mentioned, because she's quite anonymous, some couples don't want the full face, the full expression on their walls. They don't see themselves as art, but this one is cleverly disguised and it works well for those reasons too. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Groom smoking cigar. Chloe, grab the mic while you're there. What did you just notice?
I was looking deeper because behind there's a painting and it almost looks like a lion smoking a cigar, which I love a little quirkiness added in to such a serious portrait. It's really clever.
Very cool. Gary, tell us about, obviously we've seen that, which is fantastic. We've noticed that already. Talk about the lighting and the timing of this, please.
Yeah, I'm in to talk about the nerd stuff for us pixel peepers on this one. Because, first of all, the groom always gets a shaft at a wedding. You know what I mean? It's like the bride's a star, the groom's boring. This is next level making the groom interesting and doing something that groom is probably going to really appreciate and like. And so taking that extra time, I bet I can just see the creator of this image walking by that portrait, and then all the groomsmen are pulling out cigars a few minutes later, and they're like, ding. And then you have three-point lighting separating the subject from the background, a perfect handling of tonality. And the slightly green color grade really adds to this hazy feel. It's got a really cinematic look. It's got very like Casablanca vibes, which is this dude, they figured this dude out and they nailed him to the wall emotionally. It's just beautifully done.
Very cool. Love that commentary. Wonderful. Charmy, how do you feel about following that?
No, I don't want to.
Susan.
What I want to talk about just as a final thought is the framing and how the framing is also illustrated in the matte because it's double matted. So he's double framed in there, but then the photographer has posed the subject in other clearly well-framed areas. Like he's framed in the doorway, but then you have the line at the bottom of the back wall that's framing in a really nice location. You've got him leaning against a frame in the background. So you box in, and you box in, and then the way his hand is up boxes into his face. It's almost like a geometric trick puzzle to bring you right to his face. It's really well done.
Very clever. Great thoughts. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Morning wedding prayer. Gary, while you're there, you were nice and close. Grab the mic.
Yeah, I'm angry. Look, this is a really beautiful, traditional kind of Asian wedding portrait, right? But there's so many little things that just make it tasty. But I'll just start with the impact for me comes from using the presentation as like a character in the image. And I think that this is a really good lesson to, just put a white mat on it. You know what I mean? It just makes it a bullseye, and right away it makes you start enjoying all the details that the next judge is going to talk to you all about.
And that'll be Charmy.
So, being a little bit from the culture, a little bit. I immediately
You
saw
a
it.
Diet Coke or the culture? Or?
Yes.
No, you're right in there. Okay.
I immediately saw it and thought it was such a fresh presentation of a completely traditional posing, completely traditional matting, but like everything has a little twist from the color of the matting to the post-processing of the black and white. It is such a perfect fusion of the classic and the modern.
Beautiful, beautiful. Let me see. Chloe, can I have some final thoughts from you? What did you enjoy in this image?
What I really liked about this is it feels like an act of rebellion because a lot of Indian weddings are so colorful. And choosing to do this in black and white really helps you to focus on the texture and her beautiful soft expression on her face. Really lovely.
Act of rebellion. Where did
great
that come from? Wow.
That was the Act of Rebellion is the other band name. Yeah.
Act of rebellion. I love it. Very nice. Okay.
Arches of Darkness is going to blow you guys off the stage.
Absolutely. Battle of the Bands.
Okay. Next print, please. You guys are funny. Susan, you stared at it really close, and then you just did this little head tilt and a little bit of a smile. Tell me what that meant.
So when an image first comes around, like there's always one word that just pops into my head, like the first word, and the first word was just joy. Just right away, just palpable, bright, colorful, motion blurred joy. And to be able to pull such a strong word right away as the impact, I think says a lot about the photo.
Yeah. Gary, talk to us about the negative space and maybe how this was achieved.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this as a modern art piece. Like you could absolutely walk by this in a portrait gallery and it would be completely at home there. I think that red is such a dominant color to deal with in these situations, and being maybe a traditional wedding color in that culture rather than a white dress. It also seems to me it's very possible that the photographer had just a really gloomy day. And what do you do with that? Well, you make an incredible piece of modern art. So it could be, dragging the shutter using that rear curtain sync and just getting the exposure at the end. It could be a double exposure if you want to. It could be just smacking the side of the camera for a second. There are several ways to achieve this. Yeah, it's just, give it a little.
Who's your daddy?
Yeah. But either way, I think put in this same situation, maybe 1 in 1,000 photographers would think of it, and 1 in another 1,000 would be able to do it this well.
Right. Fantastic comment. Danny, please.
Yeah, talk about composition. I'm just think again and again, wow, this composition and cropping, positioning the subjects in the very middle of the center frame, and also crop out the bottom of the dress to make the subject another center of the frame. So it's very symmetric, and also try to avoid the just too symmetric using the what's that, shutter drag or motion blur or whatever. That technique just creates such a lot of motion into that static portrait. I also the moment the maker choose to capture, just it's beautiful. It's not a front face, it's not a side look. It's a moment we don't normally do portrait at that. It's breaking the convention, traditional. Yeah.
Great comment. Love the enthusiasm. That was the last print, thank you so much, of this particular category. How beautiful were those images, and how incredible was that passion from our panel guys? Amazing, right? All right, guys, if you've been here for a while, you know what I'm going to say. We'll be back in a few moments, and we're going to determine what's going to be first, second, and third place. See you soon.
Meet Evoto AI, the photo editing software that everyone's talking about. Go out and create more. Evoto saves you time by accelerating tedious editing. With Evoto, you're always in control of your edits. Evoto clears blemishes and acne, keeping skin looking natural. Struggling with light and shadows? Evoto nails it in a second. From glare to stray hairs, Evoto does it all. Unwanted distractions? Evoto clears the background in one click. Colors that adapt, not just apply. Evoto AI Color Looks analyzes images for dynamic adjustments and tailors every detail to your photos. Evoto offers unlimited photo editing with hundreds of features. And yes, Evoto batch edits effortlessly. Download Evoto AI today for faster edits and finer control.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to get your attention here in the room and ask you everyone to please keep the room quiet. If you're standing, we're going to ask you to sit down for just a moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. Here in the front of the room, we're going to ask you guys to please sit down. The judges are just about to begin making their selections. Now, this part of the judging process, there's no discussion among the judges. Judges, you're looking at all of the images together, and we're going to ask you to select who you would like to see win first, second, and third place. We are going to ask you to choose placings for all 10 images, so take your time, look through them all, and when you're ready, you can begin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. We have a winner for this category, which we will let you know tomorrow night. So make sure you join us for that award ceremony tomorrow night. Don't forget, doors open at 7. Grab a bite to eat before you come. Get dressed up. Not too often we get to get dressed up. So get dressed up tomorrow, and we will begin at 8. But that concludes the Bride or Groom Alone Wedding Day category, sponsored by Cheetah Stand. Thank you so much to them. They will also be providing all of our third place winners with an incredible prize as well. So thank you for their support of the Icon Awards. We have one more category left in the wedding division. That's the Wedding Party, Family, and Friends category. We're going to get our judges, our panel of judges set up, and that will only take us a minute or two, so we'll come right back. Sit tight. We'll be back with that category in just a minute.
When you photograph someone, you can make someone realize how beautiful they are inside and out. You see something that no one else had seen before. So you want to be a wedding photographer and take your work to the next level? I want to teach you what I wish I learned when I started. I'm looking for light. I'm looking for a direction of light, iridescence, something that glows in the environment, something that looks and feels good. And if I'm photographing a groom, I say, if I was him, how would I photograph him right now? So we turn the shoulders towards the camera. Here's what happens. We have a narrowing point. He slightly bent his leg and put his shoulders back into the camera, therefore forming a V. Now, we're going to point the toe towards the camera, slide the heel back in whilst keeping your toe pointed, and then bend the knee, shift your weight back. You might be surprised when you watch me photograph how slow and methodical I am. There is something to be said about crafting a photograph. Bride and groom full length, close up. Bride on her own, groom on his own, girls on their own, guys on their own, full bridal party. My encouragement to you is that when you're photographing with the end product in mind. You are photographing to sell. I want to share with you right now the 5 steps to a well-crafted photograph. So you walk into a room and you see all the blinds closed. So what do? Let's turn those overhead lights off. And let's open this up. So now we have this beautiful light coming through. We have these little mini reflectors giving us some beautiful light. Technique, great. But now I prove to you that number 5, emotion is the most important thing. I believe wedding photography is the best genre to learn the art and craft of photography. Because after all, on a wedding day, you photograph portraits of individuals, groups, families, fashion, still life, streetscapes, architecture, you name it, you photograph it on a wedding day. And of course, with real people, challenging situations, and only one chance to get it right. If you master the art of wedding photography, you'll be able to photograph almost anything. I'll be guiding you on how to be a commercially successful wedding photographer. That was just for lighting effect. Not only being more creative and a better storyteller, but doing what you love. Even if you don't photograph weddings or desire to, this will help you become a better photographer of people. Be more creative in how to wow your clients. I'm going to teach you about lighting, posing, composition, your technique, and evoking emotion. I'm also going to give you a roadmap on branding, marketing, and selling. Hi, I'm Nikon Ambassador, photographer, filmmaker, and your favorite Australian, Jerry Ghionis, and I will be your mentor.
All right, welcome back, everyone, here in the room live at WPPI, and welcome to everyone that's joining us on our live broadcast. Thanks to Nikon's generous support, we're able to feel like you guys are right here with us in the room. We are ready to get started on our last category in the wedding division, sponsored by Canson Infinity. Canson, as you probably already know, is an incredible maker of fine art papers. And if you walk through the gallery starting tomorrow, you'll be able to find which images were printed on Canson Infinity paper, and you get to see them up close. We've listed when that information was given to us. We've listed not only that it's a Canson Infinity paper, but what type of paper it is. Some of them are textured, some of them have different feels to them, and so you get to see all those up nice and close and personal, which is pretty cool. We are going to dig now into the wedding party, family, and friends category. All of these images were taken on the wedding day, and they feature people outside of the wedding couple. So it could be their family, it could be their bridal party, or it could be anyone else that is attending the wedding. That all goes into this category, but they were all photographed on the couple's wedding day. This category is sponsored by ASET. ASET stands for Album Sales Experience Team. And if you've never heard of them, this is a brilliant concept. You should write their name down. This is a team of professional salespeople that are extremely experienced in the photography industry that are happy to take the sales process off of your hands. It is a brilliant concept because so many of us are not huge fans of selling our own work. And I've talked to so many photographers who have said, I'm just really bad at it. I hate selling myself. That's where you hire a company like ASET, and they manage the entire sales process. If it's wall art, if it's albums, you will increase your sales exponentially because you don't have to do it. You put it in their hands, and they will increase their sales for you. So thank you so much to ASET for sponsoring this category. I'll now turn you over to Jerry and to our next panel of judges so that we can have a conversation about all of these beautiful images.
All right, we're going to get right into it. Michael, Nick, Chloe, Susan, Gavia, let's get right into these photographs. I'm sure you can't wait. First print, please. Thank you. Champagne showers. Susan, big smile on your face. First impression, what do you feel?
So one of my big pet peeves about group images is when you've got like 10 people in a wedding party and 9 of them are doing something great and one of them is just like looking at the ground. Every single person in this frame is giving something and it's good. So you could basically crop any person out of this and have them stand alone as their own image and they're doing great things, but they don't take away from the couple in the center. And that, again, seems simple, but it's actually really hard to catch those moments, so it's really well done.
And Gavia, I saw you sort of leaning in towards it and scanning the image. What were you looking for?
I think it's a timeless classic. I was just coming in just to see what the shadows were like, but we've got beautiful rich tones in the blacks, lovely tones in the highlights. There's nothing that's overblown. The treatment in post-production and print especially is being handled very, very well.
And Michael, what would be a rookie mistake in this kind of shot? So the first time that we all photographed this, what did we all miss?
Well, one of the things was to not turn my to not turn the multiple shutter on, so that I was trying to press, and then I realized I forgot to turn on the rapid fire. So that was a mistake for me one time. And finally, when I caught the image, the person's face was kind of covered up by the item that was flying.
Yeah, absolutely. And also just allowing for the negative space of where it's all going, of course, as well. So, but great comments all around, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Embracing the moment. Sorry, I've got to get Susan's expression again there. She's had a giggle about it and put her hand in her face. First impression.
That poor child is about to smack her head on the floor so hard, and the guy behind her does not care because he is, they're dancing to Living on a Prayer. Like, look at his face. That's what's happening. But it's hard enough to capture one moment, much less two. And so you actually have 3 here. The little girl who's just trust falling out of this woman's arms, this woman who's terrified she's about to break that child, and the guy in the back who is just living his life.
Yeah.
That's like a 1, 2, 3 punch. It's really well done.
Yeah. Any more punches left for you, Mike, in this image?
No, I think one other strength of this image is that we can stage folks in the wedding party division, but this kind of has a little bit of a candid feel, and so for this to come through here in this division and make top 10, that is just epic. The lighting, getting the other thing is just that it's not uncommon to sometimes get a great expression or emotion or thing that's happening, but to get not just the elements to line up, but for the lighting to hit the subject just right is what takes it to that next level.
Yeah, and Chloe, if you had to make a sound of the mother of what she would be...
You would make me do this. There we go.
Yeah. For me, I'd be going, it's so much fun. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Gavia, you had a nice sort of warmth on your face when this image came around, so tell us how you feel about this. What's your first impression?
It's one of those images that in 20, 30, 40 years, the bride's going to appreciate. It's a beautiful moment that she's having with her mom, so in about 40, 50 years, when she's at the same age, it's going to be a moment that she's going to cherish forever, and she's going to be thankful that the photographer went out of his way, or her way, to create this. The photographer's done an exceptional job to maintain that balance between the highlights and the shadows, especially when we're shooting directly into the window. They've done a brilliant job. It's just, I love that expression and the little gesture that they have between their hands. That just overall ties in the image together for me.
Yeah, great comment. Nick, can you address maybe the placement of the bride's face and the mother's face and why that was important?
It's very important because of the connection of two of them and the expression they have on their faces. It's really pleased for the viewer's attention. But also, I want to make an attention to the viewer. I mean, like the placement of the photographer. He's or she using a wide lens to capture everything, the posing and the wedding dress all over from top to down, but keep the lines, the vertical and the horizontal, and the maker didn't miss the perspective of it, and no distort and everything.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Thank you so much for that comment. And Michael, final thoughts there? Lasting impression?
Yeah, you know, the maker actually captured an image that I often discuss with clients who will sometimes say, you know what, we're okay without like the getting ready shots. We kind of just want to kick it off a little bit later and have you stay more into the dancing, and that's great. But some of the most amazing moments happen before, and what I'll tell clients is that the moments you have with your parents, grandparents, like the people that are close that are not in the wedding party, that's happening before, and I think that you're going to treasure those a lot more than just an extra twirl on the dance floor. So I think images like this extremely important to memory.
Yeah, I think as wedding photographers, we all identify with that, don't we? We sometimes get forced to embellish the embellishments of the wedding. Like we're photographing chair covers and candelabras, and literally mum is, like grandma is sick, and just literally sitting with them in the back green room and capturing those extra moments are just priceless. And we all photograph sometimes that everyone's immortal, and we're just not. And so it's very, very important that we acknowledge that. Certainly a timeless piece. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Nico, first impression of this, mate?
The expression. This is about so simple and still so strong image. The expression of the old man, who might be the grandfather or the father of the bride, and the connection with the two hands creating this, you know, this cycle of love. This is what struck me more.
Mm. And Chloe, would you like to unpack this a little bit more, please?
I really enjoy the placement of the hands, the way she's holding the back of his neck. That is such an intimate, like, that is love right there. And he's holding her shoulder, and it makes this beautiful, almost heart composition, just so, so pretty. And her expression on her face with her eyebrows raised, she looks grateful.
Yeah. And Gavia, maybe just take us home with just the contrast of the skin tones, and even though it's organic in the sense that it was there, but what that does for this image in terms of the metaphor and what we're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I love the texture between the two different skins. You know, the gentleman himself, you can see he's been through a tough, difficult life. He's wearing it on his skin as opposed to the bride, but overall the tonality of the image and the flesh tones, I mean, when this image came up, the first thing I felt was warmth, and that warmth was echoed from the matte to the paper choice. It's the exact same color running all the way through, and it just harmonizes everything together beautifully.
Yeah, such beautiful respect for that moment and family. Wonderful. Next print, please.
Oh my God.
Chloe, you're giggling. You're enjoying this. Tell us why.
Yeah, at first I didn't see the guy sitting or kneeling, and it's so cute. And his face is tilted up towards the light, so we can see his expression. He's just like a team player. He's in it for his guy. And I don't know if anybody's ever tried to do a champagne tower. I've done it at my wedding, and it's really hard. So I like the group effort here.
Yeah. And Susan, you're still shaking your head over this. Tell us.
This is not going to end well. Like you can see the table. It's like kind of placed on like these rickety little things. You know that guy's going to fall. You know it's going to go everywhere. Everyone in the image knows what's about to happen. And it's not just about, as the photographer, making sure that you've lit it and you're in the right spot and it's composed. You've got every single person in focus, in the frame. No one's missing. But then you're waiting for that decisive moment. And this is, if I had an image with my friends, I would rather have an image that is bananas, like this one, than everybody standing in a line smiling directly at the camera. So this just gives so much personality. Like, you can tell who all of these people are, and you know that guy that's on the ground, he's gonna be so much trouble later. Like, you can tell. He and the living on a prayer guy from the image before are gonna get down together. But it's just like, you can feel this friend group, and that's hard to do in a photograph.
Yeah, definitely. Michael, yeah, tell us about that. The fact that, I mean, you know, between us, we've probably shot 10,000 weddings here, but I mean, I've never seen and or thought about directing this. Tell us about that perspective and uniqueness and execution.
You know, one of the things that I love to think of the wedding party as is they are my cheerleaders. They are the cheerleaders of the bride and groom, and really that energy of the wedding, I think, comes from them. If the wedding party's not on the dance floor, the guests aren't. They follow wherever it is that they go. And so I think that what's amazing here is that you have a wedding party that's willing to like go along with this. You know, how much of it was their idea versus the maker's idea. That's one thing. But their expressions and the fact that they are so into it. The guy that's laughing, you know, that guy is almost the rock star for me, the guy that's laughing back there, because he's the fortune teller of the future. But yeah, absolutely love this wedding party. They're doing an amazing, amazing job.
Great comments, fantastic, great perspective. Thank you. Next print, please.
Oh my God.
Well, you've never seen a guy's butt before?
Not like that.
Chloe, you're enjoying this for maybe more reasons than one, but tell us why.
I just like, if I saw this window and I was gonna create this photo, I'd put the bride in there like looking out. Like, this is way more fun, and I need to be more fun.
Right.
This is so cute and quirky, and I think someone mentioned it earlier, like, this is the photo I would want to hang on my wall. It's just so fun.
Yeah. Gavir, what do you feel about it, mate?
Yeah, I mean, this just clearly explains the relationship that he has with his groomsmen. I'm like, this is a guy that doesn't want that standard. We're all in a line looking at the camera and being all godfatherish. This is, you know, Larry, what's that, those Three Stooges called?
Those Three Stooges.
Yeah. That's what the Three Stooges. But I think it's been exceptionally well done. I mean, from camera lens choice to composition, the yellow coming in, and you know, gives us the whole feeling of autumn and that time of the year. I think it's really well done.
Yeah. And they could be Greek. Nick, would you like to comment on this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's memorable image. I mean, it's something that you never forget because of the uniqueness and I don't know if that was directed from the maker or is that accidentally happened, but everything was placed like it's a part of a movie. I mean, it's like a frame. You're looking at a movie and someone click, click, click. Because everything's placed in a proper, even the pose of him, like he's trying to escape and you don't want to get married or something like that. And his friends try to get him back. It's funny, and always remember.
Yeah. That's the thing, is whether if it was an image found or image created, it's presented in a very believable way, and it's just funny, just guys being guys. So fantastic. Thank you so much. Next print, please. The Vitelli Family Mafia. Okay, so speaking of mafia, Nico, can we have you back there for the first one? You've got the mafia vibe. I don't know.
Mafia in Greece, yeah. Anyway, next to Italy, I really enjoy the image. I mean, everything looks properly, the posing, the lighting, the composition. But for what is striking me more is the missing person with the frame in the middle. This is all about the storytelling and the connection of the family. This is about the mafia thing.
Susan, can you unpack that a bit further, please? As you were admiring it up close.
It actually brought a little tear to my eye, which I can honestly say a group photo has never done. What I find the most interesting and compelling is if you go in close and you look at the gentleman in the frame, and then you back out and you look at the other gentlemen, they all look like they're kind of lit the same, which is really interesting to me because, you know, we've all seen the memorial tables at weddings, but looking at the guy in the photo, placing him dead center, so much symmetry, and then lighting everyone, it's almost like an homage to the gentleman in the middle. I just feel an awful lot of respect in this photo. And that's very hard to do with an image of people just staring straight at you, kind of frightening you just like a little bit. Yeah. And they all have different poses. And like, I wouldn't want to tangle with any of them, but they look like a fantastic family.
Yeah. And Michael, close us out, mate. How do you, lasting impression of this image?
Yeah, one thing that, you know, setting something like this up, because you've got the layering that's happening between everyone. You've got the starts down, kind of goes up, back down, and then up into the groom. So that in itself takes time. Figuring out everyone's pose takes time. And what the fact that the maker did not forget about the background, no matter how simple it is, the texture of that background is printed so beautifully. I almost want to just take like a little spoon and start, like, just feels like it's a cream that can scrape right off, like, so beautiful. It's an absolutely beautiful print. I suggest you get up close and take a look.
Great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Chloe, first impression. How do you feel about this?
This has such a cool design aspect to it. I love that the chandelier is covering what I am assuming is the groom, because he's center composed. I don't know if this was timed, like they were either way. It's such creative direction, even if they did direct it. It's really well done.
Gavia, tell us a bit more about this. A lot of us have been past this kind of environment at a wedding, but tell us a bit more about what that's doing to that relationship with the guys, the lighting that's coming out, and all those little elements.
What struck me when the image first came up was the sense of mystery behind this image. It's just like, who are these two gentlemen on the left and the right? Are they his brothers, his best mates, bodyguards, security guards? Like, who is this? Is he such an important person? Has he got two bodyguards next to him? And then there's a sense of mystery that we're not seeing the main subject in the middle. And it's that chandelier that's coming down, it's creating this almost crown-like effect. It's just like, it's giving me this symbolism that the person in the middle is that powerful, that we've kind of created a crown around him. And I'm kind of enjoying that a little bit more. The more I sit with it, it's kind of sitting with me, and I love it.
Yeah. Perfect. And Susan, you've been staring at it for a while, had a bit of a smile on your face just now. Anything you just saw now?
It's just clever, right? Like, you know, we've shot, again, collective thousands of weddings up on this panel, and I can tell you I wouldn't have seen this scene like that. And I think that it takes, you know, you can develop your technical skills all day long, but developing your eye, learning how to see, that's just something that takes time but is also innate. And this photographer has seen something that I guarantee nobody else has seen quite like this. And I think that that should definitely be celebrated, and it is.
Yeah. Great comments. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Okay, Nick, I'm going to take your first intrigued perspective.
I'm trying to understand what is about the color tonality and the overall feeling of the image. I mean, the greenish from one side and the warm tones on top, and how the maker combined the clothes with the books. It's very, very clever, and also the perspective. I mean, present a group shot, and you can't see no one, even the little girl. Everyone cover their faces with the books. So that is a huge meaning because of the library behind, something meaning for them. That's why they don't care if they present their faces.
Yeah. And Susan, you were staring at this in different ways. I'm curious to know what you feel about it.
I was like, oh, where'd you get this picture of me and my friends? Because seriously, if I were together with my group of friends, this is exactly what we would be doing, is sitting around reading. And it tells you so much about this group of people without telling you anything about their faces. With their body language, like we have such classic, fantastic posing with the triangles of all of the different groups. And then you took their humanity away, kind of, and put them in stories. So there's like stories in stories, and people are literally inside of stories. And I just think it's so, so, so clever, and it would be a photo that I would want to put on my wall because it's just such a different take that clearly means so much to this group.
And Michael, final impression, how do you feel about this image after seeing it for a bit?
Yeah, you come across a scene like this, let's say you're at some venue or location, and you organize your group shot, and I would bet, or I would hope or bet that there's like that regular shot that we all get of the group, and then this is you do like the one for me and one for thee, and this is the one where you say, all right, everybody just grab a book, whatever title you want, and then you try this one little thing, and maybe they even forget that they even took this photo, but later they're like, oh yeah, that's right. And so I can see as this being one of those one for me photos, and that's what makes it stand out.
You know, sometimes shots like this are obscure. You don't know, it could have no meaning at all. Yeah. It's just fun. You know, try something unique. You look at the environment, play with it. Do they all go to the library? Are they all bookworms? Possibly not. It's just fun to celebrate. And as we've discussed even previously, when you hide that, like they're more anonymous, it just generalizes it a little bit more. It makes you celebrate it in a very different way. That, I believe, is the last image of that category. That flew by, didn't it? Great shots, guys. Yeah, great commentary. Okay, as always, we are going to break for a few moments, and we are going to determine first, second, and third place. We'll see you back in a few moments.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to watch the judges select their winners for this category. So judges, you're looking at the images now. We are going to ask you to choose placings for all 10 images. So when you are ready, you can begin. Just as a reminder, there is no discussion for this portion of the judging. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. We do have a winner in this category. I'll be very excited to share that information with you tomorrow night at the awards ceremony that begins at 8 p.m. I'm going to say it over and over again because I don't want you guys to miss it. You don't want to be late. It's a great opening act. Doors open at 7, so you can even arrive as early as 7, enjoy a cocktail with us, and we'll begin at 8. That does officially conclude the Wedding Party Family and Friends category, sponsored by ASET, Album Sales Experience Team. We are now going to move on to our last division of the entire competition this year. We're going to go into the pre-wedding division next. We're going to get our judges all settled in, so give us just a minute and we'll be right back.
My business would not have the reputation that it does without 17 Hats.
Yeah.
I photograph very high-end luxury weddings.
Yep.
They don't typically love being condensed into a package. I am sending them a quote with various options, but giving them the good, better, best almost every single time they choose a top package. Setting up workflows so you get to fully plan your client experience from start to finish. I use questionnaires to help trigger certain thoughts out of my clients so I know how to photograph them the way they want to be photographed. There isn't anywhere else I need to go to manage my business. Everything's in 17 Hats. It just has everything you need to run your business like a real business. If you think you can run a business without having the tools to run a business, you're going to be one of those businesses that start and stop within 1 to 5 years.
As the trusted expert behind the lens, you are in the business of documenting life. Every day brings a new environment, a new client, a new challenge to solve. And no matter the day, you do it all. So you need gear that can keep up. That's why we packed your most used focal lengths into a single high-quality power zoom lens. It's versatile, lightweight, enhanced with technology to help you work smarter and faster. The Nikkor Z 28 to 135 millimeter power zoom. A new all-in-one pro video lens from Nikon. Experience the power of zoom.
He's counting me down. Welcome back, everyone, and to everyone joining us from our live broadcast. Thanks to Nikon's generous support, we can have you guys in the room as well. We are ready to begin our last division of the competition this year. That is the pre-wedding division, and it is sponsored this year by Pro Branding Stores. That's brought to you by the folks over at Photo Flash Drive. If you guys have been seeing our team walking around with cool I Am Iconic t-shirts and Icon Award t-shirts and hoodies, that is all done by Pro Branding Stores. They have an amazing selection of promotional items and things that you can use to gift to clients and to promote your own studio. They will have a booth here at the trade show, so you can go check it out if you do want some Icon Awards merch. They are available. Jerry came up with some new designs this year that are very cool. So definitely go check that out. You can pick some up and purchase it right at their booth. And you can also see some of the other things that they do. It's not your typical promotional tchotchke things, if that makes sense. They have such beautiful pieces that you can use to promote your company and your studio. Some things, so many things, I actually love them so much, I buy them for ourselves. So they have, I'll tell you one thing that I can recommend if you go check it out. They have this beautiful charcuterie board, for example, and I love it so much. I thought about doing it for clients, but then I just ordered it for us and I put our initial on it because they personalize everything. And it's just beautiful. It's just absolutely beautiful quality. So definitely go check them out. We're very grateful that they're sponsoring the entire pre-wedding division. Our first category in this division is the couple together non-wedding day category. So all of the images that you're about to see are of an engaged or married couple. The requirements are that it needed to have been photographed before their wedding or within 1 month after a wedding. And we do that for the trash the dress, post-wedding sessions that happen immediately after that. So that is all included in this category. You'll see couples that are photographed in their formal wedding wear, or you'll see other couples that are photographed in casual clothes. So it's a bit of everything. This category is sponsored by Calibrite. Calibrite they provide calibration tools for your monitor. As professional photographers, we know how important color is to us when we're working with images. It is recommended that you calibrate your monitors every 2 weeks to make sure that you're looking at the colors properly. And as we all know, if you are someone who edits like us, you know that if you have 2 monitors right next to each other and you're looking at the same image, even 2 monitors side by side can look at it color differently. So that's why it's important to keep your monitors calibrated regularly and often. So thank you to Calibrite for sponsoring this competition, this category. Now we're going to turn you over back to Jerry and to our new panel of judges as they discuss the images in the couple together non-wedding day category.
All right, thank you so much. On the panel here, we have Bill Stank, Natalie Lissini, Susan Stripling, Gavija Hall, Chloe Ramirez. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Looking forward to seeing what this chemistry is going to be like. It's going to be fancy. I'm going to see if there's a bit of a cat fight or not, but no, I'm sure you guys are in sync. It's all good. All right, guys, let's celebrate the couple together non-wedding day category. First print, please. First meet, waiting groom. So just to remind you, the pre-wedding division is a non-composite category or a non-composite category. You got all of you sound ridiculous. You all have congestion nasally. That's what you sound like, except for Melissa. So let's unpack this image. First impression. Gavir, you're the last one to look at that. How do you feel about it?
Yep, I'm loving the fine art quality to this image and the beautiful soft tone that's running throughout the whole image. Lighting-wise, it's non-composite, so the lighting's been beautifully handled. We have no spill on the groom, we have nothing on the backdrop, and the bride's posing is just elegant. I love the whole feel of this image.
Beautiful. Tell us about, Susan, maybe more specifically about the decision to put black on black and white on that lighter color as well. That was very deliberate, surely.
It's very deliberate and it's very difficult. And it's also, with the lighting, been handled very gently. Everything about this image is gentle, and I really like that. You've put I'm assuming the groom, against a black background, but the stairs are also lit, whether just by light, it looks like from light spill from above. So there are multiple different dimensions and textures of the black, which I think is incredibly hard to handle, not only in capturing it, but in printing it. And then up at the top, you have the same, could be issue, this ethereal white dress coming down this ethereal white background, but they don't compete with each other because the light has been so well handled. So much has gone into the lighting, the posing, the composition, so much more because of those difficulties.
Natalie, who wants to speak more here? Let's get ladies first here. Come on, let's do it. Natalie, go for it. Lasting impression.
Lasting impression. I just want everyone to take a close look at how beautifully handled the posing and the hands are on the woman. When you put her at the top of the staircase 10,000 times, this is something I haven't seen. I love the wrist that's flicked up and the careful placement down. The groom's hands as well. I thought they did an incredible job posing.
Wonderful. I often think of posing like we construct then deconstruct. So you can construct perfectly and it just looks almost too perfectly. And the metaphor that I give is I blow up a balloon and then... So sometimes we blow too much air, sometimes we have to let a little bit of air out. Those little metaphors will help you understand how to deconstruct the pose, which has that believability, even though that we're actually photographing something very classic here. Wonderful, thank you so much. Next print, please. Bill, go for it, mate. First impression. How do you feel?
What I really like about this is what I would call the simultaneous contrast. So in the foreground, you have a light figure on a dark background, the light of her face against the dark of the silhouette of the gentleman behind her. And then the groom behind her, he is a dark figure on a light background. So as compared to having two figures that are both lit with a dark background, or two figures that are both dark with a light background, you have both. So there's an interesting interplay of that light against dark, dark against light.
Excellent. Fantastic. Chloe, you want to unpack maybe how this was achieved?
So I think that the groom is a shadow. You can see, no, it's not a shadow. It's not a shadow at all. I mean, maybe it's a double exposure. It's really hard to tell. Yeah. Does somebody else have insight?
Go for it. Give it a go. It's just fun to speculate so it gives us an educational experience.
I don't think the groom's a shadow. I think the groom's being positioned in shade, which is why there's no light hitting him. But there is enough of the light hitting the wall behind the groom that's kind of bouncing back. But what I think the photographer's done exceptionally well is not only posing the groom where we're actually getting a side profile from them, is by paying attention to even that little white part of the groom's collar shirt, how it kind of almost forms straight all the way around, echoing sort of that shape and that symmetry around the bride's hairline. But just remove the groom and just concentrate on the bride with the black background. I mean, the lighting's been handled beautifully, the posing, the feeling, the fact that she's closing her eyes and just feeling that warmth from the sun, it's very well done.
Yeah. And Susan, last impression of this image? Because you've been staring at it for a while?
So when you have two people in an image, I think both of them should be able to stand alone on their own in the image. And if you take the bride out of the image, you have a really awesome, very well done silhouette of a groom. And vice versa, you take the groom out and you have a beautifully lit portrait of the bride, but layering them together just doubles the degree of difficulty, and that takes outstanding skill.
Yeah, very clever designed. Thank you. Next print, please. What I'm seeing is Susan is sort of covering her face, and then she's just shaking her eyes. She's putting her hand in her heart. She's giggling. All right, unpack your feelings out loud.
I want to snuggle this image. Like, it is so, no pun intended, cheeky and charming and clever and creative and funny. But if you take the clever, creative, and funny sides out of it and you just go straight to the dead center, you have two people that are having so much fun together. There are so many different layers of charm and kind of wonder in this image, and the maker is very smart.
Okay, Chloe, let's unpack some of those layers here.
So what I like about this image is the pose. It's very intentional. If they were standing up, it looks like she had jumped into his arms and he's holding her up with her butt. But we're seeing it as a flat lay, which is really, really fun. And I believe it. I believe it. That was hard for them to do. They have to be really in it and surrender to that process of the pose. And I am just so, so impressed with the energy here.
Yeah. And Bill, lasting impression. You've been looking at that for a while?
Yeah, what I just take away from this is it's just so fun. But in addition to that, I think above and beyond when you're looking at composition or lighting or posing or things like that, I feel like what takes it to the next level is a concept and like an original song. It's not just playing chords, etc., to make a metaphor. So the concept of this is fun. And it's not just that it's from above, but it's playful and they're at the beach and it's like we're just going to take the clothes off and we're going to enjoy the beach. We're going to go in the water. We're just going to have some fun. So it's playful and it's great storytelling.
Take a risk, guys. When you're photographing, no matter what genre that you're doing, the elements are right there. Think about it. We all have that. We've all done weddings on a beach. But just think about it, that conversation. Hey, I want to just grab your suit and your dress laid on the ground, and we're going to get you half naked and hugging, and I'll do a bird's eye view or shoot from a tower. I think it'd be great. Like, the elements are always there. And I often think about, the end of The Star Is Born when they say that everyone has 12 notes, and it's what you do with those 12 notes. We all have similar elements, and we think that extra embellishment always is the way, but sometimes it's literally stripping it back and giving us something unique and something memorable. So congratulations as a conversation here and also to the maker as well. Next print, please. Pink Beach. Natalie, first impression.
Oh, I love when a portrait comes up and it's an art piece. This is exquisite. I love that it looks like an aerial landscape that happens to have a couple. How lucky they must be to have this photograph. Brilliant.
Beautiful. Kavia, can you break this down a little bit further for us, mate?
Yeah, I'm loving the colors in this image and the viewpoint. I just kind of covered the bride and groom like this just to see what it looks like. And Natalie, you're right. It is an art piece. You'd hang this at home in your gallery. But what makes it just the photographer doing an exceptional job is to use that time of the day to create that shadow. I mean, you could get to that location an hour beforehand or an hour and after, and you definitely wouldn't be getting that image. It's the timing of the day to create something so almost flawless with a kiss on the forehead. It's just 15 minutes either side, or even an hour, we have a completely different image.
Yeah. And Bill, lasting comment here?
I think it's a perfect example of understanding the rules and then breaking them in a way. So what I mean is your area of very high contrast, the silhouette, without a doubt, and especially if you squint your eyes, that's really what stands out in this image. It was smart to use that high contrast on your subject because the entire frame has so much texture and it's very quote unquote busy. However, it doesn't detract from the couple, which they're not busy. There's no texture on them because it's silhouetted. However, they are the highest area of contrast. So knowing those rules of value theory and where your eye will go allows you to work in a space like this without the environment taking over, but rather complementing.
Yeah. I actually look at this and imagine if you just cropped the couple and all you had was that shadow, you would swear that was a shadow on a concrete wall.
Yeah.
It's insane. Like, there's so many layers to that. So well done in seeing and executing. Wonderful. Next print, please. Gavir, while you're there, grab the mic, mate. First impression, as everyone cheered for you.
Wow. It's the colors in this image. It's just, wow. I kind of went in just to see exactly what's happening, and then obviously we've got the groom reversing back, but it's just like, I think, is he trying to do donuts maybe? That's what it feels like. Yeah, it feels like. So I'm kind of slightly baffled to figure out what this yellow thing is. Is it a car park? Is that what it is? Yeah, but the composition and the expression on the girl's face and the echoing of the colors in the car back to the building, yeah, beautiful.
Yeah. Chloe, your thoughts on this?
I have no idea why, but when this image came up, I thought it was like a miniature. Yes, and I don't know if it's because of the lack of shadows, I'm thinking. Oh, it's so hard to tell why I think that, but that was what first came up. I love the posing here. All girls, ask any girl, we love when a guy does this and turns. It's so sexy. We love it. Don't ask. We don't know why. And then the color is so fun. I often tend to shoot with a lot of neutrals, but I really appreciate people that are just like all in with color. The smoke trailing off to the side, just really well done. And I would love to talk to the maker and ask them how they did this. This is really beautiful.
Yeah. Natalie gave me the eye before Susan did, so you go for it.
Oh, no, what I really enjoy about this, the maker's decision to have him back out at a diagonal. I think that it really shows the movement. I think if it would have been, completely straight, it wouldn't have had the same effect. So I love that direction that the maker chose. Well done.
Yeah. And from now on, baby, when we drive, you're going to be in the back seat.
So he can
and when I reverse, we're going to reverse every time I drive. I'm just going to look back. I didn't know that. I had no idea. I'm missing something. more spice. If it was more spice, there'd be a problem. All right. All right. Thank you so much. Wonderful image. Next print, please. Into the Woods. Think out loud, Susan.
So I've been doing this a long time, right? Like, this is my 24th wedding season. And I love seeing an image where I have no clue how they did it. I mean, I could kind of like hazard guesses, like I sort of know where the light's coming from, and like I could put together an educated guess. But the creative brain of this photographer to make this almost theatrical set, like everything behind it looks like a projection, it doesn't even look real, is concept and execution, both done very well.
Yeah. Bill, take a stab at an educated guess of how they did this.
I think the maker used a slow shutter speed and changed the focal length as the shutter was open. So it's called shutter drag. You have your shutter open, and sometimes people will move their camera to create a certain illusion. However, if your shutter is open and on a variable focal length lens, you change your focal length, it will create this kind of zooming effect, which you can see in the look at the print when it's in the showroom, because you can see that effect more. I would imagine that is how the maker created it.
Nice, very, very, very valuable. Lasting impression. Let me see, Gavir, what do you feel, mate?
It's the colors that are just kind of getting to me. I'm kind of baffled a little bit about the green that we're getting in the backlight, but then we're also having a warm backlight around the couple. So it's just like, are they using two gels maybe? One light in the background is green, and then one in the foreground with a warmer tone. It's a very clever idea. I just love the framing. I love the leading lines directly to the couple, and even that little sense of breathing between them. It's very well done.
Yeah. This is the thing, guys, that if you were photographing weddings, it's hard to find time to do this. And if this was at a forest at the back of a reception or in the yard of the bride or the groom's home or the parents' home, you just don't think to do this. Or it's a high degree of difficulty, and is the payoff even worth it? So what do? You practice. How do you practice? Buy a mannequin. Go outside in your backyard. You think it's crazy being in Australia that everything's going to kill you. You guys have bears. Like, I don't know what's going on. In Disney, no less. But anyway, that's another story. But get out a mannequin, put 2 mannequins out and practice this. There's your hero shot for the day. And if you try one of those a month and you nail them, that's 12 more hero shots that you can add to your repertoire. That's the thing. We got to practice. Repetition, experience, and practice will always be your best teacher. Thank you. Next print, please. First meet. That's M-E-E-T.
We didn't think.
Oh, no, just in case.
We weren't confused.
I don't know. Chloe, little head tilt. I quite like that. What does that mean? How do you feel about this image?
I really love body language and visually stunning. It's just well executed. It's very fine art. But the way her torso is bending forward and her head is tilting back, and we don't need to see his expression. He's taken in his lady. He is just in awe, as he should be. And it's just really well executed.
Yeah. Bill, can you unpack this a bit further, please?
Yeah, this is something that it defines the category in terms of taking advantage of something that might be difficult to do on the wedding day. So because this is non-wedding day, it allows the maker to find this perspective. I don't think it was shot with a drone, so I'd imagine there's this wrapping spiral and balcony, and the maker had to go up there and then, give obviously some kind of direction. And then there's light coming from off-camera left, and there's a beautiful haze of light coming down, which may have been created or may have been from windows. I'm not sure. But I think the maker took advantage of the time that they had, and I thought that was a very smart choice, because when we're photographing on a wedding day or not on a wedding day, we have to have an awareness of how much time we have, and probably more importantly, how much time we don't have.
Right. Gavir, if we chop this pretty much in half, do you think both those images could work independently, and why?
I definitely think the top one just the bride would work independently, but just with the groom underneath, I need to see a little bit more substance to the image. But what I'm kind of more drawn to that the photographer's done really, really well is this diagonal line that we're getting through the image from the light to the staircase all the way down to the groom and the shadow on the groom. But then if you pay attention and come in even closer, that diagonal is there on the bride's hand, which is just lifting up, and I just think it's a very subtle little telltale. Just gives us a little nod in that direction. I think it's very, very well done.
Very cool. Great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Together beneath red rock and stars. Together beneath red rock and stars.
We don't sound that bad.
We don't sound that bad.
We do sound that bad.
We do sound that bad. First impression. Let me see here. Natalie, so you're appreciating this image?
Oh, I love the composition. I love the frame within the frame. I love the leading lines down to the couple. Beautifully placed.
You see. Gavir, tell us about the complexity of this, because there's like 3 or 4 images in one here, and we know this was done in camera with limited post-production, so celebrate the technical part of it, the sky, the lighting on the archway there, the lighting on them, and so on.
It's phenomenal. I've got a lot of respect for photographers that photograph the stars and the Milky Ways. And for the photographer to see the time of the day, just to go to this location and on the right day without any clouds and drag the longer exposure and then pop it with flash. There's a lot of experience that needs to come through, because you can have a 30-second long exposure, and then you pop your flash, and then it's overexposed. And you have to do it all again. And so it's not like we're taking pictures like click, 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 and then we can redo it. It's just like each one takes 30 seconds longer. Photographer's got a lot of skill and a lot of respect in that direction for the photographer to pull off something like this.
Thank you. And Susan, overall last impression of this image?
Yeah, I mean, this is 3 images. It's the sky, it's the red rocks, and it's the subject. And you can linger in all of them at length with great joy. And they all are strong enough to stand up next to each other, but still stand out on their own, and that's very difficult to do.
Great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Precious time. So Susan, is that music and that racket playing inside your head right now for this image? What are we thinking and feeling right now?
No, I hear like quiet little violins. It's like very nice.
Quiet violins.
Well, I do. There's so much going on in this image. There's so much texture, from the texture of the floor to the walls to the chandelier to the outfits to the hair to the dress. And yet the maker has managed to make an image that is very intimate and very quiet at the heart of it. That really needs to be commended.
And Chloe, let's celebrate it even further, please. In terms of the elements, the placement, and that subtle gesture.
I'm really loving this lens choice here. Feels like it's a wide angle lens. We can really see the detail in her dress. I'm gonna come in a little bit closer. Oh, that's his hand. Okay, yes. And what Susan was saying, not every couple is going to be the loudest couple in the world, and sometimes when we get couples like that, we tend to go, oh, I wish I could get them out of their shell. But really, we just need to meet them where they are at, and this is so beautiful. And I don't know them, but I feel like this is very them.
Thank you so much. And Bill, give us your perspective on the way the image has been treated and presented to us right now.
Yeah, I think it was a very smart choice in having a dark matte, because the entire image has this quiet mood. So if you had a very light matte, it might detract you from realizing the couple's just having this quiet, dimly lit moment. It would kind of brighten things up. So choosing a dark matte, I think, was really smart, and really just helps the viewer to focus on the couple right there.
Great comment. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Okay, Susan, while you're smiling big, tell us why you're smiling big right now.
I feel like we've caught them playing a game. Right? Like it feels like we've gotten like this little, they've snuck in from outside, and now they're sneaking into this other door. Like they're just getting away from everything to try to like sneakily find, in a cheeky way somewhere to be alone. They're just the movement in it, the sweetness in it. There's like an innocent game feeling to it, which is very clever.
Yeah. Gavia, celebrate the technical perspective, the lighting, as well as the construction of this image and the way it's presented before us right now.
The lighting's been very well handled to almost imitate its light that's coming from the window on the left. So it gives that sense of believability, but the intensity of the light kind of says different. But I also like how the veil's kind of sneaking off and going outside of the door, and how the doors are almost identical to each other in terms of how they've been opened. And the photographers thought about this scene and managed to pull off something pretty spectacular. I haven't seen anything like this for a long, long time, and I think it's done very, very well.
Yeah.
From everything from the shadows to the details to even the groom's feet, how they've been posed perfectly. So it's like he's in motion. Yeah. And I think it's brilliant.
Yeah. Natalie, what's your lasting impression of this?
think the post-production is meticulously done. I mean, this could be so complicated between the highlights and the shadows, controlling the ambient light in the room. I think they did a really good job handling it.
It's interesting, isn't it? If that door was closed and that veil was in front of it, it's probably what we all would have done, and we probably wouldn't have opened that first door either. It's just amazing, just one little tweak of something that is somewhat cliche just brings it to a whole new level at such a level of depth. Yeah, it tells a story. Exactly, yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Wonderful. That is the last print of this particular category. Wonderful, guys. Great commentary. I love the passion. Honestly, it's such a wonderful 2 days for me because I've been looking at all their faces just in glee, and it's just been wonderful from a different perspective. We are going to choose first, second, and third place right after these messages. How amazing would it be to get image critiques on demand? What? What about the chance of learning from industry leaders in a genre that you're most interested in? And learning from someone, say, like Kelly Brown, Susan Stripling, Roberto Valenzuela, Peter Hurley, or maybe even your favorite Australian. Hi, my name is Jerry Ghionis, Nikon Ambassador, Portrait, Fashion and Wedding Photographer, and co-founder of the Icon International Photography Awards. When I look back at my career so far, I can clearly see that the most valuable education I've received has come from feedback on my images. Well, now there's an even easier way for you to receive such priceless video feedback from industry experts reviewing and critiquing your work. Now, check this out. Here's how it works. When you submit your photo for a critique, your mentor will record a video where you can watch as they zoom into your photo using annotation tools, pointers, cropping tools to provide detailed insights. All the while, you can see their face and listen to their passion and feedback in their own words. You can get your own image critique on demand at Critiq.com. That's critique without the U and the E. Or when you enter the Icon Awards, make sure to add a critique for the best learning experience you've ever had.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back in the judging room, and to those of you joining us online, thank you to Nikon. Our judges are now taking a moment to look at all of the images in the print gallery. And it's pretty cool that we get to be privy to this now. It used to all be done behind closed doors. Now we get to watch them making their decisions. So judges, take a moment. We're going to ask you to choose placings for all 10 images, even though we are only announcing first, second, and third place. There will be no discussion during this part of the judging. So when you're ready, you can begin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. We do have a winner in this category. Very exciting that we will find out in a little more than 24 hours from now. We are all done with this category, the Couple Together Non-Wedding Day category, sponsored by Calibrite. Still in the Portrait Pre-Wedding division, which is sponsored by Pro Branding Stores. One thing I wanted to mention, I know I talked earlier about their products and how amazing they are and how they have such great quality promotional items that you can use for your clients or for yourself like I do. But as we've been talking about the Ghionis Scholarship, Pro Branding Stores is a big part of it last year and they're a big part of it this year. They give back so much to our industry, Pro Branding Stores and Photo Flash Drives. And so they are giving away $1,000 of promotional gear that will be custom made for the recipient of the Ghionis Scholarship, which is pretty awesome. So they will be able to kickstart their marketing campaigns as well. So thank you to Pro Branding Stores for that. We are now going to set up our new judges, and we're going to begin in just a minute with the Bride or Groom Alone Non-Wedding Day category. So sit tight, we'll be right back.
Capture One is a powerful photo editing software made for all kinds of photographers. With the fastest tethered shooting in the industry, a fully customizable interface, and flexible file management options, Capture One lets you stay on top of your photos and create a personalized workflow. But the true power of Capture One is hidden beneath the interface. Thanks to its tailored camera and lens profiles applied automatically to your photos when importing, you don't need to tweak your photos for hours to get them right. Just import your RAWs into Capture One and rediscover the true colors of your photos. Complete with powerful editing tools, you get the best colors out of the box, seamless editing experience, and creative control. Capture One Pro offers support for over 500 cameras, including all main brands.
Welcome back, everyone, to our next category. We have 2 categories left for the day. I'm very sad at the same time, but very excited because I know it's coming up. I know it's in these next 2 categories, and they're pretty amazing. So welcome back to everyone who's watching us live. Thanks so much to Nikon for allowing us to have our live stream going so people from around the world can watch and feel like they're right in the room with us. Thank you so much. I also want to say thank you to Graphi. I know I mentioned earlier that they are in-room sponsor, and they have their beautiful albums and wall art set up in the back. One thing I didn't mention, because we've been talking about the Ghionis Scholarship that's coming up, they are also a big part of it. They were a big part of it last year, and they decided they wanted to definitely help another deserving photographer set themselves up. So the winner is going to receive $2,400 in Graphistudio products. So that is going to be an amazing tool that that lucky photographer will be able to use to set up their business or to rebrand it. So we're very grateful to Graphistudio for being such a big part of the Ghionis Scholarship as well. Now, we are currently in the pre-wedding division, which is sponsored by Pro Branding Stores, and our next category is the Bride or Groom Alone Non-Wedding Day. And just like the wedding day counterpart, this is going to be a person on their own, not photographed on their wedding day, but this image needed to have been taken before the wedding day or at no more than 1 month after the wedding day. This category is sponsored by Evoto, which is an AI-powered editing software. And if you guys have not used Evoto, I'm just going to tell you to try it. It's so incredibly powerful. You can do so many amazing things with your images and so easily. You can retouch them, of course, do all amazing skin retouching, but you can finesse hair and makeup, and you can adjust physical features like adjust ears or eyes that are not the same size. You can just, with a simple click, just change it. It makes it so much easier. You can even do batch edits to just make the entire editing process so fast. I promise you, if you try it, you will love the amount of time that you get back. It's just absolutely brilliant. So thank you to Evoto for sponsoring this category. We are now going to turn you over to Jerry and to our panel of judges, and we're going to now look at these images in the Bride or Groom Alone Non-Wedding Day category.
Great having you guys back. I'm actually walking around with a beta test of Evoto right now. I extended my cut finger. You have no idea. It's real life.
It now has a replacement?
No, it's still missing. I'm sorry. But Denny Dong, thank you so much for being here. So much value. Triple Master, Icon Triple Master. Nick Bekridis, Icon Double Master. Natalie Lacini, Icon Triple Master. No. Where is she? No, where are you gone? Where's she gone? No. Susan Stripling, Grandmaster. Chloe Ramirez, thank you so much for being here back again. And Mara can tell me, Australian Grandmaster. How are you feeling about your cash doing nothing here right now? Like, you could bring $100 and it barely buys you a chewing gum.
Well, I've gone from wine to water, basically.
Wine to wine. Okay, you're the opposite of Jesus is what we're saying. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Let's start this. Enjoy these images with passion. Let's have some fun. First print, please. Okay, Mara, you're right there. Grab the mic. Yeah. First impression, how do you feel?
I love the impact, especially when you're looking at the overall image. You can basically see shapes non-stop, everywhere from the pose all the way through to behind the bride. And obviously you've got the triangle happening together with the roof as well. Perfectly executed, composition, immense, and contrast, the way that the white detail of the dress, this is perfectly calibrated against the greys and the blacks. Really, really well done.
Awesome. Susan, can you talk to us about the lighting on her, those three elements of the light source, and how it's actually contrasting there with the blue of the sky?
Well, what's fascinating about the light is I don't know where it's coming from. And like my gut says, okay, there's probably like maybe an assistant behind the column with a light aiming it out. But the point is, it doesn't matter. I don't care where it's coming from. It's that it's there. And the photographer either found it or made it. And everything is so gently, softly considered. But that light is, to quote Gary Hughes, a banger. And just really almost graphically etching the subject off of the background. This is so small and mighty, but deserves to be looked at very up close.
Yeah. Chloe, looks like you wanted to say something there, mate?
I really appreciate the composition of her hand placement. It mirrors the top of the roof, that gentle sloping, and it brings your eye down right to her.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Isn't it refreshing looking at imagery and really focusing on the strengths rather than actually tearing them apart? Now, don't get me wrong, there is a place for critiquing images and breaking them down and everything like that, but there's also a place and a home called Icon where we celebrate these elements, because it's almost like, walking into a shoot a bit more paranoid about what not to do. But imagine walking into a shoot with joy and saying, this is what I should focus on, and energy creates energy, and that's where magic starts and begins and flourishes. There's a soundbite for you. Okay, thank you so much. Next print, please. Thank you, Susan, for appreciating that. Got to go back to you, Susan, because your jaw was dropped for the first few seconds looking at this image. Tell us why your jaw was dropped.
It's incredible. It looks like we're watching an image render in real time. Like we're watching the pixels all come together. So it's like a Calibrite. Remember, like when you were a little kid, you had a Calibrite and you pushed the. Okay, it was an old school toy for those of us in our 40s, but it looks like someone has literally come in with colored pegs and created a human. The composition of the face in those pegs could not be more masterful.
Yeah. Maro, I know you got a very theatrical approach to what you do. Tell us about the theatre of this.
Wow. Has anyone ever tried to light a person up through glass? Super hard. And I've got to say, this has been executed perfectly. The way light goes through glass diffuses further. So the way this photographer has captured the contrast on the face, it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
The colour palette, love the colour palette. I never thought pink and orange would work. But it does. And the other thing that maybe we haven't talked enough about is the print quality. Like, I'm just looking at the print at the moment. I feel like it's actually a piece of wood there in front of me, and I want to touch it. So, I also believe celebrating print, especially in this print, can work really well.
Mm. Nico, walk us through the creative triggers the photographer saw and how that was constructed in their mind and executed.
Really try to understand how clever it's the maker create such a bullseye composition with a circular and another circle, and using this monochromatic effect with the matting and the first frame direct glass to the main subject, which is full of color. Mm. Very clever and very creative.
Yeah. Just an extra thought, having done this a lot in terms of shooting through glass. When you're shooting through something that gives you an abstract feeling, when you have the eyes looking at the camera, it just doesn't feel right. So because it's already abstract, you put the eyes down, then you've sort of got the depth of the makeup and all these different things. It meshes in a lot better. So well done, well seen, well executed. Thank you. Next print, please. Nick, I see you admiring this. I feel like it's possibly in Greece, but let's celebrate this.
Or something looks like a Greece.
Something looks like Greece, yeah.
Yes.
Nothing looks like Greece, come on.
Cyprus?
Cyprus. Una faccia onorazza.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's totally matching with the environment. It's like an ancient goddess in an ancient temple, something like that. And with overall the tonality, the color harmony, draws you directly with all the vertical lines to the main subject, which is bright.
Mm, absolutely. And Chloe, how do you feel about this image?
I really appreciate that it's just slightly, that middle column is slightly to the left, because if it had been in the middle, like at first when I was like, oh, it should be in the middle. No, it shouldn't, because then where would you place her? Like, she's in the perfect spot. Her head's in a clean area. She's framed in by the columns. And I really appreciate that the posing isn't overdone. I feel like in a place like this, I'd really just like want to bring all the effort into the posing, but it's so effortless. And I think that's what makes this image shine, is that there's all these textures and there's obviously some sort of ancient building, and you don't need it to be any more than it is.
Mm. That's great perspective. Maro, many of us in this particular location may have just shot like on one of the sides and gone down, but this photographer actually chose to shoot into the corner out. Not really typical. Tell us why that was effective, even further.
I guess there's no official rules I've found when it comes to shooting through pillars and so forth. I really think when I'm looking at this image, although execution-wise has been perfect and the angles are great, what I love the most about it, though, Jerry, is the fact that the look on her face, the photographer's been able to capture this essence of like, is she waiting? Who's she waiting for? Is she looking for someone? So when I've looked through, I guess you look through these pillars, and I regard them as, non-event for me, because that embrace, the way she's looking to the side. I'm actually looking for a groom's hand or someone else somewhere in the picture. So kudos to the photographer for this.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful warm image. Thank you so much, guys. Great comments. Next print, please. Danny, while you're there, grab the mic, mate. First impression, how do you feel about this one?
Wow, so much elements over there. A lot of shapes, a lot of shapes, and then when I look at it, it's the concept. I was really amazed by the concept to positioning the groom in front of those mannequins, and then looks like a fashion store, a clothing store with a Louis Vuitton logo over there, with the product over there. It's such a busy background, and the photographer was able to find a killing spot to positioning the grooms over there and make it look really believable.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your comment. Maro, you have to talk about this image. This is your kind of perspective.
Wow. I'm really appreciating this. It's sort of, for me, I'm looking at it and it's like 4 photos in one. You're looking at the mannequin on the left, then you're looking at the groom in that semicircle, and then you're looking at the 2 other mannequins on the other side, and then the eye gets sort of like, well, what's that thing on the far right? We're creating a triangle with squares. So it's so busy. However, it all works in so well, like with a jigsaw, like a jigsaw puzzle. And the expression on the groom's face is just amazing, exactly like a mannequin as well. Printing-wise, fantastic. Not too contrasty, because the actual overall shapes and sizes of this print works well, where you don't have to push it up into the contrast. So I'm liking the shades on the mid-tones in this print.
Yeah. Chloe, any lasting impression of this? I saw you do a bit of a I saw you did a head tilt. I'm very intrigued on what that was all about.
It's the shape of his back matching the shape of the polka dots in the background. That's intentional, whether it was directed or just waiting for that perfect moment. And it could be more that his elbow is tilted back, and that is why we're seeing that shape, less of a hunch, but he is slightly leaning forward. And my eye just like happily dances around this. I don't normally love a super busy scene, but I love this. There's textures, there's just so much, like, where are these mannequins? It's very, very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. Great commenting, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Susan, I just saw that little crinkle of a chin that I photographed of you about a year ago or so. Oh, there you go. Yep. Oh, it was anniversary. I know. Oh my God, you buy me a steak. Okay. First impression.
My favorite restaurant. This looks like falling water, and it's exquisite. If you start at the top of the image, in the fabric of the candelabra, you have fabric coming down, you have all of these soft leading lines coming down, and the dress draping down. It's just almost like the image is just gently, softly like falling into itself. It has such a sense of peace.
Beautiful. Nico, further thoughts?
I really appreciate the light control of this image, and the maker used the ambient environment light also at the same time, but not, and lit the main subject, the bride, but not so obvious. So everything is very slow and soft from top to the bottom all over, and at the same time is not, the highlights on the chandelier is not burned. And we have even details in the most highlight part of the image and the darkest part of the image. So great job on the lighting perspective.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And Danny, please, final thoughts here.
Yeah, when this image came up, when I see it from a far distance, it looks like the bottom part, I thought it was just naturally the dress. But when I get close, I find, no, it's the steps. It's the steps with lights. And I really admire the maker, the photographer, purposely having the bride standing in a position that actually extends the dress and makes the dress looks more dramatic with layers, circles, circles. And it's very dramatic.
Awesome. Don't you think Danny should be our emotion translator? Yes. It's just, when he says something, it's just so endearing and passionate and beautiful.
He needs his own room at WPPI where when we're all having a really hard time,
Yeah.
we can just go sit with him.
He's sort of like he's like a walking gummy. He just makes you relaxed. It's fantastic. I love it. I love the passion here, guys. Wonderful. Next print, please. Strength and kindness. Chloe, you look intrigued. Think out loud for us.
So beautiful. I feel like she's almost, it feels very symbolic, like she's honoring nature, like she's not taking away from the scene, she's really just putting emphasis on it with her posing. And I'm really appreciating that cloud right above where that sun is peeking out, and then it's matching the lighting on her face, and that feels really intentional. Really well done.
Beautiful. Mara, perhaps talk about the illusion that it feels like she's just standing on water and what that's doing for the fantastical nature of this image.
Well, apart from the post-production, I think the best thing the photographer did here and when he captured this image was the choice of lens. You know, we all photograph weddings and we're always changing lenses and see what works best, but the photographer's nailed this one, especially for that dramatisation of the sky. You can only really do that with a wide-angle lens, how it sort of draws you in. Or the way when you're in a convertible car, the car sort of gobbles up the road. And that's executed perfectly, let alone the lighting that's falling on her face is just absolutely amazing. And you know what I love about that lighting is the fact that if you look towards the bottom of the dress, it's spilling down the back of her back, all the way through the bottom of the dress, and almost ethereal. So yeah, I love the fact that we see a little bit of green in there as well too. So yes, really good job.
Beautiful. And Nick?
Such a crazy control of light again. Imagine that we are talking about an extra wide lens, maybe 1635 or something like that, similar, and we're talking about one click, right? We are, I mean, it's beautiful control the light. We have no speed light to any place of the dress, of the tree, and at the same time we have the maker decide to have a light only on her face. So the maker create a bullseye composition and lit directly the subject that we want everyone to pay attention on it. Amazing job.
Yeah, fantastic, incredible thoughts. Thank you so much, guys. Next print, please. See, Danny, can I get your first impression of this, please?
Wow, looks like a beautiful painting to me. I like the approach and the overall concept of where constructed using the symmetry of the frame, and then left side we have the wedding dress and right side we have the main subject, and we're connected.
Let me see. Nico, yeah, you want to tackle this one? Go for it.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, this is two images in one. It can be easily a detailed shot or a bride getting ready, but at the same time can be a full spread of an album. So it's create a story, and the maker knew exactly what he wants to present. Everything is properly executed. The lines, the symmetry, the balance between the two images are perfectly placed in both sides. So the color tonality and the color range from the highlights to the shadow, it's perfectly printed. Beautiful. Excellent job.
Yeah. Susan, let's celebrate the lighting on the bride. How did it get there?
It's just so quietly considered. Like, I feel like a lot of people would go into this situation and be like, okay, let's put flash here and let's put flash here and let's turn on all the lights and like, whoa, calm down. But
calm your farm, we say in Australia.
Correct.
Yep.
And I might be one inclined to use all the big lights in the house all the time. I get in trouble for that all the time. But all of the light sources have been shut off except that beautiful glowing light around both subjects, and the fact that the photographer has exposed so perfectly for the face, it's just allowed it to glow without being overcome by that lighting. It's very delicately mastered.
Yeah. Any final thoughts there, Chloe or Mario? Yeah.
Another reason why I love this photograph is the fact that finally we get a dress that the light comes through the back of it and it doesn't look ugly. You know? Have you seen how many wedding dresses that you put up against the window?
Right.
And the what do you call this area? What do you call? Yeah, it makes the dress look really, really bloody bad.
Yeah.
So I'm celebrating that for that alone. Also, on top of that, another little bonus for that one. But you know, that put aside, I'm quite intrigued the way the pose is working here with the way the fingers are sort of like drawing towards the dress as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of that moment where you know, the bride is sort of like, okay, hurry up, I want to get this dress on, you know. So the hands say it all. It's amazing how just a slight trickle in the pose of a hand being brought forward can really draw your attention to the dress looking, apart from obviously the bride looking, but it's the hands that are leading me in more than what the face is.
Yeah, that's awesome in that. Get an inflatable neck pillow, put it in the bust, boom. Now you get...
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah, and then if you get the Omega reflector, it comes with a suction cup. You suction cup on the glass, and there's you got somewhere to hang the dress. You're welcome.
And so simple.
You're welcome. Just an inflatable one. You can carry it flat in your bag, you inflate it, and then you can get rid of that. Yeah. It's called the ice pillow. It's called the Thank you so much, guys. Isn't it amazing how many things we've seen in one image? All right, next image, please. Thank you. Drifting into forever. Chloe, first impression, please.
It's obviously a stunning image for many reasons, but what I really love about this is like the attitude this woman is giving. This is exactly the kind of person I want in front of my lens, someone that's just gonna go all in.
Mm-hmm.
Her face is like, yep, I'm the hottest one in the world and I'm on this boat. She's just unapologetic and very effortless, which I enjoy. Even her little pointed toe, maybe she's a dancer or maybe the photographer directed that, but it's all so pretty.
Yeah. Nico, tell us about the color palette and also the perspective.
I'm not sure if the maker decided to this particular boat because of the greenish inside, but it really makes a good job because this is matching with the background, with the color tonality of the water. So this is made in purpose, but he or she decide to have this material and below behind the bride, and all the greenish flowers on top of her, and all the color tonality or the harmony working all together. And because of the reddish of the skin is the opposite of the green of the scenery, it drives you directly to the main subject.
Mm. Thank you so much for the comment. Danny, can you talk a little bit about the finesse of the pose?
Yeah. Look at the space in this tiny boat. It's not easy to pose into that position. I think that's take a lot of efforts, a lot of time to setting up the main subjects over there, and also to to convince her look comfortable. It's not a comfortable place to stay there for long. You can tell. And also, then finally soften the dress, fixing the veil, the long veil. You can see part of the veil is on the outside. And then once she gets into that position, and also fixing the dress to make sure her feet is showing. Yeah. So everything, the attention to details is really good.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's interesting, isn't it? Like sometimes when you're photographing, there's always two ways of asking for something. You say, hey, I've got a really good idea for a shot on a boat. It'd probably be really tight. You might dirty your dress and, yeah, do you want to do it? Or it could be, I have an amazing idea for a photograph. The contrast of your gorgeous gown against this beautiful water would be amazing. We're going to roll your hip around, put your head up like a queen, look off into the distance. It's going to be gorgeous. What do you think?
I think you could ask them anything in that accent and they'd say yes.
I don't have an accent when I'm in Australia. The bride will go, I'll get your hand off it. Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? But it just, your mood changes. It's the way, you're not even selling it. You're selling the dream of it rather than being pragmatic. And that's what it's all about. Your voice, your reason can be just as powerful as what you do technically. So all is good. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Danny, while you're there, grab the microphone. What's your first impression of this image?
It's such a beautiful print and a beautiful finish. And it's very, very sharp from the main subjects over there. And it's very soft in the foreground and background. Well-handled print.
Mm. Let's go even deeper here. Susan, having a looking at this, let's talk about the light and the placement of the subject within the environment.
I always think it's really bold to put your subject smack in the center because it has to hold up to being put smack in the center. But those leading lines of light on the ground, how both the shadow and the light draw you straight to the subject, and then the frame around, just the arch over her head, mimics the softness of her face, of her shoulders, and the bell shape of her skirt. That light just rolls right in there, kisses her face, falls off the dress, and it emphasizes her just enough without overwhelming the softness.
And Maro, lasting impression? How do you feel about it after staring at it for a little bit?
I feel really good about this, especially the way it's been printed, Jerry. You know, when you're putting a subject in complete broad daylight, and look at the rendition in the details. Look at the, you know, the perfect shadows details. So, firstly, printing, number one, and we are a print comp too, aren't we? In a way.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're evolving in the sense where, you know, we're able now to sort of get a lot more detail in the shadows than the days of film, if you remember those days, Jerry. So, for me, it's a novelty sometimes to look at shade and detail in the shadows because I was brought up with film and it's a lot harder, so I appreciate it. So well printed as well.
Yeah. So. Thank you so much. Little known fact, Maro and I worked at the same studio over 3 decades ago. Yes. Yep. You worked there first.
5, 6?
I was like 5 or 6. You have no idea. I mean, if I shave, I got a baby face. You have no idea. So I'm waiting till I'm 60 and then I'll look 40 again. So watch out for it. All right, thank you so much. I believe that is the end of this category. Round of applause, guys, for those images. Well done. Guys, wouldn't you agree there's nothing like just sharing our passion, sharing the joy for what we do and rubbing shoulders with each other and doing this together? It's so much fun. What we're going to do now, guys, is we are determining the first, second, and third place of this category. We'll be back in a few moments.
right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges are set up to choose who they would like to see as the winner in this category. They're now looking at the prints in the print gallery, and I know you guys know the drill. Although we're going to be announcing first, second, and third place at the awards ceremony tomorrow night, we are asking our judges to choose placings for all 9 images. So as soon as they're ready, they can do that. All right, the judges have made their selection. We do have a winner in this category that we will announce tomorrow evening. And that officially concludes the Bride or Groom Alone Non-Wedding Day category sponsored by Evoto. We're now gonna go into our last category of the competition. It's amazing, but also a little bit sad because we've been together for 2 days all together. So give us a break, just a minute, give us a break. Give us a moment. It's been a long 2 days. Give us a moment. Give us a moment to just reset our judges, and we'll be back with you in just a minute.
To you, capturing the world. I'm always with you, right there in your hands. In that perfect moment of light, I come to life. Distant memories, your loved ones. Moments of joy and passion, unknown worlds, the dreams of humanity. We've been on this journey together. For all we've seen and the light still waiting for us, I'm excited to continue this journey with you. Our adventure is just beginning. Thank you. And here's to what's next.
All right, we are back live. Welcome to everyone joining us online and to everyone who's here in our room for our very last category of the weekend and of this year's competition. We are going to be considering images in the pre-wedding division, And our last category is the Models Non-Wedding Day category. So all of the images that you're about to see can be of a single person photographed on their own, or it could be a group of people. They will be wearing wedding attire or formal attire. And these are images that could have been used during a fashion shoot, an editorial shoot, a promo shoot. Models were used. So not necessarily real couples. These are not couples that were engaged or getting married. They are models that were used for editorial or promotional purposes. This category is sponsored by Used Photo Pro. They're a great company to look into when you are considering buying or trading or selling used camera gear. And the reason why they're the best in the business is because they're just massive. They have one of the biggest inventories of used and pre-loved camera gear and lenses and all types of equipment. They also have experts on their team that will get you the best price for your gear if you're interested in trading it in or selling it. And because they're so big, they have amazing prices if you're looking to purchase pre-loved camera gear as well. They're actually here at the convention this year, so they're on the trade show floor. I highly recommend going to check them out. We actually use them personally, so I can speak to our own personal experiences using Used Photo Pro. We traded in a bunch of gear, and I think it's okay to say, we received, we got like 10 grand for our camera gear, which was a lot more than what we had expected because it was used camera gear. So I can say from personal perspective, they do, when they say they get you the best price, they really, really do. They don't try to cheat you out of that. So I highly recommend going to check them out if you have gear that you want to look into trading in or purchasing. And they'll be here at the trade show as well. So thank you to Used Photo Pro for sponsoring this category. Now I will turn you over one last time to Jerry Ghionis, our chairperson, and to our panel of judges.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. Did you want to maybe finish this conversation publicly? Did you want to do it in front of the microphone? Or?
No problem. It was about this. We're either talking about business or skincare or home renovation.
All is good. All is good. That's why we should separate besties with maybe two people next time. But all right, guys, thank you so much for being here. Let's bring all our attention and respect right with what's in front of us. The last category of the 2 days here. So, of course, we have Charmy Pena over here, Gavir Javal, Susan Stripling, Mauro Cantelmi, Natalie Lucini, thank you so much for being here. We're excited about this category. Let's get right into it. First print, please. I was trying to pick. Okay, Charmy, you had this little endearing sort of look about this image, just the way you sat back there. First impression of this image?
I think over the last few years, we've had a lot of conversations about honoring different skin colors, and it is flawless. Flawless. And she's wearing white, and it's all there. All the detail is there. She looks spectacular. I think the maker had to really put effort into making sure that they were lighting properly and getting every detail, not only in her skin, her hair, and in the dress. It's impressive.
Absolutely. Susan, what has the pose and the gesture done to elevate that presence of this beautiful
It
woman?
is so full on straightforward. You know, when we're taught posing, we're taught turn the shoulders, turn the hips, create an S curve, like don't be dead in the center, don't stare down the camera. And this just takes all of that and breaks it. And it is both powerful and extraordinarily soft at the same time. There's a fierceness in the eyes. There's a strength to the face. There's a gentleness to the hands. It is marrying both of those things impeccably.
Yeah, absolutely. Gavir, last impression here, mate?
The photographer's done a fantastic job on skin retouch. A lot of mistakes that I usually see is we retouch when the image is big, and then when we resize to a smaller size. For printing, it's overwork, but the photographer's done a fantastic job being able to handle the texture, the tones, and to clean it up as well. Well done.
Yeah, shooting dark skin with white dress with high contrast lighting is incredibly difficult, and to do it that well is exceptional. So well done to the maker. Next print, please. through the veil. So Mara, while you're there, mate, grab the mic. First impression.
Wow. I'm loving the contrast. Now, I know we're looking at a human form here and we're looking at a veil, but the shapes and forms that's been created through the two is spectacular. I love the fact that the background is very dark, so it sort of brings up the highlights. And I love the way how the top of the veil mimics the bottom of the dress. Expression-wise, fantastic, and the headpiece. So, you know, it's one of these photos that you could look at for hours and just keep picking new beautiful things coming out of it. So very, very impressed. Kudos to the photographer.
Gavir, talk to me about the non-traditional nature of what we're seeing here. So we're quite theatrical, almost tribal. Tell us about that.
It's normally when we pose a bride, we're a little bit more kind of exaggerating the femininity of the posing and the breaking of, you know, the wrist and soft elbows, and it's the stiffness of this image which I'm finding a little bit more compelling and I'm drawn to. But the tribal aspect, like the more I sit back and look at this image, it almost feels just like in the central part, like it's an X-ray, and that's, you know, done very well due to the contrast between the black and white that the photographers handled in print as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask, great comment there. Natalie, what do you think about the isolation of the subject and the veil on that background, that sort of floating effect that obviously was done deliberately?
I think it really needed that. I think it couldn't have handled anything but a really, really simple background. It would have been incredibly overwhelming. I think the maker did a great job in creating something. The concept is so unique. I mean, what an incredible use of imagination to create this.
Yeah. So take away context, you even improve the mystery that's created by the subject matter. So excellent. Next print, please. An unconventional bride. Maro, first impression of the shot.
The printing, number one. I love the coolness on the skin. Number two, I love the pose. It's so effortless. The way the bride is just walking forward, it's almost looking like she's floating on water. The headpiece, the contrast, it's holding all that detail in there with almost pretty much everything being white is fantastic. To me, it almost gives me a Disney-like caricature sort of feel. So, yeah, really, really enjoying this.
Yeah. Susan, perhaps talk a bit more about the fact that there's so much negative space in that high key and there's that little suggestion of shadow that at least gives it that depth. Tell us a bit more about those choices.
I think those choices all just contribute to the narrative, and also the way it's matted helps as well. I feel like we are almost like peeking into a room and we're seeing something we kind of shouldn't, like this, we've intruded on this moment of this woman walking from somewhere to somewhere else, and it's like frame within a frame, and that trailing shadow sort of, it's intriguing how it can be really mysterious while it's also so light, and I think that's very difficult to do.
Yeah. And Natalie, lasting impression, how do you feel?
Her expression, it's so powerful. You need to come up close and look at her eyes. I'm on the far end, and I feel like she's only looking at me. Incredible.
Awesome. Very simple, but so sophisticated. Well done. Thank you so much. Next print, please. See here. Natalie, first impression.
The degree of difficulty shooting this time of day with the light falling on her face so beautifully still is extraordinary.
Maro, this is right down your alley there. Very theatrical, bold colours.
I love swimming pools. Love them, especially when they're empty.
There's no
Jump straight in.
no lifesaver.
No, definitely not. Respect to the print, in the respect here is the usage of colour is amazing. The way we've retained that what sort of blue would you call that, Jerry? It's a yes. What was that? A cerulean.
Cerulean.
Yes. It's amazing colour. I love the pose itself and the way the lighting, the choice of how to just slightly turn the head of the bride and the Rembrandt lighting that's coming across and how strong the hands are top to bottom. Absolutely amazing. So it definitely has that theatrical feel, especially with the pose and the choice of colour.
Yeah, excellent comment. Gavia, final comment, final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm loving the repeated use of these curves, and it starts from the heels, it starts to the bottom of the deck chair, goes up to the knee, round to the waist, arms all the way back up, all the way around to the top of the swimming pool, and it kind of goes back round again and again and again and again. So it just keeps your kind of focus directly towards the central part of the image, which is the face and the shape and the arms. They're brilliant.
Also, when you have someone lying down, you certainly have to stand up a little bit higher to correct the perspective. Otherwise, the legs look massive and the feet look massive compared to the head and the upper body, which is not happening in this case because we did that. Also, to note that when you've got two different backgrounds, whether it's a corner of a room or anything like that, that are different, in this case, the blue and then just the concrete, you can mesh that in with the body, and doing that so it also exposes her silhouette and her shape is very cleverly done. Okay, thank you so much. Next print, please. Maro, you have a nice little smile on your face there, mate. What are you appreciating?
I was just being brought back 40 years. I feel like I was a little kid looking through a kaleidoscope. Absolutely beautiful. You know, perfect rendition and of shape and form. Lighting, not even just lighting on the subject itself, but you know, the way the pillars have been lit up and using that right little location and having the bride in the middle there and the reflections is just amazing. I'm also really liking how there's a little bit of ripple in the water. Have you guys noticed that? But only in one area, not in all areas there. And that's hard to capture. There's no doubt about that. So, yeah, loving this very much. Thanks for bringing me back 40 years. Actually, like 20 years.
Susan, unpack that a bit more, please, as well.
The pose, right? The photographer has considered the pose both on land and at sea. Because a lot of times when you get a reflection and you've got a little ripple and you look at the pose, you're like, it works up above but not down below. You've got these gorgeous ballet arms. Like, I feel like I'm at the opera. It just looks so theatrical and lovely. And then when you go down into the reflection, the arms work and look like they're rippling with the water. So that was very well considered on multiple levels, and I think that's a detail that could have gone missed by a lot of photographers.
Yeah. And Gavia, you were staring at closely. Tell us more about what you're thinking.
Yeah, as it's a print competition, I'm looking at the actual print quality, and it's exceptional. From the paper choice, I mean, it's a fine art paper choice, but there's no texture within this paper. So I think the paper choice, had there been texture, I think it would have added too much to the image. But the paper choice was kind of leads to, you know, the highlights being well controlled. Excellent.
Awesome comments. And as you'd appreciate, guys, in shipping, in the way things are brought to us and things like that, we've got some marks on the black. We always tell the photographers, our mentors here, to ignore that kind of stuff, because we're all human, and by the time it comes from another country perhaps or whatever, that is what it is, and that there's certainly forgiveness that we offer for that. We're looking at the image only and the matting in the way it's presented in its best form. Thank you so much. Next print, please. A Sunday afternoon. All right, Susan, you had the biggest smile on your face, or perhaps this is what you want to do in a few days. But
Do this right now. I am astounded by the peace and serenity and gentleness of a pose that we all know that if we held that pose for like 3 seconds, my hips would be screaming at me. But it is so elegant, and I don't know quite how to explain it, but the pose matches the color and the feel, and I just feel like I'm sitting on a sunny porch with this incredible human being.
Absolutely. Charmy, you were sort of nodding as Susan was saying that as well. Give us a bit more perspective here, please.
I was nodding because I thought my abs hurt looking at it. But I think it's clearly taken from a lower perspective, and I think sometimes you have to be really careful with your posing when you're photographing a human from a lower perspective, and they clearly have made the best of this posing, and to do that from a lower perspective is a higher level of difficulty.
Wonderful, thank you. Yeah, Maro, final thoughts of this, please.
I'm looking at that hammock, but it just reminds me of a large martini glass, you know? Yeah, and I've never seen a martini glass look that comfortable. Not that I've been in one, but I must say the way it's been posed, and it's effortless. I love the fact of the dress dangling down to the side, but it has this sort of, you know, a theatrical feel about it, which I really, really like, but a modern day theatrical. So, and I love the fact that it's also, you know, the depth of field has really been blown out, because I think that really helps. And you've got the drawing of those leading lines in the foreground, how, you know, where the lines are sort of leading straight to the subject as well. So I see a bit of old school and modern involved in this photograph.
Very cool. If you want to see someone who fits very comfortably in a martini glass, and you are here on Thursday night or onwards, go see Dita Von Teese at the Voltaire at the Venetian. Queen of Burlesque. I've been there many times. I've photographed her many times. It's a breathtaking show. So yes, go online, book her show. You'll love it. It's wonderful. It's quintessential Vegas. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Gavi, while you're there, grab your mic. Tell us about the sophistication of this image.
The leading lines straight to our subjects, both go straight to the bride, and then it follows up to the groom. And I love how the archway just follows around it and just comes right back down to the groom. Very well handled and very well seen.
Wonderful. Natalie, the negative space is, why do we feel that works in this image?
I mean, I think it really leads us into the subjects. I think we needed that to have the impact. Another important element, I love the backlight they used on the groom. The placement right there within the arch on the right side, you know, it was to the side a bit. I think if without the light, he would have blended into the background. I think that added a great amount of dimension to bring this image the depth that it has, and it was beautifully done.
Thank you so much for your comment. Maro, unpack the lighting for us, because we clearly see a shadow of the groom connecting the shadow on the dress, and then a direction of light there as well. So tell us how that was handled, and perhaps how that was done.
Well, funny you should say that, because that's exactly what I was thinking at the time you mentioned it. It sort of freaked me out a little bit, Jerry, where like, you know, that shadow coming over the white dress, and I'm thinking, what is that? And then obviously you can see the halo from the groom. Obviously there's more than one light being used here, which really does make both the bride and groom jump out. I definitely feel it needed that the bride and groom to pop in a location like this, especially with the fact that everything's sort of more of a bronzy colour and a deeper colour. So, you know, kudos to the photographer to understand the fact that by using multiple lights can really create some amazing little masterpiece like this.
Thank you so much. Great comments. And just to remind the audience as well, if you have someone like a light stand or an assistant or something like that in an image, you can remove that in a non-composite category. All I ask you is read the rules. What a concept that is. Just read them. Don't ask every question to Melissa just so she can spoon feed you. I want to protect my wife a little bit. Just read the damn rules, you know. Is that okay, baby? Yeah, read the damn rules. Just read the rules. Read the rules. If she entertain you, we're entertaining each other less. So just know that. Yes, it sounds like a you problem. That's awesome. Thank you for your comments, guys. Next print, please. Glimpse of Grace. Charmy, you're all about luxury. Tell us about the luxurious nature of this image.
I mean, it sure is gilded. It gives that. I think my favorite thing about it is this peaceful look upon her, and the pose and everything about the room looks like this is a comfort to her and she is at peace. And I think the posing is really helpful to that. And the lighting being just, you know, I generally wouldn't be such a fan of light that is almost flat, but it actually gives a real sense of peace here.
Absolutely. Mara, tell us about the design element of these pieces, because whether they were there, they were found, they were adjusted, it somehow all works, but why does it work?
Well, I'm actually looking at the mirror, and I'm looking at the bed and looking at the chandelier, and I guess the chandelier can't be moved, so that's always there. But I've got from what I'm looking at, I've got a feeling that the photographer may have had something to do with the placement of all the little products and mirrors and so forth, which definitely adds to the element of the bride there. I sort of feel like, for example, the way the mirror is sort of allows our eye to flick from the mirror, then the subject, back to the mirror, back to the subject. So the other thing we haven't tapped on is the fact that even with a lot of other photographs we saw today where there's a lot of white, photographing something with a lot of white or in snow or what we're looking at today, it's very hard to create depth. And that's really, really important to acknowledge in this image, that, you know, the depth has been created. So, you know, that's something really, really important, I sort of feel, when you know, you're dealing with just such a white subject. So, well done. I really like this.
Very cool. Absolutely. Thank you for your comments there. And Natalie, a final thought here, just from this high key thing that we're looking at here.
Well, I really just love the color palette. It's so soothing and beautiful. And you think about all of the images we create for our couples. This is, again, something that's simple, elegant. Perhaps this is a room that is important to her. And I just think it was really well done with the placement, hopefully the intention of the placement of the items that are like gold and bronze, just beautifully done.
Nice. Thank you for your comments there, guys. And that is our final image of our competition, guys. All right, we are going to take a short little break, and we'll be back in a few moments to decide the winner of this category as Nick walked past the camera on me to decide who's first, second, and third. At least you didn't streak across it. We'll see you soon, guys. How amazing would it be to get image critiques on demand? What about the chance of learning from industry leaders in a genre that you're most interested in? And learning from someone, say, like Kelly Brown, Susan Stripling, Roberto Valenzuela, Peter Hurley, or maybe even your favorite Australian. Hi, my name is Jerry Ghionis, Nikon Ambassador, Portrait, Fashion and Wedding Photographer, and co-founder of the Icon International Photography Awards. When I look back at my career so far, I can clearly see that the most valuable education I've received has come from feedback on my images. Well, now there's an even easier way for you to receive such priceless video feedback from industry experts reviewing and critiquing your work. Now, check this out. Here's how it works. When you submit your photo for a critique, your mentor will record a video where you can watch as they zoom into your photo using annotation tools, pointers, cropping tools to provide detailed insights. All the while, you can see their face and listen to their passion and feedback in their own words. You can get your own image critique on demand at Critiq.com. That's critique without the U and the E. Or when you enter the Icon Awards, make sure to add a critique for the best learning experience you've ever had.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask everyone to just settle in for just a moment. Our judges are just about to choose their winners for this category. Judges, there's 8 images in front of you. We're going to ask that you choose placings for all 8 of those images. There'll be no discussion during this time period, and you can begin when you're ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have chosen their last winner of the competition this year. As a reminder, we just want to say thank you so much to Used Photo Pro for sponsoring this category. This officially ends this category, which officially ends this competition this year. And a huge thank you to Pro Branding Stores for sponsoring the entire pre-wedding division. We've come a long way. This started in August with almost 2,000 entries. Our judges went through them meticulously, scored them, provided feedback, valuable feedback to them. And then tomorrow night at 8 p.m., we will find out who all of the winners are in all of the categories. So join us for the awards ceremony tomorrow night. Doors open at 7 p.m. Grab a bite to eat before you come, but enjoy a cocktail with us when you get there. We want you guys to all be seated and in a comfortable place where you can see the stage at 8 p.m. I say that because we're going to kick off with a great opening performance that I don't want you guys to miss, so make sure you're seated and can see it. That'll be at 8 p.m. tomorrow, and then we'll find out the results from these last 2 days of judging. I want to quickly just say a huge thank you. It has been a marathon to go through all of this. And so I want to especially say thank you to our volunteers. And I know there's some of us here in this room, and I will publicly say a bit more tomorrow. But I especially want to shout, I'm going to just speak to you guys for a little bit because, oh, excuse me. It is hard work to make all of this come together. And there are 40 people that are sitting here in this building that have dedicated days of their time when they could be going to classes, they could be doing all kinds of things. Our print handlers have been on their feet. Our judges have been amazing, sitting in the chairs. Our print handlers have been on their feet for 2 full days. it has been incredible. What they do behind the scenes, you see them moving around, but they're in the dark. They're cleaning every single image. They're dusting it off. They're making sure there's no prints on any of the images. They're making sure there's no specks on any of them. They are making sure that everything is facing the right way. Some of our conceptual images, you don't know which way's up, which way's down. They are taking care of all of that so that an artist's work is being seen the way it was meant to be seen. They do so much. And it is hard work. They're on their feet for 2 full days. We have an entire team of print hangers that are in the trade show floor, on the trade show floor. They're not even getting to enjoy the live judging. They are busy hanging prints. As soon as a category finishes, they're putting the ribbons on it. They're putting the gallery cards on it. They're hanging them up so that we can all walk through that gallery and enjoy them. It's hard work. And we have in our room here managing everything, because I'm up here explaining what's coming and what has just happened. We have Michelle, who is managing everything that's happening. She's got people talking in her ear constantly, and she makes sure that Jerry and I are where we need to be, that the judges are where they need to be before we begin. I feel like I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna just be waiting for your countdown every single time. And Keith has been running around this room like crazy. He is reaching out to all of our judges, and he's making sure that they're here before the category begins. He makes sure they know where to go. He's making sure our volunteers in all of the rooms have everything they need, checking on them, picking up Instacart deliveries because we ran out of some supplies, and he's running to the other end of the hotel to go pick up stuff. Everything that you need done, Keith has never said no. And I just cannot thank you enough, man. Like, you are such a key part to this team. Thank you so, so much. And I know you want to thank the judge. I'll let you thank, although I want to, but you can also thank the judges as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, you judges really, the respect and the joy that you've given these images, the passion has been unbelievable. I haven't been in that chairman's role for a little while, to be honest. I loved every second of it, I got to say. I know Melissa and you guys had to cope with a lot of technical difficulties and different things yesterday, and certainly today's been smooth sailing as far as what I know and understand, but watching you judges and pour your heart and soul out into these images, and again, the different approach that we adopted last year. Thank you for trusting us that we felt that this was the approach and the way we want to move forward. Having it done it now 2 years in a row, we really feel like we've actually created something special, and it wouldn't be without anything without your expertise, your delivery, your passion, your empathy, and certainly humor along the way, because we're all human, and we loved that the fact that your personalities come out. It's contagious. It really, really is. Like I said, and I spent the entire time just observing your faces and just these micro expressions, which reminds me of the human spirit. So judges, watching later on, whether you're watching live right now, whether you're watching in the future, those people in the room, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Because without judges, without credible judges who know what they're doing, we are nothing. Think about it. The credibility and the expertise and the mentorship of the judges and the way we critique, we are nothing. So thank you so much for adding that credibility and integrity and passion to our project here. Thank you, guys. Who's next here, baby? You too. Well, let me say this as well. As far as sponsorship is concerned, you might hear every company talk about this. Thank you to the sponsors, because without them it wouldn't be possible. I am telling you, this would not be possible. I mean, everywhere you look, everywhere you turn, even though that we're slightly off strip, everything costs money. We've done literally everything that we can to make this happen. And a lot of these things, we're literally on our hands and knees at home, putting boxes in Amazon. What can we do ourselves to make this happen? Because we don't want to end up one day to say to you guys, you know what, sorry, we can't do this anymore. We know a lot of people rely on it now. We are not self-serving. We want to serve the community. At the same time, as much as I value this a lot more, and I feel stronger together with anything that we do. So the only reason why this is possible is because of sponsorship, is because of judges, is because of volunteers. Otherwise, if it threatens this, I will literally pack it all in tomorrow. And I'm telling you, I look around the room, Dario and Sarah, what you guys have done for us. I look at the likes of Richard, who has done some pretty cool things for us, which will evolve in the future, and your support for our community as well. Entering, being passionate about the process, literally dying for us, and going out of your way to saying you want to judge, and being rock solid as judges and that passion. As a Nikon ambassador, I'll be remiss not to basically say, look, Nikon contributed quite heavily to make this live. Doesn't matter what camera system that you use, the fact is that we all make each other better, but same in that world. So the fact that we are able to bring it to the world, where literally we almost represent a quarter of the countries on planet Earth, is pretty incredible. So we ask that you guys, that if you want to continue supporting us, just enter. We don't want to thank you. Just we want to help you guys out, and it starts with you. I don't want you to stress and look at everything and say, you know what, this is just not going to work. It's because it's too intimidating. I'll never be able to get there. Judges in this room, we have grandmasters in this room, we have triple masters, and I don't know where the cameras are at this moment. Put your hand up if even at this moment you still get mid-70 points and scores and things like that. Yeah, we do. You got a 74 this year. This is a grandmaster, right? So sometimes in your brain you might think something is an 89. It's meaningful to you, but it might not translate, and that's okay. I am telling you, you learn so much more based upon your failures rather than your so-called successes. And there is no fail. It's steps to success. So the idea is that, like I said to you, that inches turn into miles. And once the sting goes from a score that you didn't want or you didn't think that you deserve, they're the ones that motivate you more. You don't feel it yet, but you will. But you either have a chance of saying, you know what? No, the judges don't know anything. But isn't it funny that when a judge gives you a great score, they're right, and when they give you a bad score, they're wrong? So, and also, what I really appreciate from our judges as well is the humility to say, I've been there 1,000 times and I wouldn't have done this photograph. So it doesn't mean that the judges that are sitting on the panel, that they know everything. We're talking about, yes, we have experience, we love the process, we're sharing the knowledge, and the idea is that we make each other stronger. We can learn digitally, no problem, but how good is it? And I know Gary Hughes coined this phrase and popularized it within our circle a couple of years ago and called it tribal learning. Why WPPI is so important is because it gives you strength and motivation, just rubbing shoulders with the world's best. And sometimes literally in the corner of a room just before you go to the bathroom, and you get stuck with a 1-hour conversation that can literally change your life. So the idea is that once you get into a position of leadership and strength, you pass it on to the next person, because I guarantee you we'll be in that same position once again. This industry needs champions. This industry needs to understand the importance of print. We're not going to surrender to AI. What we're going to do is we're going to embrace the human spirit. We're going to embrace the human strength. And we ask you to trust yourself. Trust that you can do it. Because I find that there's so much, I don't know if you guys know now, but I am mad hockey obsessed. We both are. And I never grew up with hockey, right? So I'm like, what are these guys like? They're literally like skating on these knives on ice, trying to get this circular brick into a net with this 6-foot guy that can do the splits. And you get these guys that are allowed to legally just hit you on the glass. And you go there as a sports fan, and you go there and you start rooting. Rooting means something different in Australia. We start rooting and cheering for a team, and when they win, we say, we won. And when they lose, they suck. Where am I going at with this metaphor? We're cheering for strangers doing these really weird, obscure things. When did we stop cheering for ourselves? Does that make sense? When do we have one little hiccup in the road and say, now I can't do it? So when we cheer for images, when you walk past the gallery and you cheer for your friends, and on Tuesday night, tomorrow night, you're cheering for everyone, that should give you motivation, like going for a sports team and saying, we won because we did. The industry won. We made our industry look great. And it gives you permission to wake up on that Monday morning and ask yourself, you know what, can I do this? Yes, you can. And then you go and do it. Don't overthink it, just do it. Winning is inches turning into miles. So, yes.
Jerry talked about tribal learning, and I think one special aspect of the Icon Awards is the fact that we are broadcasting this live, and that we have so many people from around the world that are tuning in with all these different angles, so they can feel like they're in the room with us, because we are an international community, and we are all together as one community, whether or not we live in the same city. So to everyone who's watching online, there were people that were up in the middle of the night because their time zone doesn't match Vegas's, but they wanted to see the competition. They just couldn't be here in Vegas. So they were up in the middle of their night to watch the entire competition. And that is so heartwarming to see the comments. I have to give a huge shout out to Julie, who has been in that corner for 2 days. She has been managing everyone on live stream, making everyone feel like they were right here in this room, having amazing conversations, and with all of those people that can't be here with us. They want to be and they can't be, but they're watching us live so that we're all in a big community. Thank you so much, Julie. You are an incredible superstar.
And I've got to say again, and anyone who knows me, I gush about my wife freely, but I have to in this case, purely just utmost respect as a partner in this. The way I've seen you nurture people, just the emails that we get, we literally have counted thousands of emails that Melissa has done through this process. And it's funny, we never talk about what we need to do. I know what I do well, you know what you do well, and we combine together. And the idea is that we make a difference, and often when times are tough, we think about this moment, and it's not about us at all, guys. The whole idea is that we're cheering for you. So thank you for trusting us, as most importantly, and thank you for this icon for being who she is. Everyone.
Well, I hope you guys are incredibly inspired after these last 2 days. So what I will encourage you, and I'll give you some new dates to start planning about what you're going to enter into the next competition. It opens on August 1st, so keep that in mind. Mark your calendars, and we'll remind you as we get closer, but get those brains turning over the next week as you get inspired this week, and think about what you're going to do and what you're going to send into the competition next year so you can be part of this. Thank you so much, you guys, for sticking with us. Thank you for your patience with everything. We love you guys and can't wait till party tomorrow night. We're going to celebrate you guys. So thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
All right.